J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with One on the House. The biggest dessert news in years. That's what folks everywhere are calling Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Never has Jell-O tasted so rich and delicious. Today, it's even better than ever, and all because of a wonderful new process that locks in all of Jell-O's grand flavor, keeps it from fading, keeps it at full strength till the moment you use it. Today, Jell-O's vivid original goodness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, where time can't touch it. It's protected against fading or changing in any way, and it comes out of the package just as rich and full-flavored as it went in. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no heavy fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But when you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive goodness, and out it pours for your pleasure. So order Jell-O tomorrow. Look for the big red letters on the box, and be sure to get Jell-O. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was One on the House, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you back 3 days and show you how Jack Benny entertained the gang on Thanksgiving. The time, 2 p.m. last Thursday. The scene, the kitchen of Jack's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack, Mary, and Rochester preparing the dinner. Take it away.
Now, what else? Oh, yes. Rochester, hand me those little plates there, will you?
Here you are, boss.
Let's see. A black one for Phil, a green one for Alice, a black one for Don, a green one for Mrs. Wilson, a black one for Mary.
Say, Jack, make mine a green one. I don't like ripe olives.
All right, I'll switch you and Don. There.
I'm hungry. I think I'll eat mine now.
Drop that. I don't want you to spoil your appetite. You know, we're having wild duck for our Thanksgiving dinner.
No chipped beef this year, eh?
Not unless we run short. Rochester, what are you putting in that dressing?
I thought a dash of gin would snap it up a little.
What? Who ever heard of putting gin in dressing?
On Central Avenue, it's a must.
Well, I don't want it in this dressing. And put that gin back in the first aid kit. Oh, Mary, take a look in the oven and see how the ducks are coming along.
Okay.
What was that?
They're not quite done yet.
Now, look, that noise came from some live ducks I've got in the basement. These ducks here should be done by now. What time did we put them in the oven, Rochester?
About 10 o'clock last night.
Let's see, that's 16 hours. They're done all right. They sure look tender, don't they, Mary?
Tender? The middle one looks like Humphrey Bogart.
What an imagination. Now, Rochester, take each duck and stuff the dressing in it.
I ain't gonna touch old Humphrey.
Cut that out. Now, get busy and stuff those ducks.
Okay, where's the shoehorn?
You don't need a shoehorn. Now, let's see, a green olive for me, a black one for...
Say, Jack, why don't you give those olives a little company and put some celery on the place?
Celery? Okay. Open the icebox and get some.
I don't know the combination.
It's 45 right, 23 back, and 10 right. That's it.
Can I borrow your pencil, boss?
Don't bother writing it down. I'm changing it tomorrow. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, a green one for me, a black one for Billy Getz. That must be Dennis. Open the back door for him, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Send that kid on an errand. He takes all day.
Where'd he go, Jack?
Over to Ronald Coleman's to borrow something.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're always borrowing from Mr. Coleman.
That works both ways, Mary. Within the last year, he's borrowed over a dozen of my best eggs.
Your eggs?
Yes.
His chickens laid him in your garage.
That doesn't make any difference. That's the same thing as the grapefruit near the fence. What hangs over is mine. Even Coleman's lawyer admits that.
Well, don't ever hang your head over the fence or Coleman will pick your toupee.
Ha, 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 I'm screaming.
Here's the punch bowl you wanted, Mr. Benny.
What is that?
Here's the punch bowl you wanted.
Thanks, kid. And what have you got in that bag?
Some corn. Mr. Coleman says please feed it to his chickens.
I've been feeding him plenty. Now, Dennis, the gang will be here pretty soon, so rub some of this burnt cork on your face.
Okay.
Burnt cork, what's that for?
Dennis is going to help serve dinner tonight. It's an emergency. I hired Rochester's brother, and he didn't show up. What happened to him, Rochester?
I was wrong, boss. He got 60 days instead of 30.
Oh, well, I can use him New Year's Eve. Now, Dennis, Rochester will be busy here in the kitchen, so it'll be your job to... Whoop, there's the front door. Now, here's your chance of practice. See who's at the door, Sylvester.
I's going, Mr. Benny. I's going.
Say, that's all right.
That boy does the worst blackface I ever heard.
Not so easy. I'd like to hear you do Irish sometime. Come on, Mary. We'll sit in the music room until the gang gets here.
A jukebox and an old fiddle, and you call it a music room.
Don't run down that jukebox, Mary. And incidentally, I wish you'd stop playing it with lifesavers. You got it all sticky.
Mr. and Mrs. Wilson are here, Master Colonel Benny.
Don't overdo it. Well, hello, Don, Peggy. Welcome to the Chateau Benny.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello,
Hello, Mary. Happy
Mary.
Thanksgiving to you.
Well, you're looking fine, Peggy. Take Mrs. Wilson's coat, Sylvester.
Yeah, the yep.
I wish he'd hold it down a little.
Well, 2 servants tonight. You're kind of putting on the dog, eh, Jack?
Well, it's a big party. Gee, Peggy, I'm sure glad you and Don were able to come to dinner today.
Yes, I am, too. Don's been gaining weight again, and I'm so happy he's someplace where he can't overeat.
Good. Well, I hate to disappoint you, Peggy, but there's going to be plenty of food on that table.
Yes, and I love chipped beef.
We're having wild duck. Now, let's have a little music while we're waiting. Mary, put a nickel in the jukebox.
I've only got one. I'm saving it for the apple machine.
All right, I'll put one in. That is if I've...
Here's a nickel, Jack.
Thanks. Say, here's one of Phil's records, Chattanooga Choo Choo. He sings the chorus on this one. Very cute, too. Wait till you hear it.
Pardon me, boy. Is that the Chattanooga Choo Choo? Track 29. Then you can give me a shine. I can afford to board a Chattanooga Choo Choo. I've got my fare and just an inkling to spare. You leave old Pennsylvania Station about 3:45. Read the magazine and then you're in Baltimore. Dinner on the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina. When you hear the whistle blowing 8 to the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far. Hurry up and call in, gotta get a rollin'. Hoo-hoo, Chattanooga, there you are. There's gonna be a certain party at the station, satin and lace. I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that'll never wrong. Oh, Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? There's gonna be a certain party at the station, satin and lace. I used to call my bunny, honey, funny face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, hooey, hooey, Chattanooga choo-choo, wee hoo-wee, Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home?
Isn't Phil a ham? He even puts applause on the record. That was a good number, though.
Yes, indeed.
By the way, Peggy, I don't believe you've been in my music room before, have you?
No, I haven't, Jack. And you've got some lovely old pieces here. Who furnished it?
Harry's Hawk Shop.
I only got the melodeon there. You know, Peggy, if you look around, you can get some of the...
Uh-oh. Here comes your boarder.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to him. His arm's in a sling. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Having company for dinner, I see.
Yes, yes. The others will be here pretty soon. Won't you have a seat?
Oh, thanks. I never touch 'em.
By the way, Mr. Billingsley, I noticed your arm's in a sling. How did you happen to break it?
I was putting on my long underwear this morning, and I fell off the ladder.
Oh, well, why do you have to climb a ladder to put on your underwear?
When I say long, I mean long.
Oh. Oh, I see. Won't you join us for dinner, Mr. Billingsley? We're having wild duck.
No, I'll have a glass of dressing later. Good night.
It's getting more eccentric every day. But who else would pay me $800 a week for room and board? An amazing character, you know.
Mr. Benny, can I speak to you confidentially? It's very important.
Oh, now what? Excuse me, folks. What is it, Rochester?
Boss, those ducks ain't never gonna get tender.
Why? What happened?
I just stuck a fork in one of them and it kicked gravy all over me.
Now, that's ridiculous. It probably slid in the pan. That's all.
You may be right, boss, but I don't think it would hurt to shoot them just once more.
Don't you dare. I shot those ducks. All you've got to do is cook them. I want dinner served as soon as Mr. and Mrs. Harris arrive.
But, boss...
Now get back to the kitchen. Dum-beam-bum-bum-ba-beam-ba-bum. Dum-dee-dum-dum-da-deem-da-dum-dum. Oh, sorry, folks.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, Rochester's having a little trouble with the ducks. It seems... Well, everything will be all right now. Yes, sir.
Jack, what was that noise? It sounded like a gunshot.
How do I know? Well, folks, just as soon as There's someone at the door, Sylvester. Sylvester, answer the door.
That's dough, boss.
All right, answer the door. And don't shuffle, just walk. Say, Don, would you like a cocktail before dinner? Eh, Don?
Definitely no.
Well, I can see who wears the pants in that family.
With Don's, there's room for both of them.
You said it.
Announcing Mr. and Mrs. Phil Harris.
Phil!
Hiya, Jackson.
And Alice!
Hello, Alice.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, Alice, I'm sure happy you were able to come to dinner.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for anything, Jackson.
Jackson. She calls me Jackson. You know everybody here, don't you, Alice?
Hello, Alice.
Oh, why, Peggy, I haven't seen you since our trip to New York.
And Alice, you know Mary Livingston, huh?
Oh, why, of course I do. Hello, Mary. So nice seeing you again.
Hello.
Hello. That's a fine greeting.
Who cares how many fan clubs she's got?
Mary. Don't pay any attention to her, Alice. You see, Mary is always jealous of any girl that shines up to me.
Well, who's shining up to you?
Well, I mean that you...
Explain that, Jackson.
Don't get excited, Phil. Now, look, fellas, let's not have a brawl. I don't want duck stains all over the furniture. Well, this is the first time you've ever been to my house, isn't it, Alice?
Yes, and I think it's furnished in very good taste. What did you mean, Phil? I should wear my old clothes.
Why, Phil, you little rascal. Say, Mary, call up Luella Parsons and tell her Alice Faye is visiting me.
She'll never believe it.
She will, too. And call Harrison Carroll.
Say, Phil, I want to congratulate you on your performance last night in The Courtship of Miles Standish.
Yeah, it's the best play our night school ever put on, Don.
Oh, yes, Phil, you were excellent as Priscilla. But as long as you were playing the part of a girl, why didn't you shave before you went out on the stage?
I didn't want people to think I was on the level.
Well, it spoiled it a little for me. By the way, Phil, use the ashtray, Peggy. These rugs are expensive. By the way, Phil, that's a girl. By the way, Phil, Phil, did you get those flowers I sent you before the performance?
Oh, yeah, thanks for the Christmas anthemums.
Christmas anthemums.
Phil, I told you last night it's one word, chrysanthemum.
Oh, lay off, honey. I don't want no lecture on Thanksgiving.
Behave yourself, Phil, or I won't read that book to you anymore.
What book are you reading to him, Alice?
Oh, you know, Jack. A is for apple, so round and red. B is for butter. You spread it on bread.
What? Are you kidding?
C is for crackers. You eat them in bed. I know them all.
Gee, you'll be up to the Rover Boys pretty soon. Well, I don't know about you folks, but I'm going to have a cocktail before dinner.
Oh, don't, Jack. You always act so silly.
I do not.
One cocktail and it's, look, fellas, I'm a Spanish dancer.
Oh.
The Spanish dancer.
By that time, he's wearing a lampshade.
Well, someone's got to put a little life in the parties around this town. Oh, Sylvester.
Yowza, boss.
Go out in the kitchen and tell Rochester we're ready for dinner.
As a Gwen, hold that barge. Lift that bed.
Oh, shut up! Well, Alice, I hope you're good and hungry. I'm on a diet myself. You see, I have to be on account of the new picture I'm making.
I knew he'd get around to that.
Quiet. You see, I'm working opposite Carol Lombard, and I must look my best.
Well, Jack, I've seen you in pictures before, and as I recall, you always look very nice.
Yes, I imagine I do, but of course I look much younger on the screen.
Oh, much.
Mary. You know, Alice, now that we're both at 20th Century Fox, maybe you and I will be working together soon.
Who knows? I think we'd make a swell team.
Yes, you with your youth and beauty, and me with my suave, debonair charm.
You're right, Phil. He is hammy.
You know, Alice, the next time I see Mr. Zanuck...
Dinner is served, folks. Walk. Do not run to the dining room.
Oh, boy, you're right.
Now, this way,
Hold on,
everybody.
Betty. That's for
Now,
me.
Don, you take Alice. Phil, you take Peggy. And Mary... Oh, Mary, call up Hedda Hopper and Jimmy Starr and Herb Stein. Tell them that Alice Faye's having dinner with me today.
Okay.
And call Sidney Skalski, too.
Skalski?
Yes.
Who's going to boost him up to the telephone?
He's got a ladder like Billingsley. All right, everybody, grab your seats and take your time now. There's plenty for all. Come on. We're all going to eat. Boy, what a dinner.
Say, this dressing is delicious, Jack.
I'm glad you like it. Oh, Rochester, serve Mrs. Harris some more duck. Will you have another piece of duck, Alice?
No, thanks. I'm still chewing on my first piece.
Well, you've got beautiful teeth. Use them. I think the duck is very tasty, don't you, Mary?
Yeah, but the next time you go out shooting, be more careful. Mine's full of buckshot.
Mary, that's what that bowl is for. Dump the buckshot in the bowl.
Oh.
That's it. Personally, I think this is the finest meal that
Pass me that bowl, will you, Mary?
Here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
Well, I really banged away at that one, didn't I? But I still say this is a lovely dinner.
Yeah, everything from soup to lead.
Never mind, and have another cranberry.
One cranberry. You're supposed to have cranberry sauce.
Well, squash it. Are you helpless? What's the matter with you, anyway? Oh, Rochester,
Yes, boss?
bring me a sharper knife. I got Humphrey. Say, Alice, I have a real treat for you. After dinner, I'll take you downstairs and show you Carmichael, my polar bear.
Oh, that's swell. I love animals.
You do? Have you got any pets, Alice?
Oh, just Phil, my little reformed wolf.
Good. Yes, sir. Some more dressing, Don?
No, thanks. By the way, Jack, where's Dennis? Didn't you invite him to dinner?
Yes, I wonder what happened to the kid.
Me too.
Mary, now don't give it away. Oh, Sylvester, have we heard from Mr. Day?
Yeah, he phoned and left word that he was having dinner with Miss Hetty Lamar.
Hetty Lamar?
That boy sure gets around, don't he?
All right, Sylvester, stop leaning on the table and get busy. Enjoying the food, Peggy?
Oh, it's fine, Jack. And the dressing's delicious. What's in it?
I really don't know. Oh, Rochester,
Yes, boss?
what's in this dressing?
What ain't?
He's like all good chefs, Peggy, just won't give away his secrets. Get another bowl, Rochester. This one's full. Everything all right, Alice?
Oh, I've never been to such a novel dinner party. Imagine, Phil, I got a prize in my dressing.
A prize?
Uh-huh, look, a shoehorn.
That is a novelty, isn't it?
I got a Red Cross button in mine.
Well, hand it over. I joined yesterday. That reminds me everybody should, especially this year. Rochester, I think we'll have our dessert and coffee in the music room.
Okay,
That is,
boss.
if everybody's had enough duck. Well, come on, let's go in the music room.
What are we having for dessert, Jack?
What do you think?
I'll bet $1,000 it's Jell-O with that new locked-in flavor.
You win, Don. The flavor never goes away. They put it in and it's there to stay. Say, let's have some entertainment while we're waiting for the coffee.
Yeah, what do we do?
Well, we can... Oh, I know. Hey, look at me, fellas.
Jack, take that bowl of fruit off your head. You don't look anything like Carmen Miranda.
Well, somebody's got to entertain.
Well, what about Alice singing a song for us?
Yeah, what about it, Alice?
Come on, Alice, won't you sing a song?
Come on.
Come on, will you?
You hear that, Alice? Will you sing for us?
Wait till I finish chewing this duck, huh?
All right. Now, I'll tell you what. If you sing, I'll accompany you on the violin.
No, Jackson, no, not that.
All right. Come on, Alice. What's that song? Alice, what's that song you did in your new picture, Weekend in Havana?
You mean tropical magic?
Yeah, that's it. You sing Tropical Magic, and I'll pull rabbits out of a hat. Quiet, everybody. Alice is going to sing.
Tropical magic, strange fascination, moon of temptation, black velvet sky. Tropical magic, lost in your splendor, love will surrender to a passionate sigh. Whispering shadows out of a midnight, whisper manana, but never goodbye. Music is playing tropical magic. You'll have me saying adios to my heart. of a midnight. Whisper manana, but never goodbye. Music is playing tropical magic. You'll have me saying adios to my heart, adios to my heart.
Well, anyway, folks, that's just about what happened at Jack's house last Thursday. Alice sang her song, and then we all played games and had a swell time. And just as we were leaving, we could hear Rochester calling Jack.
Benny! Mr. Benny!
What is it, Rochester?
What do I do with all this duck that's left over?
Well, we can have it tomorrow night.
What about the mashed potatoes and all this drink?
Very tasty.
Okay,
Make a pie out of them. Cranberry pie is delicious, you know.
okay. Oh, say, boss,
What?
I think we ought to turn this buckshot over to the government for national defense.
That's a very good idea. Early yet, so I'm going out to see a movie.
Is that still playing around?
I don't mean Charlie's Aunt. See you later.
Good night, boss.
Good night, Rochester.
One of Mary Livingston's favorite Jell-O desserts is a swell treat called peach and banana mold. Because I think you like it too, I'm going to pass it right along. It's an easy recipe to remember. Its main ingredients are canned sliced peaches, sliced bananas, and lime Jell-O. And you combine them like this. Make up 1 package of lime Jell-O as you usually do. Next, arrange 1/2 cup of canned sliced peaches on the bottom of the mold and pour the Jell-O over them. Then slice 1 banana into the Jell-O and chill until firm. When you unmold it, you'll have a beautiful 3-layer dessert. Golden peach slices on top, sliced bananas embedded on the bottom, and in between them and surrounding them, clear, glistening emerald lime Jell-O. Many grocers are featuring canned sliced peaches and lime Jell-O all next week. Get both and make up this grand treat. Just be sure when you buy to ask for Jell-O, because Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 8th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Well, Alice, it was awfully sweet of you to come over tonight and show the folks what happened last Thursday, and your song was really wonderful.
Oh, thanks, Jackson.
Jackson. She called me Jackson. Good night, folks.
Alice Faye appeared on our program tonight through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Pictures.
In gelatin desserts, it's Jell-O. In puddings, it's Jell-O pudding. And every well-stocked pantry should include them both. Jell-O puddings are rich, luscious desserts that you make with milk. And they come in 3 popular flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O chocolate pudding is a pudding that even Grandma would be proud to make. It has a smooth, creamy, homemade goodness all its own. A mellow chocolate flavor developed exclusively for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. You know, there are times when the poets come up with some pretty silly ideas. John Greenleaf Whittier wrote, for example, "What moistens the lip and what brightens the eye? What calls back the past like the rich pumpkin pie?" Well, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons have a very definite answer for him, and it has nothing to do with pumpkin pie, like this.
Frankly, Margaret, I think the whole idea is ridiculous.
But, Jim, after all, I had to be pleasant, and he's only going to be in town for a few days.
He sounded cute on the telephone.
Kathy, be quiet and drink your milk.
Gee whiz.
He hasn't been in Springfield for almost 20 years. Why does he suddenly have to come busting in and get everything all upset?
He isn't getting anything upset, dear. I merely asked him to have dinner with us tonight.
Why didn't you ask him to spend the weekend? We could have Bud sleep in the chandelier.
Jim, there's nothing wrong in asking him to dinner, is there?
Why can't he eat in a restaurant? There's nothing wrong with eating in a restaurant once in a while.
Why, Jim.
When I have business in another town, you don't see me going around mooching dinners. And I had as many old girlfriends as he ever did.
Oh, that's what it is.
Oh, you mind your own business and eat your breakfast.
The green-eyed monster rears his ugly head.
Betty, in just about 2 seconds, the brown-eyed father's going to rear his ugly hand. You understand?
Yes, Father.
And you'll eat standing up for a week.
Yes, Father.
Jim, I really think you are jealous.
Jealous? Me? I haven't got a jealous bone in my head. But I don't see any reason for inviting him to dinner.
Who, Dad?
He was nothing but a pest 20 years ago, and you were glad enough to get rid of him then.
Jim, that's not so. He was a very nice boy.
Who was, Mom?
Well, if he was so nice, why didn't you marry him?
Who, Dad?
Because I loved you and I didn't love him, that's why. But he was still a very nice boy.
Who was, Mom?
He was a big hunk of muscle, that's what he was. Didn't have a brain in his head.
Jim, you're not being fair. Charlie was just as intelligent as any boy in your class.
Charlie who, Mom?
Just because he had a raccoon coat and a couple of silly letters on his sweater. So help me, Margaret, I can't understand what you were thinking of when you invited him to dinner.
Who, Dad?
Bud, don't you ever shut up?
Well, holy cow. Can I even know who you're talking about?
No.
Holy cow.
Eat your breakfast and be quiet.
I know who they're talking about.
Kathy, behave yourself or go up to bed.
I just got up.
Well, behave yourself.
Yes, Daddy.
And sit still.
Yes, Daddy.
Man tries to have a peaceful breakfast with his family, and what happens? Nothing but noise and excitement and confusion.
Jim, you're making a fuss over absolutely nothing.
I'm not making a fuss, and it isn't absolutely nothing. How would you like it if I dragged all my old girlfriends in for a dinner?
But, Jim, Charlie Warren is a happily married man.
Charlie Warren? You mean the Charlie Warren who played football for Springfield?
Yes, dear.
Big thing. The man runs around with a silly hunk of leather under his arm.
But Charlie Warren, Dad, holy cow.
Who's Charlie Warren?
Who's Charlie Warren? You might just as well say, who's Red Grange?
All right, who's Red Grange?
Betty, it only happens that Charlie Warren is the greatest athlete in the history of Springfield, that's all.
Oh, that. The way you said it, I thought he was somebody important.
Would you care for some more toast, Betty?
No, thank you, Father.
Boy, just wait till I tell the fellas. Charlie Warren in my house.
Bud, if you'll take up a collection, maybe we can build a shrine.
Jim.
Make this place a national monument. Charlie Warren ate here.
Jim, I certainly hope you're going to be civil to the man.
Oh, I'll be civil, all right. I'll be so civil he won't know I'm around.
Well, I don't think that's necessary.
Matter of fact, I won't even be around. I'll be in the den working on my income tax return with Hector. And I hope you and Charlie have a lovely time.
Jim Anderson, you can't work on your income tax tonight. You just can't.
Would you like to make a small wager?
But, Jim, Charlie Warren is our guest.
He's your guest, my pet. If you want to clutter up the house with your old boyfriends, go right ahead. I'm still going to work on my income taxes.
Jim, won't you please be sensible? I've already invited Charlie. I can't break the date now.
Well, Hector's going out of town in the morning, and this is the last chance he has to help me with my tax return. And for your information, Charlie Warren runs a very poor second to my income tax. Now, if you'll be so good as to pour me a cup of coffee.
Jim, if you really loved me...
Oh, that's fine. That's just wonderful. Twist the whole thing around so it's my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault, dear. All I said was...
May I please have my coffee?
Of course, dear.
Thank you.
Jim, don't you think just this once...
Margaret, this is your house. I bought it, furnished it, worked my fool head off to get it. But it's your home, and if you want boyfriends running in and out of the hallways...
Jim, you're being very unkind. Charlie Warren was your friend, too.
My friend? Huh.
Well, you certainly spend enough time with him.
I had to. If I wanted to see you, I had to see him, too, didn't I? I saw enough of him to last me a lifetime. Him and his big, fat football.
Now you're being childish. Charlie was just as much your friend as he was mine.
Oh, he was he? I suppose he asked me to marry him.
Well, no, but...
Mom, you mean Charlie Warren asked you to marry him?
Well, yes, Bud, he did.
And you turned him down? Holy cow, Mom. If you could have married Charlie Warren... Oh.
You, were about to say something? James Anderson, Jr.?
Well, boy, it's sure hot in here, isn't
Football players. What's so wonderful about being a football player? Doesn't take any brains to be a football player. Kick a ball, jump on somebody's neck. Don't even know which way they're running half the time.
Hiya, Jim. What you doing? Counting your money?
Oh, hello, Heck. Sit down.
Oh, I've already had lunch.
Well, sit down anyway.
What's the matter? Something wrong? Maybe we'd better not work on your tax return tonight. That isn't going to make you feel any better, you know.
Heck, do you remember Charlie Warren?
Charlie Warren? Oh, you mean Big Charlie, the flapper's favorite?
Flapper's favorite.
Oh, gosh, I haven't seen him in, must be 20 years. Why, what about him?
He's in town.
He is? Well, what do you know? What's he doing here?
Eating at my house.
Yeah, that's right. He was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
He was not.
Well, when you and Margaret were... Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Big football phony. Comes into town, gets everybody all excited.
Giving you a bad time around the house.
Oh,
huh?
you ought to heard him. Bud can't even figure out why his mother married me.
That makes it nice.
Yeah, just fine.
Well, I guess we'd better forget about that income tax session tonight, huh?
I guess so. Probably have to sit around all night hearing him yap about football. Makes me sick to think of it.
You know, Jim, I just been figuring if we don't make it tonight, I'm stuck.
We can do it over the weekend, can't we?
Well, I won't be back until Tuesday, and that's the 14th. I'll be up to my ears. Maybe you better get somebody else. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, I was just thinking, you know, we could fix this guy, Charlie, but good.
Oh? How do you mean?
Well, I come over tonight, and we give it a big build-up. You know, I'm your tax counselor, take care of all your major investments, stuff like that, big business.
Oh, I don't know, Hank.
Why not? We don't have to prove anything.
I know,
It won't
but...
be as though you're doing the bragging. You're very modest about it. You even try to stop me a couple of times.
I do, huh?
Oh, sure. You're very embarrassed. You don't like the whole idea. But do I stop? I do not. I keep right on going. I lay it on thick.
Even though I try to stop you?
Sure. Charlie Warren thinks he's a big shot, huh? Well, we fix him. Anything he's got, you've got twice as many. Anything he's done, you've done twice as much. When I get through, I guarantee you'll sound like a combination of John D. Rockefeller and Fort Knox.
You couldn't run in a little Ben Hogan or Sammy Snead, could you?
Jim, you're the greatest golfer since Bobby Jones.
Yeah, a guy comes around, tries to bust up a happy home. Serve him right, wouldn't it?
Certainly would.
Well, no, Heck, it wouldn't be right.
Okay, if you'd rather sit around and listen to him brag.
Well, maybe if I... You think he will, huh?
Jim, you don't know what they're like. When Charlie Warren gets through talking, you'll be lucky if you don't wind up living in the garage. I know, I've been through it.
You have, huh?
Sure. With me, it was a polo player.
Pretty rough, huh?
I had to buy Elizabeth a fur coat before she'd even let me in the house.
I don't know. A man tries to live an honest, decent life, and what happens? Just because he wasn't a football player, he doesn't amount to anything. Everybody's ashamed of him.
How's about it, Jim? Do we give him the business?
Well, all right, let's do it.
Okay.
We'll teach him a lesson, won't we?
You said it.
Stick his nose in where it doesn't belong. Say, Heck, I don't know if Charlie was in the service, but, well, if you'd like to put in a little General MacArthur...
Okay, General. Anchors away.
Well, Father's planning to get a lot of pleasure out of showing up Charlie Warren. Maybe he will, and maybe he won't. You just can't tell about some things. Other things, though, you can count on for a world of pleasure every time.
Coffee is one of them. Truly good coffee, I mean, like Maxwell House, with all that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Morning, noon, and night, that famous flavor means so much more real enjoyment. It really pays to remember Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, it pays to remember that in these days of higher prices. And a neighbor of ours could tell you why. The other day, she bought a cheaper coffee, thought it would be more economical. But the first time she served it, it tasted weak somehow. So she started adding more and more to the pot. But the flavor she expected just wasn't there, and cup after cup was left unfinished. That opened my eyes to something, she said. Maxwell House is true economy. Sure it is, because every pound gives you so many more truly good cups of coffee. Just see how much more you enjoy that wonderful, good to the last drop flavor. The clear, rich taste, the roaster fresh goodness vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. You'll know Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, for your money's worth and more, get Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's dinner time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. The roast beef was wonderful. The cake was delicious. The coffee is sensational. And, strangely enough, the conversation isn't quite as belligerent as we thought it might be. Like this.
How about another cup of coffee, Charlie?
Well, thank you, Jim. That'll be fine.
There you are.
Thank you, Margaret.
Oh, holy cow, Mr. Warren. There certainly must be one football game you remember.
Well, that was a long time ago.
But if Mr. Warren doesn't want to talk about football, why don't you stop bothering him?
But holy cow, Dad.
It isn't that I don't want to talk about it, Bud. It's just that, well, I haven't seen your mother and father in over 20 years. We've got a lot of other things to talk about, much more interesting things.
Holy cow.
Bud just can't get it into his head that there is anything more interesting than football.
I can't either.
Well, that's a fairly common thing when you're young. I used to feel the same way myself. Remember, Jim?
Yes, I certainly do.
My whole life was wrapped up in football. I ate, drank, and slept football. Silliest character in Springfield.
Mr. Warren, you weren't.
Bud, will you please stop arguing? If Mr. Warren says... Well, eat your cake and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You'll notice, Charlie, that Bud doesn't have anything to do with plain, ordinary cows. Just the holy ones.
Yes, I'd noticed.
Oh, it's too bad Mrs. Warren couldn't make the trip with you, Charlie.
Well, maybe the next time. Say, Jim, Do you remember the night the old high school burned down?
Oh, do I? I celebrated for 3 weeks.
Jim.
Well, what I mean is, Charlie, remember how the principal, what was his name?
Baker, wasn't it?
No, it was something like that, though. Baker, Baylor.
That was it. Old man Baylor.
Yeah. Remember how he came flying down the street in his nightshirt?
And all you could see were those long, skinny legs?
Yeah.
You mean that's better than football?
Bud, please be quiet.
And don't say holy cow.
Well, what can I say?
Nothing.
Gee whiz.
We'll talk about football the next time, Bud. How'll that be?
Okay.
I don't know what gets into that boy. I swear I don't.
Well, he's just a boy, Jim. Of course, I don't have any children, so...
Don't you even have a little girl?
No, Kathy, not even a little girl.
Not even one?
Not even one.
Gee, that's awful.
Kathy.
Well, she's right, Jim. It is awful. I'd give anything for a family.
Well, Charlie, make me a reasonable offer and you can have mine.
Father.
It's all right, Betty. I know what he means. And I know what you mean to him. Yes, sir. Wonderful wife, wonderful home, 3 wonderful children. You're a lucky man, Jim.
Well, you won't get any argument out of me on that.
I didn't think I would. But we sure used to have some pips, didn't we, Margaret?
Oh, long into the night, hour after hour. And if you want to know the real honest-to-goodness truth, Charlie, I married Jim just to stop the two of you from talking.
Mommy, you did?
Kathy, be quiet. That was a joke.
It was?
Yes, those were the good old days, weren't they, Jim?
Yes, sir, they certainly were.
I sure wish we could have them back. I know one guy who would do things a lot differently.
Oh, I don't know, Charlie. You led a pretty exciting life in school.
Sure, big Charlie Warren, the campus idol. I didn't even know what time it was.
You didn't? Gee, I'm only 9 and I do.
Kathy.
Kathy, will you please be quiet?
I didn't say anything.
What I meant, Kathy, was that I had some pretty strange ideas about what was important and what wasn't. I just couldn't think of anything but football.
Well, gosh, what's wrong with that? Don't you like football?
Oh, it's all right, Bud, but not if you build your whole life around it. No, I'd have been a lot better off if I'd taken your dad's advice.
You would?
Well, Mr. Warren doesn't mean that...
Oh, it's true, Jim. Well, you're one of the most successful young executives in Springfield. That means more than a bunch of newspaper clippings and a couple of gold footballs.
Jim, your mouth's open.
Oh, well, how long are you going to be in Springfield, Charlie?
Just a few days, Jim.
Well, you know, it's sort of silly, you staying downtown at the hotel. Why don't you move your things out here? You can take Bud's room.
Why, Jim.
No, I don't think so, Jim. Where would Bud sleep? In the chandelier?
We'd find a place for him.
I'll answer it, Dad.
Good grief, I forgot all about Hector Smith.
Excuse me, Mr. Warren.
Sure, go right ahead, Bud.
Charlie, you remember Hector Smith, don't you?
Hector Smith? You mean the mathematical genius?
That's the one.
Well, sure I remember him. Good old Heck.
Well, he's supposed to help me with my income tax tonight, but...
Well, go right ahead, Jim. After all, I run a pretty poor second to an income tax.
Well, Charlie Warren, you old son of a gun.
Hector Smith, well, for gosh sake.
Well, how are you, Charlie? You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, go on. I put on over 40 pounds.
40? Oh, you're kidding.
Good evening, Hector.
Oh, hello, Margaret. Hi, girls.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hi.
We were just having our coffee, Heck. How about a cup for you?
Well, you talked me into it.
Hector, about that thing we were talking about.
Oh, sure. What do you think of Jim, Charlie? He's done all right, huh?
Hector.
I was just telling him, Heck, he's made a wonderful place for himself in the world.
You think so, huh? Well, you don't know the half of it.
Hector.
Now, isn't that just like him? Modest as the day is long. can't stand to have people talk about his success.
Hector, will you forget about the whole thing, please?
Well, you don't have to tell me about it, Heck. I'm as proud of him as you are.
Then you ought to know the whole story. You've got no idea how successful he really is.
Hector, please.
Look at him, he's blushing. And I don't blame him, a man who makes the kind of money he does.
Hector, Charlie doesn't care anything about that.
Well, sure he does, don't you, Charlie?
Why, of course.
You know, if Jim didn't have me to fix up his income tax return, why, he'd be paying for the last war all by himself.
Father, would you really?
Oh, Hector's exaggerating a little, Charlie. You know the way he is.
Oh, now wait just a minute, Jim. You know, those little corners I cut, why, they save you a fortune. Nothing exactly crooked, you know. Just shave a little here and shave a little there.
Throw in a haircut every once in a while.
Hector, please.
Charlie, you may not believe this, but the money Jim makes on the golf course alone would take care of both of our salaries.
Oh, no.
Well, as long as he declares it on his income tax return.
That's what I mean. He'd like to, but why should he? Who knows about the $10,000 or $20,000 he picks up?
Why, Jim!
Margaret, don't listen to him. You know the way I play golf.
Yeah, you ought to see him, Charlie. It's a joke. You know, if he wanted to, he could beat Sammy Hogan every day of the week.
You mean Sammy Sneed?
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. But he's too smart for that. He keeps just far enough ahead, sort of leads them on, and then when they're ripe for a big bet, wham, he hits them with the works.
For $20,000, huh?
Oh, that's nothing.
Hector, this is ridiculous. Will you please stop it?
You see that car he's got outside?
Mm-hmm.
Just keeps it for sentimental reasons. Oh. Matter of fact, he told me just this morning he's going to buy a brand new Cadillac.
Daddy!
You know that $35,000 job they had in the magazines with the leopard skin upholstery?
Father!
And he's going to give that all heap to Bud.
Holy cow.
You know, just to run around in.
Hector, will you please drink your coffee?
Oh, hey, that's right. I forgot all about my coffee.
Charlie, you know the way Hector is. Once he gets started with figures...
Say, Charlie, did Jim tell you about the letter he got from General MacArthur?
Hector!
Daddy, did you get a letter from General MacArthur?
No, Kathy, I didn't. I don't even know General MacArthur.
How do you like that? MacArthur leans on him through the entire war, counts on him. MacArthur depends on him, tells everybody that Jim Anderson won the war for us in the Pacific. And listen to him.
Hector, I wasn't even in the Pacific. I was in Europe.
You see, won the war in Europe, too. And won't even admit it.
Charlie.
Oh, it's all right, Jim, I understand. He's proud of the fact that you fought overseas. I wish I could have been with you.
Oh, you didn't go over, huh?
No, I came up with an athletic heart.
I'm awfully sorry, Charlie. We didn't know.
Oh, wait a minute, Jim. There's nothing seriously wrong with me. I just couldn't get into active combat, that's all. I wound up pounding a desk in Washington.
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Matter of fact, it worked out fine for me. That's where I met my wife. That's how I got my job.
Say, Charlie, what are you doing these days?
Well, I thought you knew, Hector. I'm with the government. Income Tax Division.
Now that ought to convince Hector and Father of one thing. It always pays to do some investigating before you act. Sure, it pays to know all the facts. And here's another case in point. There's so much more pure pleasure in truly good coffee, it's important to remember this fact. Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, Maxwell House is true economy. Now, you can find cheaper coffees in the store, but will you find economy in them? Not when you add more and more coffee to the pot, yet still can't get the flavor you want. Not when coffee is so lacking in flavor your family leaves their cups unfinished. No, you can't call that economy. But Maxwell House is true economy.
So many more truly good cups of coffee in every pound. Such extra richness and flavor. So good to the last drop, you drink every drop. Yes, there's real reason why more people drink Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Maxwell House is true economy. Tomorrow, get your money's worth and more with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Now it's breakfast time again in the White Frame House on Maple Street. It's a pleasant day, not too warm and not too cool. A very pleasant day indeed. For everyone but Father, thusly.
But you said the government gave you $600 on account of me, so why can't you raise my allowance?
Kathy, I didn't say they gave me $600. They allow me to deduct it from my income tax.
$600. And all I get is 35 cents a week.
What are you kicking about? 1 minute I've got a car, and the next minute I haven't. After I already told Joe Phillips.
Well, you had no right to tell him, dear. You knew that Mr. Smith was only joking.
Some joke. Ha, ha, ha.
Mother, isn't Mr. Warren the sweetest man?
Yes, dear, he's very nice.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He's certainly changed.
Well, somebody has. Bud.
Never mind. I'm almost through with my breakfast.
All right, Kathy. Stop playing with your milk.
Can't I even blow bubbles?
Hello? Oh, hello, Heck. No, I was just finishing my breakfast. This afternoon? All right, let's say about 3 o'clock. Okay. Say, wait a minute, Heck. I thought you were going out of town. Oh, I see. Yeah, all right, Heck. 3 o'clock. See you later.
Is there anything wrong, dear?
No, it was just Hector.
Oh, I thought he was going out of town.
He was, but, well, he's decided he'd better spend the next few days revising his own income tax.
If you like good things the easy way,
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble,
No grounds, no pot.
and it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations. It's Screen Guild Theater with The Foreign Affair, next on NBC.
Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, presents from the 6th Ferrying Group Air Transport Command at Long Beach, California, the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Pete Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel 5, guest Miss Merle Oberon, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you, Costello?
Hey, Abbott, I want to ask you a very personal question.
What is it?
Do you think I'm fat?
Well, I'd say you were on the plump side. Why do you ask?
Well, I was over by one of those big hangars. I was standing next to a blimp. All of a sudden, an officer points to me and says, "Look, they're making them with faces now."
Oh, he was just kidding. You know, there's nobody that has a better sense of humor than a flying man.
I know that too, Abbott, because I'm a flying man myself.
What do you mean?
I started flying when I was a 6-month-old baby.
You flew when you were a baby?
Yep. I flew out of my nurse's arms and made a perfect 1-point landing.
No. You mean 3-point?
No, 1 point. My safety pin was open.
Costello, I don't believe you've ever been up in the air.
Oh, yes, I have. I used to be a hostess.
Well, you walked into that one, my friend. For your information, plane hostesses are always female.
This was a male plane.
Tell me, Costello, when was the last time you were up in the plane?
Do you want the truth or my version?
Oh, no. I want the truth.
I think we'd get more laughs the other way.
No. Tell the truth.
Okay, I'll tell the truth.
All right.
I took my first plane ride today. Captain Dick Lassiter took me up in a great big plane.
Tri-motor?
Try what?
I said tri-motor?
Certainly we tried the motor. What do you think we did? Push it?
No, skip it.
I'm not going to get it up in the air and then try it.
All right, forget about it.
Forget about the motor?
No. The other thing. By the way, what kind of a pilot is he? Was he flying blind?
No, he was perfectly sober.
What a dope. Of course he was sober. Well, never mind that. You know, Lou, I wonder what these boys down here at Long Beach do when they go on leave.
Well, I saw a bunch of the boys down at the beach with their girlfriends.
Did they go down there to spoon?
Well, they didn't go down there to wash their socks.
Well, here's Ken Niles. I've been waiting to see you, Ken. I was wondering what your wife thought of the picture we made last week.
That's right, Niles. What does she think of my acting?
Well, I don't mind telling you that she absolutely raved.
She raved, eh?
Yes. They took her away the next morning.
What's so funny about that? Did you make that up yourself?
Yeah, out of my head.
You certainly are.
I hate that guy. Well, I know you do, but quit arguing, Costello. I want to hear more about the picture. Did you read any reviews, Ken?
Yeah, sure. The Druggist Weekly gave the picture 4 aspirins.
See what happens, don't you?
He's got the band framed up.
Certainly he's got the band framed. That wasn't a funny line. There was nothing funny about that, brother.
Well, can you imagine that?
Listen, Ken, I read all the reviews. And even Mrs. Roosevelt mentioned our picture in her column.
What did she say?
She said, "My day was ruined." That's the one line I don't know why they got it in there.
Wait a minute, look. Lou, didn't we get any compliments at all?
Oh, sure. We got one cheer that I remember.
Where from?
The Bronx.
The Bronx?
You know, in Hitler's face without music.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we should give up the idea of producing our own pictures,
Don't you be silly.
No.
Perfume Pictures Incorporated is here to stay. And I'm ready to start another picture right now. Push the button for my secretary.
Okay. Hey. What's the idea of a horn for a buzzer?
She used to be a waitress in a drive-in.
Oh, boss, I'm sorry I was late this morning.
Are you doing anything tonight?
Why, no, not a thing.
Then try and get here on time tomorrow morning.
A fine secretary. How did you get a job here?
I used to be in pictures. I played in The Way of All Flesh.
What part did you play?
One of the meatballs.
Everybody gets laughs but me.
All right. Have patience.
By the way, do I have any appointments today?
Yes, sir. At 12 o'clock you have an appointment with Hetty Lamar.
What am I doing after that?
Me, he asked.
Mr. Costello, could I speak to you for a moment? Why, it's Botsford Twink, our soundman. What's on your mind, Bots?
Well, I want you to know that I was terribly hurt because I wasn't in your picture last week with Carmen Miranda. After all, if you're looking for new faces, look at me. My face is new, isn't it?
Oh, very new. In fact, your whole head has only been slightly used.
Please give me a chance, Mr. Costello. I really do have a lot of talent. You know, I do most of the voices in all the Leon Schlesinger cartoons for Warner Brothers.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, for instance, here's a little Porky Pig.
This is the way I talk when I play Porky. That's all, folks.
I'll play Porky for you for $1,000.
What are you talking about? Warner Brothers don't pay you that.
I know, but pork has gone up.
What else do you do, Botsford?
Oh, did you ever hear Bugs Bunny? I have a carrot here, so I'll give you a little sample.
What's up, Doc? What do you say, Tubby? What's cooking, huh?
Of course, if you use Bugs Bunny, you'll have to use my wife, Mrs. Bunny.
But we can't use two rabbits in our picture.
Well, we couldn't separate them. That would be splitting hairs.
Well, if you can't use the rabbit, maybe I could furnish some of the musical background. I can imitate an electric organ. Listen.
Clever, ain't he? Do you call it an organ? Now listen, Botsford. I can't use any of that stuff in my picture. Now, will you get out of here?
Now look what you did. Now look what you did. Now look what you did. Every time you yell at me, I get the
When you yell at me, he gets that.
Why do you yell?
How did I know? Did I know that when I talk loud, he gets the hiccup?
Costello.
Did I know that?
Well, don't yell at him. Do
All right.
something for the poor
Botsford,
fellow.
please, Botsford.
I said, talk nice to him.
Botsford, I'm talking low and easy. Now take it easy. No more hiccups.
That brings him out of it. That brings him out of it.
Does it? I didn't know that. All right, take it easy. How do you feel?
Better now.
Oh, you do?
I feel fine.
Oh, am I glad of that, Abbott. Now let's get back to this picture.
But, Mr. Costello, are you sure you can't use the organ?
Botsford, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't...
Please.
Please, got it him again, didn't you? You see what I told you? I know what I'm doing. Get him out of here!
Hey, Lou Costello.
Oh, yes, Niles.
I want to ask you something. Do you know anything about winter sports?
Are you kidding? I'm one of the best ski jumpers in the country.
Really?
Sure. Last winter at Lake Placid, I made my biggest jump. Yeah? I climbed up to the top of the slide. Thousands of people were looking up at me. Yeah? And when I leaped into the air, I went down at 60 miles an hour, and I made a sensational jump up 200 feet.
200 feet?
Yep. And I could have even gone further if there was snow. Oh, what's better tonight? Thank you.
Lou, I know another good skier, and his name is Dick Duras, and he's one of the finest skiers in the world. In fact, he's so good that the government asked him to give instructions to ski troopers in lightning-fast mountain warfare. Dick knows his smoking, too. He said, quote,
I've smoked Camels for years. They have the full, rich flavor that I want in a cigarette. No matter how often I smoke, Camels never tire my taste, never get my throat.
Unquote. Yes, and with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, too, according to actual sales records in the stores where they buy cigarettes. Try Camels yourself for steady pleasure. You'll like the way they hold up, wear well, pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. The reason is extra flavor, and you know Camels always have more flavor. Better yet, Camels combine flavor with extra mildness, the extra mildness that goes with slow burning and cool smoking. One reason for that is costlier tobaccos, blended as only Camels know how to blend. Now remember, you're the one who's doing your smoking. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. Lee Stevens, the orchestra, and the Camel 5 with a new treatment for an old tune by the light of the silvery moon.
By the light of the silvery moon, I want to spoon. To my honey I'll croon love tune. Honeymoon, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon. the silvery moon.
Costello, we can't hold up production on your new picture any longer. Now, we've got to get a leading lady. How about giving that secretary of yours a chance? She has blue eyes and blonde hair.
And a Supreme Court figure.
What do you mean, a Supreme Court figure?
A Supreme Court figure?
What do you
No
mean?
appeals. Oh! Besides, I phoned Merle Oberon about playing a leading part.
You did?
Yes. I picked up the receiver and I said, Merle, darling. Merle, sweetheart. Merle, my love.
And then?
Then I dialed her number.
Merle Oberon. Merle Oberon will be swell in our picture. You know, and I sent for a new fashion designer.
What is this that just popped in here?
What happened? Well, now, wait a minute. I sent for a new fashion designer. Is that it?
Now he's in. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm your new fashion designer. Pierre, you Pierre. To my friends, I'm P.U.
You said it, brother. Hey, get a load of that guy's hair. He's a male Veronica Lake.
Pierre, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Costello?
Thank you, sir.
You are just the man I'm looking at. I've not seen you in a long distance.
Get the way his hair hangs over his face. Pardon me, Pierre. Was your mother ever scared by a sheepdog?
Oh, come on. Leave the man alone. We've got to get him to design Miss Oberon's clothes. Now, no more remarks about his hair.
Looks like a palm tree in a high wind, doesn't it?
Well, Mr. Costello, I admit that my hair is a standing joke.
Well, it needs a new switch.
I don't know what's wrong there. Keep quiet. We must have Miss Oberon's wardrobe designed before she gets here. Pierre, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, not at all. You know, the main thing is color harmony.
Color harmony? What's that?
Well, it's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink bag, you would not wear a green dress, would you?
Oh, gracious, no! I wouldn't dare! Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
All right, come on, never mind that.
What kind of line is that to get me
All
a big man?
Forget it. Skip those things. Come here, Pierre. Now, with a shortage of materials, how about something plain for Miss Oberon to wear? We'll call it a defense dress. How about that?
How about making it out of barbed wire?
That isn't defense.
It ain't exactly an invitation.
Go ahead, Pierre. Suggest a dress for Merle Oberon. You know, something that she can wear in our picture.
Well, being a brunette, I would suggest that I make Miss Oberon a gown of apple green with a peach skirt, lemon trimmings, plum ruffles, an orange belt, and a tangerine scarf.
That ain't a dress. That's a fruit salad.
Nevertheless, that sounds fine. Now, what about Merle's hat?
Well, the hat should be very simple but very smart. Do you think the boys in camp here would like Miss Oberon in a hat that has 3 roses and a ribbon on the side? Huh?
No, they'd rather have 4 roses with a chaser on the side. Now, get out of here and I'll design the clothes myself.
Oh, Costello, you can't design clothes.
Is that so? I just invented a ladies' leg paint that takes the place of stockings. It even covers the knees.
It disguises the knees?
You said it. You can hardly recognize the old joints.
Well, we let Merle Oberon design her own clothes for the picture. What do you say?
Yes, and I'm just the girl who can do it.
Now listen, kid, you keep out of this. Look who it is. It's Merle Oberon.
Merle, I'm overjoyed.
I'm overcome.
I'm overwhelmed.
I'm over here. Merle, I've always been in love with you. You're so beautiful. Can I give you a kiss?
Well, all right, but just one. Lou, where did you learn to kiss like that?
I used to be a bugler in a Boy Scout.
Now, look, if you folks don't mind, we'll go over the script of the picture that you are going to play tonight. It's a story of the knights of old. Merle, you play a beautiful princess.
And you wear a hoop skirt.
A hoop skirt?
Yeah, a hoop skirt. That's a parachute with legs.
Costello plays the part of a knight. He's in love with you.
I thought nights were tall.
Well, kid, on account of daylight saving time, the nights are getting shorter.
As the first scene opens, Merle, you're in the palace, awaiting the arrival of your lover. You are playing the organ.
Organ? Like this? Robert, didn't I tell you that you couldn't be in this picture? I started it again.
Don't shout at him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking nice and easy. Relax.
Take it easy.
All right, Botsford.
Shout at him in a moment.
I'm talking nice. How easy can I talk?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, Botsford. Very sorry.
I'm okay now, Mr. Costello.
Oh, I'm glad you are. Now keep out of the picture.
You did it again. Don't yell at me.
Botsford, I'm sorry.
Will you please put a gag in his mouth?
Put a gag in his mouth. If I had a gag, I'd tell it myself.
Come on, let's get back to this story. Costello, as a knight, your costume is a suit of armor.
That's right, Lou. You wear an iron coat, an iron vest, and iron trousers. In fact, you wear a whole iron suit.
Where do I get it pressed? At Lockheed?
Now your suit may become rusty, so you better keep yourself well oiled.
I'd have to be oiled to make love to you in an iron suit.
Merle, you walk out on the balcony.
Yes, and I sneak right up to it.
But how'd you get across the moat?
I caught the guard with his bridges down.
Then we have the big scene where Costello serenades you with a song of love.
And Lou, I will drop a flower on you.
In a mad moment of love?
No, in a pot.
Now, Merle, you signal that the coast is clear. And Costello, you climb the balcony. You reach Merle's side. You're panting from the long climb in that suit of armor. Yes, that's it. You gaze into her eyes. Remember, this is your big chance. Never mind, no more pants. Never mind that. There's emotion in your voice. As you stand there in your iron suit, what do you say to her?
Hey, kid, have you got a can opener?
Here's Connie Haynes with a Camel 5 with a new Roomba from the pen of Cole Porter. Hasta luego.
In a small cantina on an island far, Senorita Lena sang a song to a hot guitar. All the ding-dong dandies used to gather about when the lovely Lena, Lady Vina, would give in and give out. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And that mucha good luck, sweetheart. Once they'd married Lena, and her rich old guy moved to Pasadena, where the best people go to die. But when she'd collected all his copper fur, back to her cantina, lovely Lena went flying as she purred. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart. Ay, hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Oh, hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Perfume Pictures Incorporated presents the great costume drama entitled The Brave Knight Cut Off the Dragon's Tail, or The Dragon Isn't Waggin' Anymore. The beautiful Princess Guinevere is played by Merle Oberon. Lou Costello is the brave knight Sir Porterhouse, and Bud Abbott is his good friend Sir Loin. I play the part of the king. As the scene opens, the princess and I await the arrival of two brave knights in our kingdom. Curtain. Greetings, brave knights. Kindly approach the throne.
Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Sir Loin, Knight of the Bath. from Saxony.
And I am Sir Porterhouse, Knight of the Bath, from Constantinople. What kind of work did I give you?
Constantinople?
Yes, Turkish bed.
Greetings, brave knights. I am the Princess Guinevere.
And who are those beautiful dames with you?
They are my ladies in waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Quiet, Costello.
Oh, Sir Porterhouse, you must save our kingdom. The people are angry. They're clamoring outside the gates of the palace. Just listen to them clamor.
Clamor, clamor, clamor. Clamor.
Did you hear that? The people are revolting.
They certainly are.
No, the people are starving. They have not eaten in 5 days.
Oh, they should try and force themselves. They gotta eat. But, my dear princess, have we no food?
Alas, no. The dragon has destroyed our crops.
You mean all our corn is gone?
Yes, there's only enough left for this program.
What's so funny about that? What a fresh princess.
Listen to the people shouting. They have been shouting for 5 days, but I dare not speak to them.
I will speak to the people, Your Majesty. Open the door. I'll make a speech. People of Saxony! That got him.
Now, my dear princess, just what do you desire us to do?
My dear knight, for several years now, my father has been bothered by a terrible dragon.
Why doesn't he pick up his feet?
You don't understand.
You don't understand. Nobody understood that.
Today, the dragon is coming to carry off the Princess Guinevere.
You must save me from this mean monster, Sir Porterhouse. He's a very mean beast.
Okay, kid.
He has 2 heads, one at each end.
How does he sit down?
He can't. That's what makes him so mean.
Well, don't be mean. Don't worry, princess. All right, I'm allowed one mistake, ain't I? I am not afraid of nothing. One time I climbed up a tree and I bagged a ferocious tiger.
You went up a tree after a tiger?
No! He came up after me!
But you said you bagged him.
I did bag him. I begged him to go away, but he wouldn't.
What happened?
Well, I snapped at the tiger snapped at me, and suddenly something whizzed past me.
What was it?
Pomona.
Pomona? Talk sense, will you?
Then my uncle came to my rescue, and I finally brought that tiger home stuffed.
What was he stuffed with?
My uncle.
Oh, Your Majesty, the dragon is almost upon us. He's coming to get the princess.
Quick, princess. Button up my iron suit. Wait a minute. Just a minute. I thought you were a princess.
I work the swing shifts on the side.
Costello, look at that thing belching smoke and fire. Is that the dragon?
It ain't a smudge pot. I'm getting out of here.
It's too late. He's got us trapped.
Here he comes. Now do what he does. Do exactly what he does.
Right.
He's staring at you. Stare back at him.
I can't. I'm cockeyed. I can't do it.
Quiet. He's roaring at you. Roar back at him.
That'll scare him.
Wait a minute. Now he's wagging his tail.
That lets me out.
Look out! Look out, he's going to charge!
He's going to charge? How much?
Oh. Quick, grab him, grab him. I've a gun.
Here's a fancy line. Grab him by the gullet. Grab him by the gullet. By the what?
The gullet. The dragon's neck.
Let him neck. What do I care about their love life? Give me my sword. Give me my sword, somebody. I'll cut his nose off.
But how will he smell?
That is something that should only interest another dragon.
Look out, he's coming at you. Be careful, Costello. Your back is turned to him.
He's coming up behind you.
I know it.
He got me.
Where did he get you?
Well, if I was wearing a license plate, he would have got off the last 3 numbers. Hey, he ruined my suit. My good iron suit he ruined. You nasty dragon. Get out of here!
Oh, don't do that. Don't yell at me.
What is with this?
How can I do the
How can I do the dress? Watch me, quick. Now stop. Stop. What can I do to keep you quiet, Butcher? Will you cut it out? I'm sorry.
And it's your own fault for hollering at him.
There's only one thing that'll cure my hiccups. If you let me kiss Miss Oberon.
Oh, very well. I'll kiss you. If only you'll stop those awful hiccups.
Go ahead, Botsford. Kiss her.
Okay.
How do you feel now, Botsford?
Oh, I feel fine.
But, what?
Some tunes you whistle for a while and then forget, and others stay with you for years. I think the ones you remember are the ones that have character. I believe that goes for cigarettes, too. We say that Camels have character, and we back that up with the thousands of smokers who have stood by Camels for 20 years and more. We think it's true that more people have smoked Camels longer than any other cigarette. Try Camels and see for yourself. Try them in your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your own proving ground for cigarettes. Your taste will tell you that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps make Camels hold up day in and day out. Makes the second pack better than the first, and the third better than the second. Your throat will tell you about mildness, too. It's the best judge you'll find. Yes, Camels are mild, cool smoking, slow burning, because they're expertly blended of costlier tobaccos. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Here's more news about the Camel Caravans, those traveling shows which entertain the men in the Army camps. 32 performances of the Camel Caravan units will be given to men in the training stations throughout the coming week. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really been a thrill for Bud and me to do this program from the Ferry and Command Air Base here at Long Beach. And an added thrill to be here with Merle Oberon.
Thank you, Lou. I had a wonderful time, and it's been lots of fun.
That's right, Merle. And we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Colonel Ralph Eastbake, Lieutenant Colonel John P. Frame, Jr., and their splendid staff of officers for the opportunity to make this visit.
Next week, we'll be back in Hollywood on Thanksgiving Day. In addition to the regular gang, we'll have as our guest Herbert Marshall. And we do hope you'll all join us. Until next Thursday, Bud and I wish you all a very pleasant good night.
Remember, Camels present 4 great shows each week. Tomorrow night, the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. Saturday night, Thanks to the Yanks with Bob Hawke. Monday night, Blondie, and next Thursday at the same time, Abbott and Costello with their guest, Herbert Marshall. Our broadcast this evening was from the 6th Ferrying Group, Air Transport Command at Long Beach, and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department, as they do not endorse any product. The Army has also requested us to make this announcement to all men of 18 and 19. There is a serious need for young men, so serious that the Army is willing to let men of 18 and 19 choose whatever branch of service they desire. Go to your nearest Army recruiting office or induction station tomorrow. Learn about the jobs the Army has open in 13 different branches, all explained by men who know these jobs inside and out. Listen to the Camel Caravan tomorrow night with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. And now this is Ken Niles wishing you all good night.
Mister, if you've got a pipe that's biting you, why, it just means one thing. Your pipe's hungry. Yes, sir, hungry for Prince Albert, the mild, rich, tasty tobacco that won't bite your tongue because it's no-bite treated. PA's crimp cut, too, for easy packing and stay-lit burning. Around 50 pipefuls in every handy pocket package. Get Prince Albert tonight. You'll see why men call it the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcast.
Night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. T-U-M-S. Tums, famous quick relief for acid indigestion, presents A Date with Judy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special treat for you this evening. Here to keep his date with Judy is your favorite singing star, Frank Sinatra. And now to keep our date with Judy, that lovable teenage girl who is close to all our hearts. Your date with her each Tuesday at this same time is arranged by the makers of Tums, famous quick relief for acid indigestion. You don't necessarily have to eat too much or too fast to get acid indigestion. One of the most frequent causes of this common complaint may be worry or nervous strain. But don't worry. The next time you have this trouble, just slip 1 or 2 Tums in your mouth as you would after-dinner mints. Almost instantly, Tums neutralize the excess acid in the stomach, soothe the heartburn, and give welcome relief from acid indigestion. That's why so many wise people, night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. T-U-M-S. Tums for the tummy. 10 cents a roll, all drugstores. As we look into the Foster living room, we find Judy's parents and her kid brother Randolph. And Judy wants to know...
How do I look, Mother? Do you like the way I did my hair? How do I look, Father?
Fine. Lovely, Judy.
Aren't you going to ask me? All right. How do I look, Randolph?
Fine.
It took me 2 whole hours to get dressed.
2 hours? Good heavens. Did you go to all that trouble just for Oogie Pringle?
Oh, no. You see, Oogie and I are going to see a Frank Sinatra movie, and I want to look my best in his presence. Even if it is his screen presence. It's the least tribute I can pay to a great artist like Frank Sinatra.
Who's Frank Sinatra?
Father, I don't think you're even alive.
Now, wait a minute, Judy.
Well, I don't see how anybody could be alive and not know who Frank Sinatra is. He's... Why, everybody knows him.
I don't.
Why, Father, I can't believe you don't know him. Well, he's the man who... after he starts to sing, everybody swoons.
The father swoons before he starts to sing.
He's a crooner, Melvin.
A swooner crooner.
Oh, him, yeah. Yeah, it seems to me that I've heard you mention him before, Judy.
It seems. Yipes, he hasn't mentioned anything else around here since 1941.
Is he the fellow who makes the girls squeal?
That's the guy. Father's identified him.
Well, I think it's all pretty silly. Oh, now, Melvin, I distinctly remember when you were Judy's age, you used to squeal every time Theda Barra came on the screen. I did not. I may have given a soft little moan now and then, but I didn't squeal. Oh, Melvin. After all, what has this guy got that nobody else has got?
Well, the way I figure it, he has little electric shockers installed under all the seats of the theaters he plays in. And then every time he hits a high note, he pushes a little button.
Randolph, that's practically sacrilege. I just want you to know that every swoon he gets is genuine, absolutely genuine.
You know, I used to be a pretty good swooner crooner myself. Yes, sir. I'm the chic of Araby. Your love belongs to you and me.
Oh, Father, that hasn't even the slightest resemblance to Frank Sinatra.
It's not even a reasonable facsimile.
At night when you're asleep, into your tent I'll creep.
Hiya, Judy. Hiya, Mrs. Foster. Hi, Randolph.
Oh, come on in.
Hiya, Mr. Foster.
Oh, gosh, you have to shake my hand like that. Nearly broke it in 2. Boy, what a grip you've got.
Sorry, Mr. Foster. I guess I don't know my own strength.
After this, let's bow to each other instead of shaking hands.
Okay. Hey, Judy, I thought instead of going to see the Sinatra picture, that we'd go see... boy, do you look snazzy.
Thank you, Oogie. But if you have any ideas about going anyplace else, forget them.
Judy, it kind of embarrasses me every time. Well, it just isn't good for my health to see his pictures. Every time somebody squeals, well, it gives me goosebumps.
Help me with my coat, Oogie. The picture starts at 8:20.
All I can say is it's mighty tough for a fella to live in the same world with Frank Sinatra.
You have my sympathy, Oogie.
Yeah, all of us men are in the same boat, Oogie. We're all living in the same world with Frank Sinatra. Well, we'll just have to band together and face it as best we can. Oh, yeah, but well, it's mighty sad to think a whole generation is doomed like that.
more blocks. I can hardly wait, Oogie.
Judy, are you sure you wouldn't rather go to the Bijou? There's a triple horror bill there.
No, Oogie.
Well, there's a hockey game at the auditorium.
No, Oogie.
How about going over to the fire engine house and waiting for a 3-alarm fire? I guess the answer's no.
Oogie, just a minute. Just what is your objection to Frankie?
Well, for one thing, every time you go see one of his pictures, you don't look at me for 2 weeks afterwards. In fact, you don't look at anything. You just kind of walk around in a daze.
Oogie, you're really sort of jealous, aren't you?
Jealous of that little peewee?
Now, Oogie, I'm going to be very patient with you and explain how a girl feels.
Oh, you are?
Yes, provided you will refrain from making petty remarks about a man who is practically on a pedestal, as far as the worldly, mundane things are concerned in this world.
Yeah, but I can croon too, Judy.
It hasn't anything to do with mere crooning. It's something that, when he sings, comes over you.
Not only that, but I'm the orchestra leader of Oogie Pringle and his high school hot licks.
You don't understand, Oogie. You see, he represents everything that a girl wants out of romance. Her ideals of what perfect love is like. The way she feels about him is the way she wants to feel about, well, the man she'll be in love with someday. Only she knows that nothing will ever be as good as how Frankie makes her feel love could be as good as. Is that clear, Oogie?
No, but go ahead.
Well, he is a girl's dream of the utter acme of ideal love. And when he stands before you there on the screen, you see something absolutely beautiful.
Thin Bing Crosby.
All right, then. If you just want to ignore real artistic exquisiteness.
Well, what do you want to do, marry the guy?
Oh, of course not, Oogie. I know he's, well, unattainable and remote and unattainable and everything.
Well, then why don't you try and attain something that isn't so unobtainable? Like me.
Oogie, really? You're just a young boy who happens to be a good friend of mine. But as far as having any effect on people the way Frankie affects people...
I wouldn't want to affect people like that. Afraid somebody was going to do a flip-flop if I so much as said hello to somebody. I wonder how Sinatra stands it.
I'm sure he's above noticing that sort of thing. All he really thinks about are the words he's singing in his songs. About love. Abstract love, of course. That's what he thinks about.
Well, I'd sure hate to be the guy who went around thinking of love all the time. Doesn't he ever think about eating?
Oh, Oogie.
Look, Judy, the point I'm trying to make is, well, I'm gaga about you. I even wrote a song about you, just for you.
Yes, Oogie, I've heard you sing it. It's very nice.
Well, when I sing it, I think about you. And all Sinatra thinks about is abstract love. So why couldn't you be gaga about somebody who's right here instead of in a movie?
It wouldn't be the same, Oogie. It wouldn't be the same.
You'd rather see Sinatra kiss some movie actress?
I guess it amounts to that. It's so beautiful. Well, here we are at the movies. Buy the tickets, Oogie.
All right. But I wish I understood women. Oh, my foot's asleep.
Quiet, Oogie.
It's twilight, and here we stand above the city looking out into the darkness. Come into my arms, darling, and let me hold you for a moment before we light the lamp.
Isn't that wonderful, Oogie? Isn't that wonderful?
Just adorable.
We're alone, we two, all alone.
Oh, Frankie.
He doesn't mean you, Judy. He means that lady up there on the street.
Quiet, Oogie.
Holding you close, so close, is like holding a beautiful flower, one that I can only keep for a little while before you fade away.
I wish I could fade away.
Your loveliness creates little melodies in my heart, little melodies that cry out for expression.
Oh, Oogie, he's gonna sing now.
If you squeal, Judy, I'll be so mad I'll swoon.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you neath the moon or under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Day and night, night and day. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Day and night and day, under the hide of me, there's an such a hungry yearning burning way down inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you, day and night, night and day.
Divine. Did you ever hear such... Oogie. Oogie, Pringle, wake up!
Americans are often in too big a hurry to get nowhere fast. We rush for trains, bolt our food, or eat on the run. Result? Very often acid indigestion. Well, when this happens to you, remember the answer is Tums. For Tums are just about the fastest relief there is for heartburn, upset acid stomach, and other signs of acid indigestion. That's why millions of Americans, night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. Handy and pleasant to take as candy mints. Nothing to mix or stir. You don't even need water. Remember, the more delicious the food, the more you may need Tums. Get Tums tonight at any drugstore. Only 10 cents a roll. But be sure you get Tums. T-U-M-S. Tums for the tummy. There are many imitations, but there is no substitute for Tums. And now, back to A Date with Judy.
Oh, we're home, Judy.
Oh, so we are. Good night, Oogie.
You don't have to go home already?
Yes. I think it's best that you don't come in the house. Just shake my hand and say good night, Oogie.
Are you sure it's going to be all right for me to shake your hand? After all, I'm not Sinatra.
You're really terribly bitter and everything, aren't you, Oogie?
Well, jeepers. A man pays his good money to go to a movie, and what does he get? He doesn't even get to sit and talk to the girl for a while afterwards.
Oh, Oogie. I'm afraid I'm in no mood for mere talking.
There ought to be a law against a guy having this kind of effect on women. I wish I'd lived in the Middle Ages, that's what I wish, when there wasn't a hideous invention called moving pictures.
Oogie, dear.
Even the home isn't sacred. Now, while they're phonographs and records, it isn't. That man pervades even in the home, which is supposed to be the man who owns its castle.
But, Oogie, dear.
Well, all I've got to say, Miss Judy Foster, is, well, good night. Oh, hi. Home so early?
Yes.
Where's Oogie?
Gone home. And please don't remind me of plebeian mundane people like Oogie Pringle Randolph.
Why? What's wrong with him?
Nothing. I just don't want to have to think about him.
Oh, I get it. The Sinatra movie is having its effect. Well, can I help you upstairs, Judy?
No, I'm all right. I just want to sit here a while and think.
Well, when you finish thinking, you call upstairs and I'll come down and haul you up.
No, go to bed, Randolph. Don't worry about me.
Now, you remember what happened the last time you saw a Sinatra picture. You fell down a manhole.
Oh, Randolph, don't be silly. And please turn off the lights before you go.
You might trip over a table or something.
I won't trip.
Okay, I'll turn it off. Well, good night and be careful.
I will. Good night. Night and day, you are the one. Frankie,
Yes, Judy?
come and sit beside me, Frankie.
Okay, I'll sit. Yeah, you look snazzy.
It's twilight, and here we stand above the city looking out into the darkness. Come into my arms, darling, and let me hold you for a moment before we light the lamp.
Oh, Judy, you say the most beautiful things to me.
You say something beautiful to me, too, Frankie.
Okie dokie, how's this? We're alone, we two. All alone. How was that?
That was lovely, Frankie.
When you hear this one, this'll wow you, hey.
Will it, Frankie?
Sure, listen. Holding you close, so close, is like holding a beautiful flower. One that I can only keep for a little while before you fade away. Like it?
It was fair.
Only fair?
Well, it was pretty good. But of course, there's a certain person who's much better, who represents a girl's true ideal love of perfection.
You mean I've got competition? There's some other man who's more of a girl's true ideal than I am?
Yes, Frankie, I'm afraid there is.
Who is this man? Name him.
Frankie, you're jealous.
You're darn right I'm jealous. Tell me who he is. I'll fight him with my bare fists.
Oh, Frankie, you're so strong that sometimes it frightens me.
Can I help it if I'm healthy?
I'm the chic of Arabia. Oh, Judy. Oh, there you are. Oh, I see you have company.
Yes, Father, I have a date with Frankie Sinatra.
Hello, Frankie.
Hi, Mr. Foster.
Oh, gosh, Frankie, do you have to shake my hand like that? You nearly broke it in two. Boy, what a grip.
Sorry, Mr. Foster. I guess I don't know my own strength.
Well, you two going anyplace tonight?
Yes, we're going to see a marvelous movie. An Oogie Pringle movie.
Ah, jeepers, Judy. Do we have to go to see him?
Yes, he's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about him? He's just a thin Andy Russell.
Is that so? Well, you're just jealous.
Well, I don't want to see Oogie Pringle in the movies. I don't like Oogie Pringle. He's just a weakling, that's what he is.
He is not.
He is, too. Every time he sneezes, he blows himself clear across the room.
That isn't so. Oogie Pringle is wonderful. He's remote and unattainable and everything, but he's wonderful.
Who's Oogie Pringle?
Why, Father, the things you say.
You don't know who Oogie Pringle is, Father? Oh, Father, you haven't lived. Everybody who's alive has heard of Oogie Pringle.
I haven't.
Well, then you're dead, Father.
Why, Melvin, he's the swooner crooner.
Is that so? Oh, the guy who makes girls swoon.
Yeah, isn't that awful? Making girls swoon? There ought to be a law against him.
But I like to swoon. The last time I saw one of his movies, I swooned 3 times.
Well, Frankie, instead of taking Judy to the Oogie Pringle movie, why don't you take her to the Triple Horror Bill at the Bijou?
If you ask me, Oogie Pringle is a triple horror.
Oh, you're just jealous. You're really terribly bitter, aren't you, Frankie?
Well, what if I am? My whole life has been blighted because of inventions like phonographs and moving pictures. That's enough to blight anybody. Especially me.
Now, Frankie, I'm going to be very patient and try to explain to you what girls see in Oogie Pringle.
I don't want to see what girls see in Oogie Pringle.
You do, too. You just think you don't want to see it.
You know, when I was courting your mother, Judy, I used to be a pretty good swooner crooner myself.
Yes, Melvin, I distinctly remember you were wonderful. I used to moan every time you sang. In my day, we didn't squeal, Judy. We moaned.
Oh, but Mother, that's so old-fashioned. Nowadays, everybody who is anybody squeals.
I don't.
Oh, that's just because you're so strong. If you were only nice and skinny like Oogie Pringle.
Listen to this. Oh, won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, and all week.
Oh, Melvin, that's delirious. Do you mind if I moan?
No, go ahead.
Oh.
Finished?
Yeah, all done.
That was peachy, Mr. Foster. It just gave me goosebumps.
Really, Father, it bears no resemblance whatsoever to Oogie Pringle singing.
Oogie Pringle, Oogie Pringle. That's all I ever hear about, just Oogie Pringle. You think he was the only man in existence?
Well, after all, who else is there?
Well, there's me.
Oh, Frankie, you're just a boy I happen to know, a good friend and all that. But, of course, you don't really send me like Oogie does.
Oh, Judy.
Oh, be quiet, everybody. The feature picture's coming on. Oogie Pringle's gonna sing. Shh, everybody.
Hi-ho, everybody. This is Oogie Pringle singing to you from the silver screen. Aren't I wonderful? Aren't I just adorable?
Oh, yes, Oogie.
Quiet, Judy. He isn't talking to you.
I know. He's just so remote and unattainable and everything.
I'm not a wolf, I'm never flip, I do not flirt. I'm not the least she. I'm not a wolf, I'm just a drip, a little squirt. But there's a beast in me. I had a date with Judy, a big date with Judy, Jeepers and G. I've got a date with Judy, and Judy's got one with me. My heart is shooting rockets. There's dough in my pockets. I'm high as a kite. I've got a date with Judy, and Judy's booked for tonight. My manly lure, my wild amour, I'm holding in reserve. I cannot wait to osculate, but will I have the nerve? I've got a date with Judy. I've snagged one with Judy. Oh, Jeepers and G. I've got a date with Judy, and Judy's got one with me.
You see, Frankie, you could never sing like that.
Yeah, I know. Aren't I lucky?
Oh, Frankie.
After all, I can sing, too.
Oh, I know, but...
And don't forget, I'm the orchestra leader of Frankie Sinatra and his high school Pepper Pots, I am.
Yes, I know.
And I'm mighty proud of those pots.
Well, you're all right, Frankie. But the trouble with you is you're so attainable.
Well, wouldn't you give me just a chance to sing to you? Just one little tiny chance?
Well, maybe.
Please, Judy.
Oh, all right, if you insist.
Oh, thank you, Judy.
I'll just lie down here languorously on the divan and listen to you.
Gee, I hope you like it. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why, but I do. I don't know why you thrill me like you do. I don't know why, but you do. You never seem to want my romancing. The only time you hold me is when we're dancing. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why, but I do. You never seem to want my romancing. The only time you hold me is when we're dancing. dancing. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why, but I do.
How was it, Judy? What do you think?
Oh, it was very nice.
Oh, but you didn't squeal, Judy.
I know. I just wasn't in a very Bobby Sox mood.
Well, gee whiz, I didn't expect you to swoon, but the least you could have done was squeal.
I will some other time, Frankie.
Judy, where are you going?
I'm sorry, I have to go now. I want to look at a fan magazine. It's got Oogie Pringle's picture in it.
Don't go, Judy. Judy, don't go, please. Come back, come back. Judy, Judy.
Judy! Judy!
What? Yes, Father.
For the love of heaven, have you been sleeping down here on the divan all night?
What?
I said, have you been sleeping down here all night? What's the matter with you? Have you been dreaming?
I've been dreaming. Oh, Father, please go away. I want to go back to sleep.
I will not go away. It's 7:30, and it's time for you to get up and go to school.
School? Oh, Father.
Well, now, who's that at 7:30 in the morning?
Shall I go?
Oh, never mind. I'll open the door.
Hey, Mr. Foster.
Oh, Oogie Pringle.
Oh, Judy.
Hello, Oogie.
Gee, excuse me for coming over so early in the morning, but... Oh, gee, Judy, I want to apologize for the way I acted last night.
How did you act?
Oh, awful. I had a fight with Judy and walked off, leaving her on the front porch.
Oh, that's all right, Oogie. I didn't mind a bit.
You didn't?
No, Oogie. I wouldn't care what you did. Anything you do is all right with me.
It is. Jeepers.
Oh, Oogie, I think you're wonderful.
What hit her?
I don't know. Are you feeling all right, Judy?
Of course I am. Well, Oogie, I want you to know that you're absolutely right. The movies and the phonograph are just wonderful, of course. But for goodness sakes, why should a girl keep on dreaming when there's somebody so marvelous and attainable as you around?
Oh, Judy, I don't know how I... boy, are you snazzy.
Judy will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, when happy users of Tums for the Tummy tell you they taste like fine candy mints, that's only the half of it. Only a dime a roll, any drugstore. A single roll will convince you. Ask for Tums, T-U-M-S, Tums for the Tummy. And now, here's Judy again.
Hello? Oh, I'm sorry, but I have to go to bed early. It's no fun. Yes, it is, if you dream about Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra may be heard on his own radio show sponsored by Max Factor Hollywood. A Date with Judy is written by Aline Leslie. Remember, night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. T-U-M-S. Tonight's Date with Judy will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Captains of the Clouds.
Better than ever. Yes, today, friends, Jell-O is better than ever. Richer and more delicious than it's ever tasted before. Because now Jell-O's grand flavor is locked in. It's locked right into Jell-O's tiny particles to give you extra delight and a new high in dessert enjoyment. That same Jell-O goodness is there that you've always loved. That same intriguing taste that always reminds you so delightfully of the juicy ripe fruit itself. But richer, more vivid than you've ever known it. For this new Jell-O process locks in the magic of Jell-O's marvelous flavor. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O and notice how its tangy, tantalizing flavor comes gushing out. Deliciously rich, thrillingly good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O. Now that Jell-O's swell flavor is actually locked in, it's better than ever.
That was Captains of the Clouds, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is my custom every Sunday night at this time, I bring you a man who...
Hold it a second, Don. Jack isn't here yet.
He isn't?
No, he's been wandering around in a daze ever since last Thursday.
Why? What happened Thursday?
That's when they had the Academy Award banquet, and boy, was Jack disappointed.
You mean to say that Jack actually expected to win the award for Best Actor?
Yeah. He even sold that stuffed owl on his mantle so he'd have room for the statue. Imagine.
So he's still pretty upset about losing, huh?
I'll say he is. I was in the drugstore just now, and Mr. Benny was dunking donuts in his coffee.
Well, what's dunking got to do with being upset?
He was splashing people all around him. See this brown suit I got on?
Yeah?
Well, it was gray tweed when I went in.
Well, personally, I can see no excuse for Jack being so mad. You'd think that... Uh-oh. Quiet, fellas. Here he comes.
Yeah-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, ba-bum, bum-bee-da-da-dum. Well. Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late, Don.
Well, for heaven's sake, why so cheerful all of a sudden?
Why shouldn't I be cheerful? It's a lovely day, the sun is shining, birds are singing.
Are you sure that was coffee you were drinking?
I get it. So you had to tell him about the coffee I splashed on you, eh, Dennis?
Well, gee whiz, my suit is all wet.
Your suit will dry out.
It may dry out, but it will never be gray again.
All right, brown suits are coming back. Well, let's get started with the program, shall we, Donzie?
Okay, Jack. But first, I'd like to say right now that you're a darn good loser.
You mean about the Academy Award? Well, I will admit I was a little perturbed at first, but I've got it all figured out, Don. I didn't lose. I was merely an unfortunate victim of circumstance.
I don't get it.
Me neither.
Well, look, kids. The picture I should have gotten the award on is Charlie's Aunt. Is that right?
Yes, but...
Let me finish, Mary. Now, if you remember, in Charlie's Aunt, I played the part of a man, and I also played a part of a woman. And I was exceptionally good in both roles.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's that got to do with your not winning the Academy Award?
Simply this, the voters were baffled. They didn't know whether to elect me Best Actor or Best Actress. That's very logical.
Then you're not jealous because Gary Cooper won.
No, and I'm not jealous of Joan Fontaine either. But I must say that I had them both worried there for a while. They're very good friends of mine, too.
So you're not jealous of Cooper, eh?
Not a bit.
Tell him what happened at the banquet Thursday night.
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Well, all evening, Jack kept smiling at everybody and bowing and pointing to the speech in his pocket.
That's so.
Anyhow, when they announced that Gary Cooper was the winner, Jack jumped up and yelled, "Nobody leave the room. We're going to do this over."
Well, you know how excitable I am. Anyway, I was the first one to congratulate Gary Cooper. I went right over and put my arm around his shoulder.
You're telling me I had to boost you up.
I could have made it alone, sister. Anyhow, I'm glad he won. Gary and I are pals.
Pals? After that silly rumor you started about him?
What silly rumor?
He's much too tall to be a Jap, and you know it.
I never called him a Jap. I said he was a chap. A full-blooded chap. If I don't talk plain, that's his worry. Now, let me tell you another thing.
Holy smoke, get this.
What's the matter, Dennis?
I think my suit is shrinking.
You could be growing. Keep still.
Forget it.
No, sir, my suit is shrinking.
So what? It's shrinking. Your sleeves were too long anyway.
I know, but my elbows are getting cold.
Dennis, what goes up has got to come down. Don't worry. Now, where was I?
We were discussing the Academy Award, Jack.
Oh, yes. Now, let's get this straight, fellas. I don't begrudge Gary Cooper getting recognition for Best Actor, but I still think I'm the most versatile. Jeepers, I can do anything. A man, a woman, do comedy, drama. I can play hokum. I can play Shakespeare.
You can sell Christmas cards.
That's seasonal. Now, take me as Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Boy, this suit is cheap material.
Well, I can see I'm wasting my talent around here. Dennis, as long as you had to open your mouth, how about leaving it open and doing your song?
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Here's a tip for you, Bud. A brand new defense stamp. Here you are.
Thanks. Just paste it on my head.
Okay. There's an album if I ever saw one. Now, scram. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from your father. He says, my dear son, congratulations on the Academy Award. You didn't do it before, and you didn't do it again.
Good old Dad. He'd have voted for me. Sing, Dennis, before your suit strangles you, will you?
Evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Each time our lips touch again, I yearn for you so much again. You're my favorite star, my haven in heaven above. You are everything
Very good. That was Everything I Love, sung by Dennis Day. Everything I Love. There's a beautiful idea for a song.
Yeah, sure is.
Yes, sir. It's so sentimental. Everything I Love. What do you love, Dennis?
Apple pie and Hedy Lamarr. Ice cream on the pie.
All right, ice cream on it. That's a marvelous title, though. Everything I Love. You know, a song like that...
Tutti Frutti.
Forget the ice cream. I'm talking about sentiment. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Don, let me ask you something. What do you love?
Well, I love my little ranch out in the valley. Just a simple, unpretentious...
I know. What else do you love, Don?
Well, I love the little woman. Every morning when I come downstairs, she greets me with a cheery smile and a breakfast of piping hot wheat cakes.
Wheat cakes, eh? Don, what else do you love?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes.
It's about time.
I love my St. Bernard dog. Jumbo, we call
I
him.
don't care what you call him. Don, are you going to tell us the thing you love that made me start this whole business? Or do I have to lock you in?
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I love Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor.
Bingo.
Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. So look for the big red letters on the box. I thank you.
Well, certainly glad you finally thought of it, Don. And wait till the sponsor finds out that you love your wife and home before Jell-O. You better watch out, Bub.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'll never go home again.
Oh, you don't have to go that far, Don, but watch it, that's all. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
Oh, fine. I saw Frank Morgan at the fights the other night. And, he looks swell.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. I'll tell Frank you asked about him, Phil.
Okay, I can go along with the gag.
You better, brother. You know, Phil, when you...
Hey, get a load of the kid. Where'd you get them knee pants, Dennis?
I splashed coffee on him. It's a long story. Forget it.
Oh, say, Jackson, I hate to mention it, but that's a pretty tough break you got the other night.
What tough break?
You know, not winning the Academy Reward.
Reward? If you're talking about the award, Phil, in my opinion... Hey, what's that?
Well, there goes my coat buttons.
Dennis, don't worry about your suit. When you get home tonight, throw it away and I'll buy you another one. Phil, getting back to the Academy Reward, as you so quaintly put it, I am a little bit disappointed, but those things happen. I thought I had friends, but apparently they didn't vote for me.
You're right, Jackson. And there's an old French proverb that fits that to a T. It goes, "En y soit qui mal y pense."
Well, that proverb sounds familiar. What does it mean, Phil?
Evil to him who says you stink.
That's evil to him who evil thinks. No one said I Molly Ponce. They just didn't vote for me. That's all. Anyway, it didn't bother me. I can take it.
It didn't bother you, eh?
Not a bit.
Well, then why did you try to kill yourself Friday morning?
I tried to kill myself.
What happened, Mary?
Now, listen.
Jack went out in the garage, closed the doors, got in the Maxwell,
Oh.
put a rubber hose on the exhaust pipe, the other end in his mouth,
Mary.
turned on the ignition, stepped on the starter, the car was out of gas, and here he is.
Mary, that wasn't me in the garage, so don't make up things.
Well, Jack, I don't blame you for being broken-hearted. After all these years of hard work, you should have won that award.
Darn right I should. I'd have won it, too, if it hadn't been for a... Dennis.
Should I get a barrel, Mr. Benny?
No, pull him up. And I'll tell you something, Phil. I'd have won that award if it hadn't been for politics. I'm as good an actor as Gary Cooper any day.
What?
You're as good an actor as Gary Cooper.
Yes, only he's taller than I am. That's why Jimmy Stewart won it the year before. They're both taller than I am.
What about the time Spencer Tracy won it?
He's shorter than I am. Well, I'm 5'9".
So is Paul Muni.
Yes, and they gave him the award, brother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. Oh, yeah? Oh, nuts, I'm going home.
Wow, that Jackson is really burned up, isn't he?
Yeah, he takes everything so seriously.
What does he want? Every year at this time, he puts that hose in his mouth. What a guy.
Well, Phil, I guess you might as well play something.
Okay.
I forgot my streetcar transfer. Oh, here it is. So long. can't understand it. How they could overlook me for the award after that magnificent... Oh, well. I don't mind Gary Cooper winning, but... Now, where's that Rochester?
Oh, hello, boss. Ain't you home kind of early?
Yes, I am. I'm a little upset, and I... Rochester, what have you got in that cocktail glass?
Some water. I was thirsty, boss.
Water? With an olive in it?
I was hungry, too.
Don't kid me, that's a dry martini. Rochester, is your girl here by any chance?
My girl? No, sir.
Well, was she here?
That ain't Ivy climbing over the back fence.
I thought so. Well, I'm not going to boil you out tonight. I'm too exhausted. I'm going upstairs to bed. I'm all in.
Oh, say, boss, the man from the exterminator company was here.
Oh. Did he find that mouse?
Yes, sir, and it sure was a big one. Put in an awful fight.
Oh. Well, where's the man now?
He went out to get another man.
Holy smoke, it must be a big one. I wonder if Frank Buck is in town. He could catch that mouse.
I'd catch it myself if you only let me put a piece of cheese in the trap.
No, there must be some other way.
Sure be glad to get to bed. Here, hang this up, Rochester.
You need a new one, boss.
Just comb it out. It's okay. And don't part it in the middle like you did last night. Hand me my... Hey, what's that?
What?
There's someone under my bed. Who's that under my bed? Come on, you, speak up.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Home a little early, I see.
Oh, it's Mr. Billingsley. Now, come out from under my bed, Mr. Billingsley. Come out.
All right, you asked for it.
Asked for what?
If I come out and see my shadow, there'll be 40 more days of winter.
Oh, my goodness, today's a groundhog. Now, Mr. Billingsley, you must go to your own room.
Very well. Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
And what's wrong with that, may I ask?
Nothing. Good night, that's all. Gosh, he's so sensitive. I think I'll lie down and relax for a while, Rochester.
That Academy Award has got me all worked up.
Gary Cooper, a better actor than I am. That's justice for you.
Oh, say, boss.
Yeah?
I put gas in the Maxwell and the hose is still there. Do you want to have a go at it again tomorrow?
No.
Next year, maybe.
Rochester, take Mr. Coleman's hose back to him and thank him very much.
He don't know we got it.
Good.
See, I hope I'll be able to sleep. Rochester, sing something, will you? That always lulls me.
Okay, boss.
See, I'm just a bundle of nerves tonight.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants, my mama done told me, son.
Gary Cooper.
A woman sweet talk and give you the big eye, but when the sweet talking's done...
Those tall guys get all the praise.
A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
I think I'll get out of pictures. I didn't even get one vote.
I know I sent it in. Oh, well.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. How they used to love me there.
And the food at the old Busy Bee lunchroom.
Wherever the four winds blow.
woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12th Annual Academy Award Banquet, and all of Hollywood's glamorous stars are gathered here in the Busy Bee lunchroom in St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe. Gee, they love me here. I can't miss that award. I'm sure to win. Gosh, look at all the celebrities here. There's Wendell Willkie and Joan Fontaine and Ernst Lubitsch and the Exterminator Man. And look, there's Walter Wanger and Barbara Stanwyck and Mervyn LeRoy. Hey! Hello, Mervyn! Hello, Leroy! Gee, he knows me. Here's the old Busy Bee.
What do you have, sir?
A hot roast beef sandwich with Tutti Frutti ice cream on it. Hurry, Miss Lamar.
I can't hurry. I'm caught in a mousetrap.
Gee, you're a big one. God.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes are all in for the best actor of the year, and I'll have the results in just a second.
Gee, I'm nervous. Hey, there's Gary Cooper. He's got a pretty good chance of winning, too. Hello, Gary.
Hello, Jack. How do you like it here in Memphis?
Memphis? We're in St. Joe, aren't we?
You're in Memphis. I'm in St. Joe. You see, I'm taller than you are.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. Look, the master of ceremonies is getting up. It must be Bob Hope.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not Hope, it's Allen. Fred Allen.
I'm very happy to be here in good old St. Joe. They love me here.
Listen to him. That Allen's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who leaves me to sing the blues in the night. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the votes have been counted, and I have the honor to announce that the best actor of the year is that old gent with the gray hair, Frank Morgan.
No, Benny, me. Jack Benny.
Yes, Jack Benny, and here's that gold statue for you, Jackie.
Ouch. Thanks. How can I speak with this rubber hose in my mouth? But I'll try. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Here's your hot beef sandwich, mister.
Make it a steak. I just won the award. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of... Who's that coming? Who are you guys? Who are you?
We're the Warner Brothers, shouting like the others. Benny, our mama done told us.
The Warner Brothers? And who are you?
I am Darryl Zanuck. Jack, you are a panic. Benny, my horsey done told me.
Gee, Mr. Zanuck, all the studios want me. All of them.
From Metro to Goldwyn, from Goldwyn to Mayor, from Mayor to Paramount.
Paramount? They love me there. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how happy I am to receive this award. It is the most thrilling night I've ever had, and the most exciting evening. What's the matter? The banquet's over. Everybody's gone but Gary Cooper and me. What are you crying for, Gary?
I had my heart set on winning that award.
It's not your fault, Gary. I won it because I'm taller than you are. Look, I'm 8 feet tall.
Not only that, you're still growing.
Still growing? That's right, I am. Look at me. I'm 9 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. Whoop, whoop, hold it. I'm tall enough, hold it. I'm going right through the roof. Oh, my head.
Boss, wake up!
Gary, where are you?
Boss, wake up! You've been dreaming.
Dreaming?
Yeah, you got your head right through the foot of the bed.
Oh, yes. Well, pull me out. Thanks. It was a tough dream, Rochester, but I won it.
Do you need me anymore, boss?
No. Good night, Rochester.
Good night. What a man.
Well, here's a treat that just can't be beat for real downright goodness, and one that's sure to become a family favorite the first time you try it.
The name of this grand dessert is Cherry Cubes with Pineapple, a brilliant combination of golden canned pineapple and bright crimson cherry jello. It's a dessert that fairly coaxes you to pick up a spoon and begin because it's so good-looking. And it's nothing less than a masterpiece of delicious flavor. You'll like the simple, easy way you make it, too. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and hot pineapple juice. Turn into a loaf pan and chill until firm. Then cut into cubes and pile in sherbet glasses, along with 3 slices of canned pineapple diced. And there's a dessert that's really extra special. Juicy golden nuggets of canned pineapple, temptingly blended with tiny glistening cubes of rich red cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow, and when you buy, be sure to get genuine Jell-O. It's extra rich because its flavor is locked in.
The last number of the 22nd program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time. And by then, I'm sure Jack will find something else to worry about. Good night, folks.
The parts of Fred Allen and Gary Cooper were interpreted by Peter Lind Hayes, appearing through courtesy of RKO Studios. The tune Captain of the Clouds is from the picture of the same name.
Did you know that the same folks who make take Jell-O butterscotch pudding? It has a rich golden color just as tempting as can be. And what mellow delight there is in its creamy butterscotch flavor. So when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, the Earl C. Anthony Station.
C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, presents the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes of the Camel Five. Tonight's guest, Miss Claire Trevor, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, Costello, you're late again as usual. What kept you this time?
Well, I got a phone call from my bank, and I had to run down there right away.
What was the matter?
The butter in my vault was melting.
Oh. Costello! What do you want the vault for?
Oh, in case I get some meat.
Haven't you had any?
Huh?
Haven't you had any meat?
No. The only way I can get meat is to stand over a gopher hole with a baseball bat.
Oh, stop complaining. Things could be a lot worse. Nobody's worrying about getting meat.
Oh, no? Yesterday I went to the market. The butcher put his arm on the counter, and before he knew it, 3 women bought it.
Well, if you're so worried about nourishment, why not take vitamins like I do? Now, vitamin A gives me sunshine. Vitamin B gives me energy. Vitamin C gives me calcium.
I take vitamin W.
What does that give you?
Wow!
Good evening, fellows. What's the discussion all about here, Bud?
Oh, hello, Ken.
Hello, Kenneth.
Costello's worrying about the meat shortage.
Yeah.
You know how he is. His eyes are bigger than his stomach.
They are? Hello, fat eyes. Of course, I'm not worried about the meat shortage.
Why should you, with that mutton head?
You should talk, fat boy.
Who's fat? I got a military figure.
That's right. When you wear a belt, your stomach goes over the top.
Now, quiet, Skinny. Why don't you get a pair of snowshoes?
What does he need snowshoes for?
When he takes a bath, he won't slide down the drain.
That's no way to talk.
Oh, no? When he gets undressed, it's like unveiling a golf stick.
Now.
He's so skinny, he has to put a bell on his tonsils to prove he's breathing.
Just a minute, Costello. You're always making fun of my physique. You should see my chest expansion.
Yeah, go on, Ken. Show him. Take a deep breath.
All right.
Atta boy. No more, Ken. Deeper. That's it. Deeper. More air.
Gee, guess I breathed too deep.
Look, Niles, if that wife of yours only fed you some meat, you wouldn't fall apart that way.
Oh, yeah? Well, look, my wife doesn't have to. I'm a vegetarian. I'm crazy about vegetables.
You must be to be married to that old tomato.
I heard that remark, Costello.
Now, don't fret, darling. I'll tell him. Costello, I'll have you know my wife is a striking woman.
And you got the black and blue marks to prove it.
Now, Costello, you'll have to admit that Mrs. Niles has a winning smile.
Yeah, and a losing face.
Oh, is that so? I'll have you know my picture has been on many a cover.
Magazine or manhole?
Now, you behave yourself.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, now, be nice.
How dare you talk that way? Why, men throw their hearts at my feet, flowers at my feet, gifts at my feet.
What have your feet got that you haven't got?
Now, wait a minute. This isn't getting the meat problem solved. You see, Mrs. Niles, before you came in, we were discussing the meat shortage.
Oh, that doesn't affect me. I get my meat by the pound.
Next time you pass the pound, get me some.
I do not eat dog meat.
You don't, huh? Here, Queenie. Come on, Queenie.
Please, now stop that.
Here, Queenie, come here.
You stop that right away, or
Oh, Costello, please. Will you behave yourself? Leave Mrs. Niles alone.
Now, don't tell me what to do, Abbott. I'm going to get some meat if I have to go out and hunt it myself.
Come in.
Hello, Costello. I just overheard that you were going hunting, and I thought I'd drop in and say hello. I'm the game warden up in the woods. My name's Boone, Mr. Boone. That's it. Boone, Boone. Boone.
Hiya, Boone. I know your sister, Bab.
It's a very good idea to go hunting for meat. Everybody's there to meet, even old Mother Hubbard. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get a dog a bone, and when she got there, the bone was there. So she ate it. My name's Boone, Boone. Boone, Boone.
Was your mother ever frightened by a broken record? I know a poem, too, Boone. This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy stayed home. This little piggy got roast beef. She knew the butcher.
Tell us, Mr. Boone, are there any restrictions on hunting up in your woods?
Well, you can't go shooting all the animals. You see, they have just as much right to live as I.
Even more.
And now to the rules. Are you, Luke Costello, going hunting with Bud Abbott?
Yes.
Then kindly step forward. Do you both promise to honor and obey the hunting laws of the state?
I do.
I do.
And do you both further promise to love and cherish the grandeur of nature?
I do.
And in the event of danger, do you solemnly promise to protect each other until death do you part?
I do.
Very well, then. I now pronounce you man and wife. The name is Boone, 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 Boone.
Man and wife? Well, Abbott, ain't you going to kiss me?
Get out of here.
Hey, Bud. Hey, Bud Abbott. Whoa, don't go away.
Yes, Dan.
Bud, look, do you know anything about flying?
Sure I do. I was flying even when I was a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, I jumped off the roof with an umbrella and I stayed in the air for 3 hours.
Oh, wait a minute. How could you stay in the air for 3 hours?
My pants got caught on the drain pipe.
A ripping joke. But no, Bud, look, I'm talking about real flying. Like trying to tear the wings off an experimental ship in a power dive. Stuff like that is just meat and potatoes for Red Hulse, the Curtiss test pilot who tried out the Navy's amazing new dive bomber. And whether it's planes or cigarettes, Red Hulse likes to test things out for himself. He said, quote,
I picked Camels after I'd smoked them long enough to know that they were the only brand that suited me best on all accounts. They're really easy on my throat, and they give me that full, rich taste I like.
Unquote. Yes, with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens. You're in good company when you smoke Camels. You're joining thousands of men and women who have been smoking them for more than 25 years. Smoking Camels, the cigarette we believe more people have been smoking longer than any other. Loyalty like that proves Camel's character, the thing that makes you like Camels more with every pack you smoke. You can find out about character for yourself in your T-Zone. T for taste and T for throat. Your own proving ground for flavor and mildness. You'll find that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps them to wear well, pack after pack. Camels are extra mild, too, because they're slow-burning and cool smoking. For steady smoking, stick to Camels, the cigarette that's expertly blended of costlier tobaccos. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Freddie Richards Orchestra and the Camel Five introduce the title song from Dick Powell's new picture, Happy Go Lucky.
Can this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky? Looking in your happy-go-lucky eyes. Can this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky? Me who always acting so smart and wise. Can this be me singing home? Everything's lucky. Follow your hand with a happy-go-lucky way. Well, if it's me feeling so happy-go-lucky, pardon me while I forgive to say, heaven bless this happy-go-lucky day. Pardon me while I forget to say, heaven will bless this happy-go-lucky day.
Well, here we are, Costello. The Pine Tree Hunting Lodge in the heart of the North Woods. How you ought to be able to shoot plenty of meat up here.
I don't know, Abbott. It's too cold up here. Let's get back to town. I want to get my spine defrosted.
Oh, don't be silly. This is invigorating. It isn't cold.
It isn't cold?
Certainly not.
I just saw a squirrel going down the road wearing a silver fox.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with your eyesight? That's nonsense.
And right behind him was a rabbit wearing earmuffs.
Oh, now, Lou, come on.
What was it, Abbott?
Come on, guys.
Rabbit, somebody, I don't know.
Never mind that.
Oh, next page.
Come on. Well, come on, let's get our things unpacked. Did you bring my red hunting jacket, I hope?
No.
You dummy, I can't go hunting without a red jacket. Now, you know
Don't worry. You'll have a red jacket.
I will.
Yeah, I brought your Palm Beach suit and 4 bottles of ketchup.
Oh. Well, anyhow, I sent for a guy to take us hunting. I wish he'd get here. I'm dying for a piece of venison.
Venison?
Sure, that's deer meat. Wouldn't you like to shoot a buck deer?
I haven't got a buck, honey.
Look, I'm talking about hunting. Haven't you ever hunted before?
Oh, sure. I caught a mink that shot $9 in 15 minutes.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could you shoot $9 in 15 minutes?
Did you ever go out with a hungry blonde?
Sure, I should say not. Oh, skip it. And get that suitcase unpacked. Hey, wait a minute. Sounds like a mouse in that suitcase. Open it up.
It's a mouse, all right.
And I'm only 3.5 years old.
Hey, it's that kid again, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Hey, Matilda. Now, look, this is no place for a little girl. A girl, whatever it is. Why don't they make bigger tights?
All right, never mind that. Now, be nice.
There's a lot of wild animals up here.
I'm not afraid of animals. My daddy's an elk.
Elk? Matilda, that kind of an elk isn't an animal.
You never saw my daddy.
Why don't you stick your head in a bear trap and don't let go?
Costello, how can you be so unkind to that child? She has a good head on her.
Her head in a bat would start a softball game.
Uncle Louie, can I go hunting with you? I know how to handle animals. Once I grabbed a cow by the horn.
Now, Matilda, behave. A cow hasn't any horns.
No wonder I got milk.
Matilda, how can you be so stupid?
No, Costello, Matilda's just a child. Her brain is developing.
Yeah, too little and too late.
Uncle Louie, I want to go hunting with you. I want to pull a bear's tail.
No, you don't. If you pull a bear's tail, it will bite you.
No, it won't.
And why not?
Bears don't bite with that end.
And look, Matilda, will you do us a favor, please? Just run along and don't bother us now. The guide is going to be here soon to take us hunting. And Uncle Louie and I have to unpack.
Well, before I go, Uncle Louie, can I do my animal impersonation?
Okay, anything at all. What is it?
It goes like this. Kiss, ouch. Kiss, ouch. Kiss, ouch.
Wait a minute. What's that kiss? Ouch.
That's two porcupines necking.
Will you get out of here? Hey, I'd like to find out who Matilda's rider is. Not bad.
What's the matter now?
For a minute, that kid, I thought I was 103 and a half years old.
103 and a half. Say, wait a minute. That must be the guide now. Come in.
Howdy, fellows. I'm your hunting guide.
Hey, Abbott, it's a dame.
Quiet, certainly. Don't you recognize her? It's Claire Trevor.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Trevor. We weren't expecting a girl. We thought a man was going to lead us.
Well, didn't you ever follow a woman before?
Well, once I followed a woman who used to catch minks.
Trapper?
No, another guy beat me to her.
Now, don't talk like that, Lou.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Abbott. You know, my sister thinks Costello is the best comedian on the air.
Oh, gee, thanks. I'd like to meet her.
Well, you can't. We never let her out of the attic.
What a clever Trevor.
Costello, behave. Now, Miss Trevor.
Oh, won't you call me Claire?
Well, will you call me Bud?
Will you call me when this is all over?
By the way, Claire, how did you happen to become a guide handling guns and rifles?
Well, you see, in pictures, I used to be a gangster's mole.
Mole? The word is mouth.
I know, but I can't get a laugh with mouth.
Mm-hmm.
That takes Jeremy, sister.
All right. Now, just take it easy. No remarks, Costello. You see, Claire, the reason we came up here in the woods is because of the meat shortage. Costello wants to do a little hunting.
Oh, really? What's your favorite animal?
Roast beef.
Costello. People don't hunt roast beef.
What was that line in front of the butcher's this morning? Termites?
All right. Now, just let it go at that. Take it easy.
All right, boys, let's get to the hunting trip. Now, you start out at 5 o'clock in the morning. You tramp for 15 miles with a pack on your back, a lilt in your voice, a song in your soul.
And a blister on my heel.
We should reach the mountain by noon, don't you think, Claire?
Yes, that's about right. And 12 to 1, we climb the mountain.
12 to 1, I don't make it.
It must be beautiful on top of the mountain, Claire.
Oh, it is. And you can listen to your echo. You simply say, hello, and then the echo says, hello.
Sociable, ain't it?
And then I yell again, how are you? And the echo comes back, how are you? And then I say, it's a nice day.
Say, Claire.
Yes?
You enjoy that sort of thing?
Quiet, Costello. Go ahead. All right, never mind. Please.
Happy New Year! Merry Christmas!
No, nothing of the kind. No echoes.
Huh?
Echoes. Maybe Claire enjoys them, maybe you don't, so just keep quiet. Go ahead.
I like eclairs.
Not eclairs, not those things. This is entirely different. Now behave.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Yes.
And as you're standing there, suddenly you hear a loud roar, and through the brush comes the most ferocious bear in the world. Oh, Grizzly. Costello, you rush up and grab him with your bare hands.
What kind of a fool do you think I am?
Why, are there different kinds?
Costello, what would you do in the face of such danger?
Why, I'll do what I did once before.
What do you mean?
A bear was coming at me.
No.
I picked up my gun. You did? And with one bullet, I shot him in the foot and knocked all his teeth out.
Now, wait a minute. How could you knock all his teeth out if you shot him in the foot?
He was biting his nails.
Here's Connie Haynes of the Camel 5 with a sparkling tune from Paramount Star Spangled Rhythm, doing it for defense.
Mr. Bones, get this right. I'm your date for tonight. But when I hold you tight, I'm doing it for defense. Months and months you've been drilled. Now it's time you were thrilled. Start from here, then we build. I'm doing it for defense. If you kiss my lips and you feel me respond, it's because I just can't afford a bond. If you think you carry grand, brother, relax. You're just a rebate on my income tax. Don't be hurt, don't get sore. I'm a pal, nothing more. This ain't love, this is war. I'm doing it for defense. Don't be hurt, don't get sore. I'm a pal, nothing more. This ain't love, this is war. Mister, don't take offense. Doing it at my expense. For all of Uncle Sammy's chance, I'm doing it. Sister, for defense.
Costello, what are you shooting at? We haven't sighted any game yet. It says in my hunting book, if you get cold, take a couple of shots.
Oh. Yeah, but you almost hit me. What's the matter? Eyes bad?
What, Claire?
Eyes bad. Is who?
No.
Is who a bad girl?
No.
Is who?
No.
Yes.
Miss Trevor's trying to pick up some animal tracks. Follow her.
Okay. Gee, Claire, that's a nice bustle you're wearing.
That's no bustle. My knapsack slipped. Oh, say. Hey, my dog must be on the trail of something.
Hey, go away. Get him away from me.
Be careful of that dog, Costello. It's an Airedale.
I know. I can feel the air.
Oh, dear, I suppose I should have brought a muzzle.
A muzzle?
Muzzle.
So you should have brought a muzzle. Why, do you bite too?
Yeah. I'll stop these remarks, Costello. Claire's dog is very intelligent.
He certainly is, and I'll prove it to you. Roger, how much is 1 and 1? Good. How much is 2 and 2?
Hey, what a smart dog. Hey, Roger, what time is it?
5:30.
That ain't a hunting dog. That's a watchdog.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What am I talking to, dog?
Well, boys, you better get your guns loaded. We may come across some game any minute.
Gun loaded, Costello?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Look. There's a wild turkey over there.
Hey, Abbott. A turkey. A real turkey. Woo! I'm finally going to get something to eat.
All right, take it easy now. Sight your gun. Now, ready, aim.
Mustn't shoot the bird when his back is turned. I'm the warden named Boone. Boone, Boone.
Just a second, Warden. I'm the guide, and Mr. Costello isn't doing anything wrong.
Yes, he is. That's too large a gun for such a small bird. Naughty, named Boone.
Hey, boom. Wait a minute. Can I use a bow and arrow?
Oh, no, that's much too sharp.
Then can I use a slingshot?
No, that would bruise the bird.
Do you mind if I just give him a dirty look? Hey, wait a minute. There's a whole flock of ducks getting up out of the water.
Oh, yes. You stand in the middle, Costello.
In the middle? And let you two shoot over me?
Yes, and I'll take the high bird.
And I'll take the low bird. And I'll be in a hospital before you. Say, Claire, isn't that bear tracks over there across the stream?
Yes, I think so. Go ahead, Costello. Jump across the stream.
Okay. Hey, help! Help! The water's cold! It's like cold! My hands are freezing!
Put them in your pocket.
Okay. That's no good. I keep going down. Will you help me? I'm drowning. I'm going down for the 5th time.
3 times is the limit.
Then I just set a new record.
Here. Give me your hand. Here, I'd better carry you across.
All right, dear, but if you try to kiss me, I'll call for Mother.
Oh, goody. She's getting a girl for me.
Quiet, boys. Look, see how these bears' tracks go right into that cave? I think we'll find our grizzly inside.
Yes. I see 2 eyes shining in the dark.
Step aside, Abbott. I'll get him. Come on in there, you old grizzly. I'm going to shoot. Come on out.
Don't shoot. I'm only 3.5 years old.
This kid can get in my hair more times. Matilda, what are you doing in this cave?
I went in there to catch this little pussycat. It's a whippersnapper.
No, no, little girl. That's a skunk.
That's what I said. A whippersnapper.
Listen, Matilda, you better get out of here. Go on back to the cabin.
But what if I meet a very ferocious animal?
He'll have to take care of himself. Go on, beat it.
Hey, boys, come here. You know, I think the bear's already been in this cave. Here's a piece of fur off his coat.
Coat? You mean a bear wears a coat?
No, you dummy pelt. Hide.
Why should I hide?
He means hide. Hide. The bear's outside.
Well, let him stay outside. We don't want him in here.
Oh, come on, let's get moving. We've got to find our grizzly before it gets dark. You know, there's another cave about 10 miles from here.
10 miles?
Yeah, well, let's walk fast. Well, here we are.
We surely got here fast, didn't we?
Yeah, well, we had to. This is only a 5-minute sketch.
Oh. Say, listen. There's something over there. Look. It's a wolf.
Now, wait a minute. That's Ken Niles. What's the idea, Niles? You can't be a wolf.
Why not? He's from Hollywood.
Hey, what's going on here? I thought I was going to do some hunting.
Oh, Costello, look. There's a little beaver down in the stream.
Isn't he cute? I wonder what the little beaver's doing.
Probably waiting for Red Ryder.
Red Ryder? Why don't you try some beaver meat, Costello?
Okay, hand me my gun.
I'm Boone, Boone, Boone. Mustn't shoot the little beaver. Fur tax, $50. After all, beavers build dams.
You mean dams?
Swearing tax, $40.
You better pay, Costello.
$40. Don't make me laugh.
Laugh? Amusement tax, $20.
Hey, Abbott, hand me my gun.
Oh, don't shoot. Remember, I'm the game warden. Boone, Boone, Boone.
Oh, you were the game warden.
Costello. Oh, that was a terrible thing you did.
Yes, Costello. Now you're in real trouble.
You said it. I don't know how to cook a game warden.
Land and sea and in the air, it's camels. Camels, first with the men in the army. Camels, first with the men in the Navy. Camels, first with the men in the Marine Corps. Camels, first with the men in the Coast Guard. Yes, with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens. Remember that, whether you're buying cigarettes to send to men in the service or to smoke yourself. Camels have the flavor, extra flavor, that helps them to hold up pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. And Camels have the extra mildness, slow burning and cool smoking that go with costlier tobaccos expertly blended. For steady smoking, stick to Camels. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. Send the carton to that fellow in the service. And remember, you can still send Camels to Army personnel in the United States and to men in the Navy, Marines, or Coast Guard, wherever they are. The Post Office rule against mailing packages applies only to those sent to the overseas army. Before we hear from Abbott and Costello again, here is an important announcement from our government for every young woman between the ages of 18 and 35. Your country is facing a shortage of nurses, a shortage so serious that the safety of our war-wounded and the health of our civilians are in grave danger. Mid-year classes for student nurses are being formed now. Every student nurse will immediately help to free trained nurses for overseas duty because students start hospital work right away. Women who are unable to afford tuition may apply for scholarships. Here's what you do. If you are a citizen between 18 and 35, graduated from high school and in good health, write today to Student Nurses, Box 88, New York City. And now, here's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello again.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday night our program will be broadcast from the Navy Receiving Station at San Pedro, California. So, to Captain Feineman and his staff, and to my fine friends Chaplain Bennett and Lieutenant Commander Myers, thanks for the invitation, and we'll all be seeing you next week. And our guest will be Betty Hutton. So good night, everybody.
Good night. Remember, Camel presents 4 great radio shows each week. The Camel Caravan tomorrow night, Bob Hawk on Saturday. Monday night it's Blondie, and next Thursday night, Abbott and Costello with Betty Hutton. Claire Trapper, who appeared with us this evening, will soon be seen in Columbia Pictures' forthcoming Technicolor film, The Desperados. And now this is Ken Niles reminding you to hear the Camel Caravan tomorrow night and wishing you all a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Say, Mr. Pipe Smoker, how does your tongue feel after smoking a couple of good long pipefuls? If it feels uncomfortable, why not switch to Prince Albert, the pipe tobacco that's no-bite treated for cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. PA's crimp cut, too. And that means it's easy to pack, easy to keep lit, and easy to draw. And remember, there are around 50 mild, rich-tasting pipefuls to every handy pocket package of Prince Albert. Try PA for Pipe Appeal. It's the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcast.
Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, present the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Lee Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, tonight's guest, Miss Marlena Dietrich, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, Costello. Oh, Abbott, will you stop that noise? What are you doing here in the studio dressed in your bathing suit?
Well, I spent all day trying to get my car out of the swimming pool.
What was it doing there?
Don't you read the papers, Abbott? The government says you have to pool your car.
No, you dummy. They mean share the ride. You have to pick up people.
Oh, I did that yesterday. I picked up Helen, Mary, Rosie, and Josie.
But your car holds more than that.
Yeah, but now they only allow you 4 gallons a week. You can't get it.
Well, never mind that, Costello. Where have you been all week? What have you been doing?
Oh, boy, have I been having fun with Connie Haynes.
No kidding.
Last Saturday, I took her to a football game. What a game! What excitement!
Any passes?
No, her mother was with us. And another thing, Abbott, there was a man sitting next to us with a 6-month-old baby. All afternoon, the kid was crying. He was so hungry.
Well, didn't the father bring a bottle?
Yeah, but the kid wanted milk. Finally, to shut the kid up, I give him a penny.
Well, did that keep him quiet?
Yeah, but he kept waving the penny in front of my binoculars. It ruined the game.
How did it ruin the game?
All afternoon, Lincoln was playing in the backfield.
No. Well, forget the football game.
Much better this afternoon, huh?
Yes, a lot better. We've got other things to worry about. You know, our announcer, Ken Niles, is complaining because he didn't have enough to do last week. Isn't that right, Ken?
Yes, it is. After all, I could give the program a lift. I'm a shot in the arm.
You said it. You're a dope.
Now, don't be silly, Costello. Niles is very popular.
Why, sure. Right after the broadcast last week, a lot of women chased me up Hollywood Boulevard, and one of them caught me and threw her arms around my neck.
I saw that.
You did?
Yeah. Why did you snatch her pocketbook?
Now, cut it out, Costello. Now, I talked to Ken's wife, and she says he should have more lines. She says he's got talent. She says he's terrific. She says he's colossal.
She says this, she says that. I don't care what his wife says.
Well, I do. My wife is a wonderful person. She's as necessary to me as an umbrella in a rainstorm.
I'll take the umbrella. It's easier to shut up.
No. Now, why don't you be reasonable, Costello? Mrs. Niles is a very sweet girl.
Yes, she is. You know, she's a great deal like Sonia Henny.
You mean you have to keep her on ice?
Now, please.
Are you folks hearing us?
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. Now, that isn't fair, Costello. Now, let's get together here. Give Ken a chance to show what he can do.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Thanks, Bud. I'd like to read a little tidbit that I just happened to bring along.
Oh, this is going to murder you.
One night as I sat rocking on my chamber floor, came a knocking, gentle knocking on my chamber door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. There, how'd you like that?
Don't look now, but the raven just laid an egg.
Hello, everybody, and hello, my fat little sugar man.
Oh, this voice of this kid is temporaneous.
Shh, quiet.
Hello, Connie.
Mr. Costello, honey, I'd like you and Mr. Abbott to meet someone. This is my Aunt Ruby.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Aunt Ruby. How do you like California?
Connie doesn't have enough to do.
Wait a minute. After all,
I listened to the program last week, and there should be more music. Connie ought to sing 45 songs. There's nothing but talk on the program. And who wants to hear a lot of talk?
Hold your hat. Here comes another race.
After all, Mr. Costello, I taught Connie to sing. Why, even I sang in New York, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Chicago.
What about St. Louis?
They beat the Yanks. Ha-ha, ha-ha. I really struck you out that time.
You struck me out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just the old bat that can do it.
Now, wait a minute. Now, just a second, Costello. You can't talk like that to Connie's Aunt Ruby. Maybe she's right. Maybe this program needs more singing.
Exactly. Everyone loves singing. Something like this. All through the night, there's a little brown bird singing. Oh, well, of course. You know I just had my tonsils taken out.
Have them put back in.
Costello, what right have you got to criticize? What do you know about singing?
Now, look, Abbott, if I hadn't come from such a large family, I'd have been a great singer.
What did the large family have to do with it?
I could never get in the bathroom.
Oh, no. Come on, Costello, make up your mind. Are you going to give Niles and Connie more to do or not?
Why should I? If I give them more to do, the first thing you know, even the sound man will want more to do.
And why shouldn't I? What did I have on last week's program? Nothing. Not even a door slam. I understand doors. I know doors inside and out. I talk to doors, and they talk to me.
Well, what do you hear from the knob?
Ah, well may you laugh. Little do you know how important every little sound is to me. Even the sound of a moth chewing on an overcoat. Like this.
What's that funny sound?
That's the moth spitting out the buttons.
Don't you think sounds are fascinating? Here is a sample of my day. When work is through, I walk home at night in the rain. I open the door. I go in and shut the door. Then I walk upstairs in the rain.
It's raining in the house?
Yes, we're waiting for a government ceiling.
You must have a better rider than us, huh?
I imagine so. I jump into bed and sleep. It's morning.
What a night!
I've got to catch the train. I kiss my wife before I go to the office. My wife kisses me. I kiss her, and she kisses me.
Wait a minute. What about the office?
With a wife like that, why should he go to the office?
Lou Costello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How's your spelling this week?
I can spell anything.
Okay. Spell crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah, crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah.
Crumpets. C-R-U-M-P-E-S.
Wait a minute. You left out the T.
Today, I gotta have crumpets without tea.
Well, why?
I lost my sugar ration card.
Oh, now wait a minute. Look,
Ration card.
Yeah. Look, anyway. Ration or ration. Look, around here, you can't forget any T's.
Why not?
Well, because with us, it's important. In fact, with any cigarette smoker, T ought to be one of the most important letters in the alphabet.
Is that right?
Why, sure. T stands for taste and throat. That's anybody's own personal proving ground for cigarettes. The T-zone. Now, of course, most people have tried Camels. But have you tried them lately, since you've been smoking more? Give Camels the T-zone test now. Ask your taste about Camel's flavor. You'll find it wears well, doesn't go flat. Ask your throat about Camel's mildness. It's the best judge you can find. Thousands of smokers who are making their own T-zone test advise Camels suit them to a T. Just remember that you're the one who's doing your smoking. For steady pleasure, try Camels. You'll find they're slow-burning, cooler smoking, richer tasting, milder, better. Because Camels are expertly and matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos. So take a tip from your T-zone. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow.
On a February morn, the time a baby boy was born. Abraham. When he grew up this tiny babe, folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham. In 1860 he became 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gent. That is why we celebrate this first of February day. Abraham.
Stevens Orchestra with a Camel Quintet. Doing Abraham from the Holiday Inn. And now, ladies and gentlemen, quiet.
Abbott!
What's the matter?
Hey, look what I got. Look at all the money.
Wait a minute, Costello. Where did you get that roll of bills?
I went outside for a minute. Just when I reached the corner, a guy ran out of the bank with a bag full of money. And he gave me some.
He gave it to you?
Mm-hmm.
What did he look like?
I couldn't tell. He had such a bad cold, he had a handkerchief tied across his nose.
Well, you dumb cluck, that was a mask. The man was a bank robber.
Oh, I don't think so, Abbott. He was the president. He offered to sell me the bank for a squawk.
Sell you the bank for a squawk?
Yeah, he said, one squawk out of you and I'll give you the business.
Of all the dumbbells, why didn't you go into the bank and investigate?
I did go in. And what a way to run a business. I walked in and a couple of clerks were playing hide and seek.
That's ridiculous.
Honest. One guy was hiding in the closet. The other guy was under the counter. There was nobody around to play with him. Then there was another guy.
What other guy?
He was trying to do tricks.
Trying to do tricks?
Yeah, he was laying on the floor trying to escape from a lot of ropes.
And you thought he was playing a game?
Fine time to play games. Huh?
Yeah.
Especially when he had a toothache.
He didn't have a toothache.
No, then why did he have a plaster across his mouth?
The man had a gag in his mouth.
If he did, he never got a chance to tell it.
You should have taken the plaster off his mouth.
I did. And right away, the guy started worrying about his rationing card.
Worrying about his rationing card?
Yeah, he started yelling, they took the sugar. They took the sugar.
Oh, no, Costello. The man was yelling because he was stuck up.
Stuck up?
Sure.
A fine time to get a swelled head.
No.
Somebody might have robbed the place.
He did rob the place. Look, was there anybody with him?
Just a woman.
A woman. Why didn't you mention her before?
She didn't appeal to me.
Oh. Did you pinch her?
No.
Then you should have held her.
If I'd have held her, I'd have pinched her.
You idiot.
Now, help it.
Do you realize that by keeping the money and letting the crooks get away, you've made yourself an accomplice? Ken Niles, turn on the radio. Maybe we'll get a police report. Hurry up.
Okay, Bud.
Okay.
Hey, you hear that, Abbott?
What's that?
There's a message.
Well, what does it say?
Attention all citizens. The Fifth National Bank has just been held up by Black Pete and his gang of desperate bandits. When last seen, the gang was headed for their hideout at Deadpan Gulch. Also at large is their accomplice, described as 5 feet tall. 5 feet wide, that is all.
That's me, Mr. 555.
Costello, you know the police are after you. Now, you've got to capture that gang to clear yourself. Now, you can't do it alone, so call a posse. That's the thing.
Okay. Here, pushy.
No.
Here, pushy.
No, Lou, please. Deadpan Gulch is in the heart of the cattle country. It's the home of the Western bandits and cattle rustlers.
Then I'm just a guy, Abbott. I became a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers.
Oh, how could you become a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers?
I sat on a branding iron.
But does that cause you to catch the rustlers?
Catch them? I passed them.
But this is going to be a long trip. Now, you'll have to get an outfit. What are you going to wear?
I'll wear a 10-gallon hat, a tan shirt, a leather belt, and a bloodhound.
What pants?
The bloodhound.
No, all right. Never mind the outfit. And another thing you need is a horse. Have you got a horse?
Have I got a horse?
Yes.
I got a horse, and he's my pal.
Well, that's swell.
I eat with my horse.
That's wonderful.
I drink with my horse. I even sleep with my horse.
You sleep with your horse?
I got it. It's his blanket.
Now tell me, can you ride a horse?
Sure, I can ride a horse. One time, Abbott, I rode 2 horses at once, standing up. I had my right foot on one horse, my left foot on the other horse. All of a sudden, we came to a fork in the road. Each horse went in a different direction.
That was a laugh.
Yeah, I thought I'd split.
Well, never mind. The first thing you have to do is find the bandit's trail. When you do, you leap into the saddle and away you go. Your face is stern, your grip is sure, your clutch is firm.
How's my transmission?
All right, listen, please keep quiet. Then you ride. You ride out across the prairie. You ride for hours and hours on end.
That sounds logical.
Don't interrupt, please. You ride and you ride until your trousers are worn thin. Finally, there you are.
I knew I'd come through.
Yeah. Well, Costello, what are you going to do? Are you going out after the bandits? Are you going to clear your name?
I'm going to clear my name, Abbott.
Attaboy.
I'll do it.
I knew it was in you.
I'm going to get it out of me right now.
Come on.
I'll get them bandits. But just tell me one thing. If I get killed, what's going to happen to that little fellow that depends on me? The poor little fellow won't get anything to eat anymore. That poor little fellow won't even have a roof over his head. If anything happens, Abbott, it'll kill him. The poor little fellow.
Costello, who is the poor little fellow?
Me?
And here's Connie Haynes with the Campbell Quintet to sing a new tune of the Old West, Cow Cow Boogie.
Out on the plains down near Santa Fe, I met a cowboy riding the range one day, and as he jogged along, I heard him singing a most peculiar cowboy song. It was a ditty he learned in the city. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta yip to I. Get along, get hip, little doggies, get along. Better be on your way, get along. Get hip, little doggies, and he trusts them on down the old fairway, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta yip to the I. Singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked-up Western accent with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call a swing half-breed. Singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta yip to ya.
Singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked-up Western accent
with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call swing half-breed, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta ya ya. Come a ta yip-yay-yay. summertime. It's the cow boogie, the cowboy's boogie song.
Back to the adventures of our heroes, Abbott and Costello, as we find them hot on the trail of the bank bandit Black Pete. Leading a posse of men, they track the villain to the lawless town of Deadpan Gulch. Here they are, riding up the main street of the town.
Like a spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, 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 jingle. What's wrong? What's wrong? One of my spurs got stuck. Costello, what do you think you're doing? Why are you riding underneath your horse? Well, my horse isn't feeling well, Abbott, and the doctor told me to watch his stomach. Well, here we are, men. We'll probably find Black Pete in the Red Dog Cafe across the street. Stop your horse. Okay. Whoa! Whoa, Nellie! Whoa! Whoa, boy! Whoa! Atta boy. Take it easy, Nellie. Sit down now. Whoa, Nellie. All right, men. Everybody into the bar for a drink. Now! Just a man! You horses stay outside. All right, let's go in. And listen, Costello. When we go through this door, have your gun ready. If anybody moves, shoot. If anybody shoots, I'll move. All right.
Oh, speaking of my glory and my fame.
Hey, Abbott, listen to that. What a pair of pipes. Wish I was a plumber.
And tell them my
Costello, don't you recognize her? She's the toast of Deadpan Gulch. Really?
Of the same.
Oh, Marlena Dietrich. Oh. Oh, look at that lovely face. That face has made a fortune. Yeah, it runs into a nice figure.
Hello, boys.
Hello, boys. How big are men where you come from?
Welcome to the Red Dog Cafe. Did you like my song? What do you think of my range?
Your range is lovely. In fact, I like your whole kitchen.
Oh, you flatter me. You're probably tired after your long trip. How about a drink?
Okay. I'll have a Crosby cocktail.
What's that?
One drink and then bing.
With your personality, I would suggest straight corn.
What a fresh kid. Just a minute, Marlena. You see, neither one of us is a drinking man. Do you have anything a little milder?
Try a drink of this very mild wine.
Now, that sounds better. I'll try it. Costello, just a minute. What's the matter?
I don't understand. That wine is made here by the Hopi Indians.
Hopi Indians? One of the Indians is still hopping in it. Costello, that's silly. Come on. Let's go over and watch the boys play roulette.
Yes. Or perhaps you both would rather play a game with me. Poker, faro, blackjack.
I'd rather play post office.
But that's a kid's game.
Not the way I play it.
You know, little fat man, I could go for someone like you.
You could?
Yes. Do you know someone?
Sure. What a fresh kid, Abbott! Now, look. Keep quiet, Costello. Don't talk like that to Marlena. She may know where Black Pete is. Try to win her confidence. Turn on the charm, you know. I'll turn on the charm. Okay, watch me. Marlena, my love, I adore you.
You do?
Yeah. Marlena, will you let me be your slave? Will you let me do something for you that I have never done for any other woman?
What's that?
Will you let me press your slacks? Costello, will you stop that? You just don't know how to handle these Western girls. Oh, yes, I do, Abbott. Marlena, one time I was in love with a bow-legged cowgirl. She was too bow-legged to round up the cattle.
What do you mean?
Well, she had a terrible time getting her calves together. What are you talking about, Costello? You've never even been in love with a girl. Yes, I was. I can see her now. She always wore cotton stockings.
Cotton stockings? What happened to her?
Nothing.
But of all the girls I got tattooed on my chest,
On your chest?
Marlena, I love you the best.
The best?
Better than the rest.
The rest?
In the West.
The west?
On my chest.
On your chest?
There's an echo in the joint.
Well, there's no question about it, Costello. Marlena Dietrich just can't be bothered with a man like you.
Marlena, is that true?
Oh, Lou. If you only had the eyes of Clark Gable,
Yes,
the nose of Tyrone Power,
yes, yes,
the chin of Gary Cooper,
yes.
the face.
The face of who?
That's all, if you only had a face.
You know, the kid's getting us.
Now, look here, Costello. We're wasting time. Did you forget why we came to Deadpan Gulch? We've got to find Black Pete's hideout.
Black Pete, he's the most dangerous character in these parts.
Oh, he don't bother me.
But he's very tough. He eats little men like you every morning when he gets up.
That's me, the breakfast of champions.
But, Lou, why don't you give up this mad search? It can only lead to your death.
I think you got something there, kid. Hey, Abbott, I am scared. Ain't you scared?
No, I'm not scared.
Then why are you biting my nails? But no matter what happens, I'm going after Black Pete, Marlena. And if I die, I want you to take this shirt of mine as a keepsake.
But suppose you don't die.
Then wash it and have it back by Monday. And no starch in the collar, either.
Listen, Costello, cut out the foolishness. Now we line up everybody in the room until we find our man.
That's right, Abbott. Everybody line up and empty out your pockets.
Why are you making them empty their pockets?
I lost my yo-yo.
Now, wait a minute, boys. It's not necessary to look any further. I am Black Pete.
You are? What a fresh kid.
What a stale plot.
I think you got something there. Marlena, I still don't believe all this is true.
It is true. I took the money from the bank, but I did not steal it. It was my own money. It was my pin money.
$100,000 pin money?
I have very expensive pins. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. I have all the money right here in my stocking. Look.
Abbott, what a cute bank. What a place to make a deposit. Oh, Marlena, if I give you all my money from the bank, will you put it in your other stocking?
Certainly.
Costello, don't be an idiot. Your money is safer in the bank. Why do you want to put it in her stocking?
Because that's where it's going to draw the most interest.
Before we hear from Abbott and Costello again, do you want to find out how hitting ground feels to a paratrooper? Well, just hop off the top of a truck going 15 miles an hour. But don't try that until you're as husky as an All-American halfback and as nimble as a circus tumbler. Even then, you'd have to learn plenty to qualify for the shoot troops, fighters as tough as any in the world. And whether your job is to dangle in midair from silk cords or whether you're making the shoots, you want to get the most out of your off-duty moments. Take Helen Lynch, for instance. She works at the Pioneer Parachute Company, making some of the chutes used by our paratroopers. Like so many of us, Miss Lynch is smoking more these days, and she sticks to Camels. She said, quote,
Package after package, Camels never tire my taste or wear out their welcome. They have such a rich, full flavor, and they're so easy on my throat.
Unquote. Camel is first in the service. Actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens show that with men in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, Camel is the favorite. Why is that? Well, just ask your own throat and taste. Camels have a full, rich flavor, the kind that wears well, doesn't go flat. Camels are milder, too, and cooler smoking because they're slow burning. The big reason behind this Camel goodness is costlier tobaccos, blended in the years-old Camel tradition of quality tobacco blending. If you're smoking more these days, try Camels. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a fact tonight. Send the carton to that fellow in the service. And now a word about next week's program. You'll hear more music from Lee Stevens and the orchestra, more songs by Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, and a gripping, dramatic story of life in the squared circle with our guest star, John Garfield. Now, here is a short preview of next week's program. Thousands of people are assembled in Madison Square Garden. All eyes are focused on the two fighters in the center of the ring, Killer Garfield and Cupid Costello. There is a terrific exchange of blows. The crowd is on its feet. Costello is on his face.
Costello, get up. Get up. Get up off your knees and quit playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth!
Be sure to tune in next Thursday night at the same time for another big comedy show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, with John Garfield as our guest. Brought to you with the compliments of Camel Cigarettes. Camel presents 3 great radio shows each week. Abbott and Costello on Thursday night. On Friday night, it's the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Herb Schreiner, Xavier Cugat, and Our Town. And Monday night, Blondie. Marlena Dietrich, who appeared with us tonight, has just completed a new Universal picture, Pittsburgh, with John Wayne and Randolph Scott. And here's the latest news about the Camel Caravans, those swell traveling shows that entertain our boys in the Army camps. 15 Army and Navy training stations will be visited this week, including Camp Gordon, Georgia, Camp Pendleton, California, and Camp Croft, South Carolina. This is Ken Niles speaking for the makers of Camel Cigarettes, and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Ever see a pipe wearing a muzzle? No, sir, and you never will, because that won't keep it from biting. Thing to do is get Prince Albert, the brand that's no-bite treated for real smoking comfort. Another thing, PA's crimp cut, and that means it packs firm and easy and gives you cool, one-match burning. You'll find around 50 mild, rich-tasting pipefuls in every handy pocket package of Prince Albert. Try PA for Pipe Appeal. You'll agree it's the National Joy Smoke. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Don't touch that dial. Listen to... Yes, folks, it's another half hour of fun with Blondie and Dagwood, brought to you by Super Suds. The new Super Suds with Pyree, the soap that makes all your clothes look newer.
What's new, what's new, what's new today, oh lady? Listen while I say it's new Super Suds. With Pyree makes all your clothes look newer today. Get your white clothes whiter and colors brighter with new Super Suds.
Well, the subject of Alexander's schoolwork is one that frequently gets a working over in the Bumstead house. And Blondie and Dagwood are afraid the subject is coming up again this evening, when Alexander's schoolteacher, Miss Henrietta Frisbee, drops in to see them.
May I take your coat, Miss Frisbee?
No, thank you, Mrs. Bumstead. I just thought I'd drop in for a moment.
Oh.
Hey, who was at the door, Blondie? Did you give them the good old brush off? Hello.
I think you remember my husband, don't you, Miss Frisbee?
Indeed I do. Indeed I do.
How are you, Miss Frisky?
Please, the name is Frisbee.
Oh, yes, Miss Frisbee, yes. Excuse
Much
me.
better.
How are you?
How do you do?
Oh, I'm just dandy, and you?
I'm dandy, too.
Well, Miss Frisbee, did you come here to,
yes, it's too bad. But all parents regard my visits with alarm. When they see me, they're inclined to raise their eyebrows and remark, well, here comes the old babe with the bad news.
Well, tell us, have Alexander's grades dropped?
No, but he seemed very high-strung lately. Oh. He's very nervous. I'm telling you this because it could lead to an emotional imbalance, psychological disturbance, or hypertension, referred to in modern psychiatrical practice as the jumpy wumpies.
You know, come to think about it, I've noticed he's been worried. This morning I caught our little son looking in the mirror for gray hairs.
And this evening he only had 2 helpings of my lemon pie.
Well, not hitting the seed bag either.
What's he been doing in school, Miss Frisbee?
Well, it's not what he's been doing. It's what he hasn't been doing. Alexander's usually such an active boy. For instance, no one ever walks past his desk without being tripped. The children refer to that aisle as Alexander's alley. But for the last 2 days, there have been no casualties.
Well, maybe he's decided to turn over a new leaf.
No, I doubt it. But I know Alexander is worried about something, and I'd like you to find out what it is and solve the problem before it knocks his grades flatter than a $2 cornet.
Well, thank you very much for telling us about this, Miss Frisbee.
Oh, not at all. And if there's anything I can do, give me a buzzaroo.
Oh, crew, we will do.
I hope to see an early improvement in Alexander's interest in life. Just lately, things have been very dull. Goodbye now, Mrs. Bumstead.
Well, thank you, and goodbye, Miss Frisbee.
Goodbye, Mrs. Frisky.
Mr. Bumstead, the name is not Frisbee. It's Frisky. I mean it's Frisbee. Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, honey, you're always deviling poor Miss Frisky. I mean Frisbee. Oh, you're hopeless. Now, what are we going to do about Alexander?
Well, we'll have a talk with him the first thing in the morning.
What do you think is wrong?
Well, we'll see tomorrow. But my diagnosis is dames.
Now, what seems to be the trouble, Alexander?
Yes, tell your father what the problem is, son.
Well, parents, I've been worried.
Yes, we know that, but what are you worried about?
Well, it's the same old story, Mom. I'm worried about girls.
What did I tell you, Blondie? What did I tell you, Blondie? Dames, girls, yes.
You know, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I have to decide whether to send a Valentine to Sylvia or to Ginger.
Oh, is that all it is?
Why, Dagwood.
Right.
Valentines can be very serious. Remember that great big lacy one you sent me once? And it said, darling, I'm swimming in an ocean of tears. Please be my heartthrob all through the years.
Never mind, Blondie.
Gosh, pretty corny.
Never mind.
It ended with, if you would only be my wife, I'd give up sandwiches for life.
Gee, I couldn't send anything like that to Sylvia or Ginger.
Well, Alexander, I've heard you talk about Sylvia, but who is Ginger?
Oh, she's something new that's coming in my life.
Oh, dear. And I thought you were so interested in Sylvia.
Well, I am, Mom. But I want to keep my eye on a spare, too.
Oh, you men.
Well, that's the way it's got to be, Mom. Oh, women are so fickle.
You're absolutely right, Alexander. They sure are.
Dagwood.
All except your mother.
That's better.
Yeah, I suppose.
You see, Pop, if I send a Valentine to Sylvia and don't send one to Ginger, then I'm all washed up with Ginger.
Oh, yeah.
And also vice versa.
Well, what if you send a Valentine to both of them?
Well, then they'll get together and find out which Valentine costs the most. Or if they both cost the same, they'll decide which has the most lace and fancy stuff on it. No matter how I figure it out, I'm going to lose one girl.
Yeah. Well, personally, I don't see how you can afford more than one girl, Alexander.
Well, Pop, it is pretty tough on the allowance you give me. Can we discuss that for a moment?
No, some other time.
Darling, I don't think this junior triangle problem is anything for us to get mixed up in. He better solve it himself.
Yeah, it sounds a little too complicated to me, too.
Oh, gee, I thought you were going to help me.
All right, well, okay. Let's see now. We'll figure something out for you, Alexander.
Dagwood, look at the time. You've got to hurry.
Blondie, you're always saying that when I have plenty of... I'll
get the door open for you.
I got to break all records. I'm never going to get to the office.
Oh, let's face it, dear. You're going to be late anyway. The door's open.
Come on, Papa. Tie your hat and go.
Here I come. I won't be late. I'm going to make it. Where's my hat? Where's my coat? Give my coat. Look out. What happened? Help. I can't see anything.
Oh, Dagwood, you've got your sleeve and your hat and your head and your elbow. I mean, you're flying around and hurry. You'll never make it by 9 o'clock. Mr. Githers will be wild.
Come on, Pop. Keep thinking about my problem.
Yeah, I will.
Hurry. Goodbye, dear.
Come on.
is that stumblebum Bumstead. It's practically 9 o'clock. He's going to be late this time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, that was 8, but where's 9? Come on, strike 9. Strike.
I made it.
There. Bumstead, you're awful lucky.
Yeah.
That clock gave you a long count.
Well, it ought to do something for me, Mr. Dithers. Every Saturday night, I see that it gets well oiled.
Are you aware of the fact that tomorrow's St. Valentine's Day? And you haven't warned me, as I told you to, last year?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you wanted me to remind you to send a memo to myself to remind you to get Mrs. Dithers a pair of earrings, a box of candy, and 2 dozen of red roses, yeah.
But, Bumstead, you forgot to remind me to send you a memo to remind me.
But you didn't remember to remind me to send you a memo.
I did remember to remind you. Oh, what's the use? I also wanted to send the wife a comic Valentine. I was going to get one of those real revolting ones.
Yeah. Just doesn't seem fair, Mr. Dithers.
Well, I'll give her the earrings myself as a present, along with a box of candy. That'll make her feel good.
Yeah.
Then I'll send the roses to her with a card saying, from someone who loves you. And she'll never guess it from me.
No. Oh, I see that. She'll think she has a secret admirer, huh?
That'll make her feel so good, she'll be difficult to live with. So I got to send her the comic Valentine to bring her back down to the earth again.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find one entitled Baboon Girl.
Yeah. Mr. Dithers, what made you remember Valentine's Day was coming up?
Oh, Cora sent me a little reminder in the morning mail. It came in that heart-shaped red box over there.
Oh, what was it?
A first aid kit. I caught on right away.
Oh, that reminds me. Valentine's Day almost made me late this morning.
Almost? You were saved by that chiseling chime. Oh, what's the matter now?
Well, Alexander's got a Valentine's Day problem with 2 little girls.
Oh, those good old school days.
Yeah.
I remember when I was going steady with 5 different girls in 5 different towns and keeping up a hot correspondence with all of them.
Yeah, of course, the mails were slower in those days.
Well, I wasn't one of the slow ones. Oh, you mean the postal service was slow?
Yeah. But on second thought, you could have always used the Pony Express, couldn't you? Huh?
Bumstead. I'm not that old.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it just seems that way. Look, Mr. Dithers, I really wanted to get an opinion from you about Alexander's little problem. Remember?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be delighted to put my experience at the disposal of little Bumlet.
Well, it's about, he's got 2 little girls, Sylvia and Ginger, and if he sends a Valentine to one, he'll lose the other, and if he sends one to both, they'll compare them and find out which is the best, and he'll be in hot water. What should he do? Signed, Anxious.
Dear Anxious, I had a problem like that once. I solved it by not sending anything to either of the girls. Then I went to each of them separately and asked her how she liked the 10-pound box of candy I sent her.
Yeah, but what did you say when she said she didn't get any candy at all?
I told her I'd spent my last cent on it, that I'd been swindled. And then I put my head on her shoulder and cried like a baby.
Yeah.
So she told me not to feel bad, that it was the thought that really counted.
Gee, Mr. Dithers, you haven't changed a bit, have you?
Well, of course, after that, I'd refused the loan of $5 she'd offer me, but when she insisted, I'd accept it. Then I'd go over and take the other girl out with the $5. Oh, I love Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I don't think Alexander had better try that.
Why not?
Well, he's not like you, J.C. To do that, he'd have to be sort of a crook. Kind of a rat. A rodent. No, he's not your type.
Well, that'll be all from you, BB Brain.
Yeah.
I'll get in there to your desk and get to work.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir.
And I'm going to check this clock. And if it's slow, I'll dock your pay for every second of work that I didn't get.
Yeah.
And as a bonus, I'll run your little finger in the pencil sharpener.
Gee, that's the second bus that's passed me up. I'll never get home if I don't get a ride from my... Hey, that looks like Miss Buff Orpington's big long limousine. Hey, Miss Buff Orpington! Hi, Mrs. Buff Orpington.
Oh, Mr.
Bumstead, hello there, dear boy.
Well, how are you?
I'm simply splendid now, but this morning I was terribly put out.
You were put out? What happened?
Rogers, my butler, lost his glasses, and when I came down for breakfast, he threw me out of the house. Oh, yes, he said he thought I was a third assistant floor mopper. But tell me, dear boy, how are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good.
Oh, you look very good to me. So strong, so handsome, so Robert Taylor made.
Gee, thanks, and you look very Barbara Stanton wicked yourself.
Oh, dear boy, do you really mean it, or are you just saying that to be polite?
No, I'm just saying it to be polite.
I was a fool to ask.
Oh, incidentally, Miss Buff Orpington, happy Valentine's Day in advance.
Oh, thank you. And a cupid to you, too. Cute. Oh, can I drop you anywhere?
Well, just as long as it isn't on my head.
Are you through? Hop right in and sit here, next to me.
Oh, thank you. Oh, this is nice. Well, either this seat keeps getting narrower, or one of us keeps getting wider. What have you been having for dessert lately, Miss Buff Orpington, huh?
Mr. Bumstead, I've had the seat made narrower. It's cozy, isn't it?
Yeah. It's sort of crowded, too, isn't it? Yeah, but it's better than walking home.
Yes. You know, my late husband, Mr. Buff Orpington, the man who invented the chicken, you know, whenever he wanted to go somewhere, he always used to say, "Drive on, Orson."
Sure was swell, Mrs. Buff Orpington, to drive me home. Boy, I wonder what Blondie's having for dinner. A good meal certainly makes all your little problems disappear like magic. Oh, it's you, Cookie.
I scared you.
Oh, I know. I knew you were hiding behind that tree all the time.
Daddy, what's magic?
Magic? Well, magic is something that makes something happen that can't happen, because if it did happen, it would be magic, see? See, Cookie?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Then why does Mommy say new Super Suds is like magic?
Well, here's Uncle Howard. He'll tell you.
Why, sure, that's easy, Cookie. Your mommy means that new Super Suds with Pyree seems like magic, because new Super Suds makes all your clothes look newer.
Makes all our clothes look newer? Even my blue plaid dress?
Sure, your blue plaid dress. New Super Suds makes any kind of colored clothes just blossom out. Colors look brighter and fresher.
Even Daddy's old white shirts look newer?
Whiter than new, honey.
How, Uncle Howard?
Well, it's the Pyree in new Super Suds, Cookie. Pyree gives clothes a whiteness, colors a brightness, like nothing we ever imagined before scientists discovered this new type of ingredient. That's why new Super Suds beats sunshine at getting clothes white, colors bright, even when dried in the basement. Say, Dagwood, the more I talk about it, the more I think new Super Suds must be magic.
Except new Super Suds is something that makes something happen that does happen, and since it does happen, it can't be magic.
Oh, well, who needs magic anyhow when new Super Suds with Pyree makes all your clothes look newer? Well, I got to be on my way to get some Valentines. So long.
Yeah, goodbye, Howard.
Bye, Mr. Petrie.
Okay, Cookie, now you better put away your sled and come on in for dinner.
All right, Daddy. I'll be in as fast as I can.
Blondie!
I'm not home, Dagwood.
How do you like that? I work all day at the office, and when I come home, Blondie isn't here.
Hello, dear.
Hey, what are you doing here? I thought you said that you were... what am I saying?
Oh, Dagwood, I was just fooling. What's wrong with you?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm worrying about Alexander and his little problem. I haven't been able to figure anything out, and a father ought to be able to help his son solve his problems.
Well, don't you worry anymore. I have a wonderful solution, Dagwood.
Oh, what is it, Blondie? You moved to another town, maybe?
Oh, no, really. It's a good idea. Uh-oh, here's Alexander now.
Hello, folks. Ask me how I feel.
What? Oh, yes. Alexander, how do you feel?
I feel awful.
Gee, I expected a funny answer.
No, I don't feel that way. Sylvia practically told me that she expected me to send her a fancy white lace valentine. And Ginger told me the same thing later. And they were plenty firm about it, too. Oh, I'm a dead duck.
Alexander, I have an idea for you.
Well, it probably won't help any. Gee, poor Alexander, always in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, come on, ask me what the idea is. Show a little interest.
Okay, what's the idea?
You send a valentine to every single girl in your grade and school.
Holy smoke!
Hey, Blondie, that's a sensational idea.
Oh, I do a little thinking now and then. I like to toss off an occasional brainstorm.
To every girl?
Every single one. And if they happen to take a popularity poll among the girls tomorrow morning, I can promise you'd win. Now, what do you think of my idea?
Well, it's pretty daring.
Yeah, well, we Bumsteads are very daring people. Look at me. I married your mother.
Honey Dagwood. Look, Alexander, I've got the valentines right here. Lots and lots of them.
Well, okay, let's try it, Mom. But what about Sylvia and Ginger?
Well, they'll get one like everybody else.
Well, I feel like I'm putting my foot in a trap.
Oh, you won't be.
Well, okay. Let's start addressing the envelopes right after dinner.
Right.
Gee. Boy, I'm beginning to get writer's cramp. Look at that pile of valentines I've addressed. Look at that.
Me too.
Same here. I'm so tired, I'm just signing mine, Alex Bum.
Yeah. I'm so tired, I'm just signing mine, A Bum.
Oh, my, what a name this is. Bertha Hooper Whistle, Jr.
Oh, she's really a knockout, too. You better address it by her nickname.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, we call her Sonia because she's such a good skate.
Oh, boy. Well, I just got one more. It's for Mary Sue Miller.
Well, I'm sending my last valentine to Joan Pingree.
And I say my last one for the Jones girl. We call her Gorgeous Georgia.
Well, I'm all through. Excuse me while I wash the ink off my fingers.
Yeah, you're excused.
Thank you, dear.
Well, there sure are a pile of valentines. I ought to get some interesting results. Say, Pop.
Yeah,
what are you giving Mom for Valentine's Day tomorrow?
Who?
You know, Pop, Mom, Blondie.
Oh, yes, the Blondie, my Mom. Oh, my, I forgot to get her something.
Well, gee, you better go out right now and get a bottle of perfume for Mom, or a big box of candy, you know, your favorite kind.
Yeah. Oh, boy, you're not kidding. If I don't get her something, I'll be sunk.
Oh, you can probably pick up a nice present in Swabber's drugstore.
Yeah, but I'll have to hurry.
Pop.
What, huh? Oh, yes.
Dagwood, would you mind if I took the car for a few minutes? I've got a couple of errands I forgot to do this afternoon, and I want to mail these valentines so the girls will get them the first thing in the morning.
Yeah, okay, Blondie, but I think I'll go with you, dear.
Oh, you don't have to, Dagwood. You had a hard day. Why don't you just stay home?
Oh, no, I'm okay. I have a couple of things I've got to do, too, dear.
Oh, but it'll only take me a minute, and then you can have the car for as long as you want.
Well, it'll only take me a minute, too, dear. I better go with you, I think.
Well, all right, dear. Alexander, what are you smiling at?
Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Well, let's go then, Dagwood, if you still want us.
Oh, yeah, I still want to.
Now, whatever you do, don't forget to mail my valentines.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Bumstead, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Schwaber, I wanted to get, well, now, let me see. You go ahead and get what you want first, Dagwood.
No, Blondie, you go right ahead. I've got plenty of time.
Oh, that's funny. It slipped my mind now. What was it I wanted?
Well, how about you, Mr. Bumstead? Would you like to buy...
No, I'll just wait for...
Oh, you go ahead and get what you came for, Dagwood.
Isn't that strange? I can't remember either.
Well, maybe you'd like a little sandwich, Mr. Bumstead.
A little sandwich, yeah. You know, Mr. Swabber, I don't like those little anemic things you make. Why doesn't your drugstore serve a nice, real He-Man-sized sandwich?
The kind of sandwich you want is a lunch counter between 2 loaves of bread. All right, now, you folks decided what you wanted yet?
I can't remember.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Neither can I. Maybe we'd better have a soda first, huh?
Say, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's funny you people can't remember what you came for, but I'm always glad to sell sodas.
Dagwood, that's enough. You're at the bottom of that soda.
Oh, yeah. So I am, yeah.
What's the matter? Get a cherry caught in your straw?
Yeah, sure was good. Blondie, your soda was kind of quiet, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't try to inhale the bottom of the glass.
Yeah. Well, dear, you get what you were going to get from Mr. Swabber, and I'll be right with you.
Dagwood, what did you come here to get?
Oh, just a thing. What about you?
The same thing. Dagwood, I'll bet you forgot to get me a Valentine's Day present, didn't you?
Now, Blondie, you know I always have some sort of a little present for you.
Oh, go on. You're going to buy it right now, aren't you?
Yeah, well, where is my Valentine's Day present?
You answer me first.
Yeah. You forgot me too, didn't you, Blondie?
Well,
All right, here you are, Mr. and Mrs. Bumstead.
What? Hey, wait a minute. What are these packages, Mr. Swabber?
Well, Mr. Bumstead, give this to Mrs. Bumstead tomorrow. And Mrs. Bumstead, this is for Mr. Bumstead. I'll just put these on the bill.
But how did you know what we wanted, Mr. Swabber?
Mrs. Bumstead, you'll learn a lot about life in a drugstore.
Well, good morning, Blondie.
Good morning, Dagwood.
Happy Valentine's Day. Darling, here's a little present for you I picked up.
Now, happy Valentine's Day to you. And here's what I got you.
Yeah.
Now, let's both look and see how good Mr. Swabber's cake is.
Yeah. Hey, incidentally, where's Alexander?
Oh, he left long ago. He went to school early to see which way the Valentine wind was blowing, so to speak.
Yeah.
Why, Dagwood, such a lovely bottle of perfume. Oh, you really shouldn't have done it.
Oh, it was nothing, Blondie. It's not nearly good enough for you. Let's see it. Is there a price tag on it?
It's very lush and wonderful. What did I give you?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh, boy, Blondie. Oh, thanks, darling. Oh, it's a big bottle of that new men's cologne.
Oh? What's it called?
It's called Hairy Chest. Oh, it's wonderful, Blondie.
Well, I thought you'd like it. And you did remember to send me a sweet Valentine in the mail, didn't you? And here's mine to you.
Oh, this is sweet of you, dear. Here's something in return.
Why, Dagwood. Oh, my goodness, that's Alexander.
What is he doing home now?
Holy smoke, folks!
What's the matter, Alexander?
It's all those Valentines we sent. The girls went crazy. They mobbed me. They were crowding around and kissing me. Oh, even some of the good-looking ones. Oh, I had to get away from them, so I rushed right back here.
Oh, that's too bad.
Boy, as soon as I get my win, I'll go back and try it again.
Don't go away, folks. The Bumsteads will be back in just a moment. Ladies, good news traveled so fast, I suppose by now, there's not one of you who doesn't know that new Super Suds with Pyrene makes all your clothes look newer.
That's right, Mr. Petrie. How on earth does it do it? I never dreamed colors could turn out so bright. Whitewash gets so white.
No woman ever imagined such whiteness, such brightness until a few short months ago. Who ever dreamed of a soap that could wash white clothes whiter than new? Make colors blossom out so dazzling bright. But now, new Super Suds with Pyrene added brings you that amazing whiteness, that unbelievable brightness. Something you never dreamed of before scientists discovered this amazing new type of ingredient.
So that's how new Super Suds with Pyrene makes all my clothes look newer.
That's it. Ladies, don't miss new Super Suds with Pyrene in the same big blue box at your dealers today.
Sylvia and Ginger, goodbye.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Well, what was all that talking, Alexander?
That was Sylvia and Ginger, and they're never going to speak to me again.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumet's Magic Blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Remember, folks, every Wednesday over these same NBC stations, another half hour of fun with all the Bumsteads brought to you by Super Suds. The new Super Suds with Pyree, the soap that makes all your clothes look newer. Tell all your friends to tune in next Wednesday at the same time for Blondie, starring Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake with Handley Stafford. The script is by John L. Green from characters created by Chick Young. Next Saturday evening, hear Colgate's Hour of Fun, hilarious Judy Canova, followed immediately by A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, 2 laugh-packed half hours. Next Saturday evening over NBC.
Don't touch that dial. Listen to... Yes, folks, it's another half hour of fun with Blondie and Dagwood, brought to you by the great new 1947 Super Suds and Luster Cream Shampoo, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. This morning, an important decision is about to be made in the Bumstead household, but Dagwood doesn't know that yet. He's sitting across the breakfast table from Blondie, reading the morning comics, when Blondie says,
Dagwood? Dagwood? Well, so far, it's been a very witty conversation. Herschel, darling.
Who? Where is he? Who's Herschel?
Oh, thank you for your kind attention, dear. And now would you like to hear what I was going to say?
Excuse me for not listening, Blondie.
Oh, that's all right, darling. I just wanted to talk to you before you talked to Mr. Dithers today about our vacation.
Oh, yeah. I always dread this day. Mr. Dithers always acts like it's an outrage when I ask for 1 week with pay. He makes me feel like I ought to pay him for letting me go.
Well, dear, I've just been figuring things out. What we really need and what you've got to ask him for is a 3-week vacation.
Yeah, I 3 weeks.
With pay.
Oh, no, Blondie. You can't ask me to ask Mr. Dithers for 3 weeks with pay. Oh, my. He might even run my little finger in the pencil sharpener again. He'll murder me, Blondie.
He'll do no such thing. It's against the law.
It is, huh? Blondie, as soon as you step into Mr. Dithers' office, Mr. Dithers is the law. He makes it and breaks it all he pleases.
Well, now, Dagwood, we really do need 3 weeks. 2 weeks of rest and recreation and 1 week to recover from it.
Yeah, that's right, dear. It takes at least a week to heal the mosquito bites and the sunburn and the poison ivory and
the poison what, dear?
Yeah, poison ivory. And if we go riding, the saddle blisters, yeah.
Well, just remember that when you go in to ask Mr. Dithers, you ask him for 6 weeks vacation with pay.
Yeah, okay, I'll ask him. It is 6 weeks.
Why, certainly, Dad. Would ask him for 6 weeks and settle for 3.
Well, okay, I'll try it. I'll ask him this morning, Blondie. And if you don't hear from me by noon...
Yes, dear?
Call the police and have them send the riot squad to the Dithers Company. Gee, shall I knock on Mr. Dithers' door now or wait till later? Maybe he'll be in a better mood later. But then again, maybe he won't be. Or will he? I guess I'll knock. No, I'd better not.
Make up your mind, B.B. Briggs.
Shall I knock on your door, Mr. Dithers?
Yes, and do it with your hollow head.
Yes, sir.
I'd recognize that head anywhere. Come in.
Oh, good morning, J.C.
Yeah, Bumstead, what is it?
Yeah, J.C., I'd like to talk to you about my vacation.
Vacation?
Yeah, you know. Remember when I'm not working, but you still have to pay me, huh? Remember?
Bumstead.
What?
That's what you do here all year round.
Do you think you deserve a vacation? Oh, be brave, Dagwood. Be brave and tell him. Go ahead.
Never mind giving yourself a pep talk. Answer me.
Yes, Dagwood deserves a vacation.
And how long a vacation?
6 weeks with pay. Holy smoke, look at him.
Oh.
Mr. Dithers, please. Mr. Dithers, speak to me. Say something. I'll just have to throw this water on him. Well, here goes.
No, Bumstead, don't. Now, that's a waste.
Here, now, let me wipe you off, Mr. Dithers. Gee, I thought you were completely unconscious.
Why completely? Are you hinting that sometimes I'm even slightly unconscious?
Oh, no, Mr. Dithers.
Well, I'll let that pass. I was just trying to show you how shocked I was that you're asking for 6 weeks vacation with pay. Why, it's utterly ridiculous. Am I dry now?
Well, you're still a little wet behind the ears, Mr. Dithers.
Now, about this vacation business.
Mr. Dithers, I said 6 weeks, and I mean 6 weeks.
Listen here, you mental minus mark. You'll take 3 weeks or nothing.
It's sold!
Dagwood, I knew it would work, and it did.
Yeah, and I knew he would choke me, and he did.
But whatever for?
Well, when he chokes me a little bit, it sort of cheers him up, kind of. Oh, but it didn't hurt much. I can take a choke.
Oh, Dagwood, you popped a corny. Well, I'm sorry for you, dear, but I'm glad you got that extra week.
Yeah, but now we've got to decide where we're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I told him we could definitely leave next week. Can we, dear?
Well, I think we can, dear. Mm-hmm. Now, Dagwood, I think we ought to have a little family council. You know, you and I and Alexander and Cookie, and we'll just have to discuss it and vote on which place we would like the best.
Mm-hmm. Okay, dear, that seems fair, but if I don't like the decision, I may have to use my veto power.
Okay, dear, and if we don't like your veto, we'll have to override it.
Quiet, please, quiet. The House of Bumstead will now come to order. Order, please, order.
2 beers.
Oh, Alexander.
Yeah, I wish he was as old as that joke. He'd be supporting us by now. Where'd you hear that corny joke anyway?
From you, Daddy.
Oh, yes, sir, and it's still funny. Oh, it is funny.
Well, the question before the house is, where shall we go to get out of the house? Mm-hmm. In other words, where do we want to go on our vacation?
Well, that makes it unanimously. We all want to go on a hunting trip, don't we? Okay, it's all settled.
Now, just a minute, Dagwood, not so fast.
Stop.
What?
You didn't listen to me at all.
What? Do I hear any objections?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, a hunting trip might be lots of fun. Tigers and elephants and lions.
And field mice.
Yeah. No, not field mice.
Well, I don't want to go on a vacation where all we do is watch you and Daddy lie on your stomachs with guns and wait for things to walk in front of them.
I agree with you, Cookie.
Thank you, Mother.
Oh, not at all, dear.
We girls have to stick together.
Absolutely.
Hey, well, wait just a minute, please. There's nothing as exciting as a real big game hunting trip. Now, suppose we went out to bag a record-breaking mountain sheep.
Dagwood Bumstead, don't you try to tell me how wonderful and romantic it would be. I've read about those big game hunts, and I know.
What?
Well, I'll give you an idea of what it would be like. First, there's all the preparation for the trip. Buying clothes and sleeping bags and buying the gun. Oh, you didn't know it was loaded. And then we take a long train trip west and north to the end of the railroad. Then a car trip to the end of the road. And then onward on a mule to the bitter end. And finally, we have to go up the mountain by ourselves on foot. Onward and upward. And up. And up. And finally, on the last day of our vacation, we spot a record-breaking mountain sheep.
Oh, boy, there he is. This will make the name of the Bumstead famous forever.
Well, go ahead and shoot him, Dagwood.
Okay, but where are the children, Blondie?
The wind just blew them back down the mountain.
Yeah?
Oh, go ahead, dear.
Okay, here goes. Aha! What do you know about that? I missed him.
Oh, Dagwood, there he goes over the ridge.
Yeah, well, so much for our vacation. Back down the mountain and back to the old grind again. Come on.
Dagwood, look. Your shot started an avalanche, and it's coming our way.
Oh, boy, just our luck. A landslide. And we get a free ride all the way down the mountain. Oh, boy.
Happen on a big game hunt. Why, Cookie and I don't want to spend our vacation that way.
Oh, gee, Blondie, I'm not that bad a shot.
Well, I don't know, Dagwood.
Yeah, Mom's right, Pop. Every time you go out to hunt rabbits, you come back with ducks.
And when you go out to hunt ducks, you come back with fish.
Yeah, all right. You talked me out of it. Come in.
Oh, hello, Bumstead.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Hello.
Petrie. Come on in.
Hi.
Oh, look, Mr. Dithers is with him.
Hello, Blondie. Dagwood.
Hello.
Hi, J.C.
Well, children.
Hello, Uncle Julius.
Well, little bumlets. The bachelor and the bobby soxer. I just wondered where you folks were going on your vacation.
Oh, we haven't decided yet, Mr. Dithers, but we're open to suggestions. Where are you going, Mr. Petrie?
Oh, I'm going to a special place.
What's special about this place, huh?
Oh, I love the beautiful big white fleecy clouds they have there. They remind me of
Of the white billowing sails of an old-time clipper ship, huh?
No, of a beautiful billowing mountain of fleecy white clothes that have just been washed with the great new improved Super Suds. The new Super Suds makes me think of mountains, just because, well, one package can make 35,700 times its own volume in suds, or enough to more than fill 2 moving vans. I think of fleecy because those new Super Suds with the richer suds make mighty white washes. And you can forget the bleach, too. And those harder-working suds whip the most stubborn dirt out almost faster than you can say, let's plan our vacation. Ah, yes. When I think of everything that's sweet and clean and fresh and relaxing about a mountain vacation, I just naturally think of the new Super Suds, with all those extra suds that make washing so much easier on the hands, that make such clean, sweet-smelling washes. I think of those floods of suds from Super Suds that make every wash day so much easier, so much quicker. Come to think of it, I haven't made my reservation this year. Will you excuse me?
Oh, of course, Mr. Petrie.
Well, so long, folks.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrie. Goodbye.
So long, Howard.
Where do you want to go, Blondie?
Well, I'd like to go to Crystal Lake. I've heard there's a lovely white sand beach there and lots of little cottages in the pines, and there's dancing every night.
That isn't all they have at Crystal Lake.
You mean they have sailboats and canoes there, too?
How about horses?
Well, yes, they do have sailboats and canoes and horses. They also have a large summer school there for college girls. Mostly the beautiful but dumb type.
Well, how educational.
Uh-oh.
And there are lots more girls there than men.
Yeah, how invigorating.
Well, you don't know how dangerous a beautiful, lonely girl can be. It's murderous.
Yeah, well, I've never been afraid of danger.
If they've got horses there, I'd like to go.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I'm not so sure that I'd like going up there.
Blondie, I'll give you a general idea of what it's like there.
Oh.
Ah, there's that beautiful lake. There's a blue sky. And those wild, wild women. On some pretext or another, one of those gorgeous brunettes would lure Dagwood into a canoe with a sandwich, and then before he realized what was happening...
I really mustn't go for a canoe ride. Really, I mustn't.
Now, you just lie back on that pillow and let your hand trail in the water.
Hey. Hey, we're way out in the lake. How did that happen?
I guess you were looking at me instead of the shoreline.
Yeah, you are sort of
Sort of what, honey?
Sort of scenic. One of nature's wonders. But I really wonder if I should go for a canoe ride, huh? I wonder.
Now, you just relax. You beautiful hunk of man.
You're just saying that because it's true.
Oh, you look yummy to me.
Yeah, but I think we'd better go back to shore, please.
Nothing doing, darling.
Yeah, but you've got to.
Oh, no, I don't.
You don't?
I've got you now, and I'm not going to let you get away from me. Oh, you look very yummy.
Gee, what will a blondie say?
I'm sorry, but I've got to live a little, too.
Oh, yes. Hey, wait a minute. Where are you taking me?
Just out to No Man's Island.
Yeah?
I'm sorry, but I'm desperate for a man to talk to. The really beautiful girls are taking them all away. Except for you.
What? Holy smoke, that's Blondie's calling me.
Well, go ahead and call back to her. I dare you to let her see that you're out here with me. Go ahead.
Oh, I can't, but look, you've got to take me back to her now.
I do, huh? Listen, Bumstead.
What?
Before I paddle you back, you've got two choices. Either you kiss me now, or you get out and swim back.
I can't swim that far. I know I can't.
I know you can. Well, what's your decision?
Better death than dishonor.
Holy smoke, he did it!
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dithers. Is that what might happen at Crystal Lake?
That's right, Blondie. That's where I'm going. I hope it happens to me. Well, have a good time on your vacation, folks. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Mr. Dithers.
Hey, Mr. Dithers, wait a minute. You left me swimming in the middle of the lake. How did I get back to shore?
Oh, Dagwood, you didn't. That's the last that was ever seen of you. Goodbye, Dope.
Well, that's that. Crystal Lake is definitely out.
Gee, poor little me. I never made it to shore.
Cookie, where would you like to go?
I'd like to go to college.
Well, not for a while, dear. You won't go to college until you graduate from high school, and that's a long, long way off.
Well, then I'd like to go to the seashore. I want to start a shell collection.
Well, it might be very nice at the seashore. Lots of wonderful fresh salt air.
Yeah, and lots of wonderful fresh saltwater taffy.
But it's very dangerous. Yes, sir, very dangerous.
Oh, Alexander, what's dangerous about the seashore? Or are you trying to sell us the idea of going someplace else?
Well, not exactly. But getting back to the seashore, you know how curious Cookie is about everything.
I'm not curious at all. I just want to know about things.
What's the difference? Gee, just like a woman.
Isn't that just like a man to say just like a woman?
Go on, Alexander. Go on with the dangers of the seashore and the ocean. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know there are a lot of big ocean-going boats that dock not so far from where we go. And just as sure as we go to the seashore, Cookie's going to want to see the boats. So one day we're going to be standing on the dock beside one of the big ships.
Gee, this boat is going to go pretty soon. I wonder where.
Oh, probably all over the world to start with. Then maybe it'll go other places.
I guess it's what they call a hobo steamer.
Not a hobo, a tramp steamer.
Well, look on the back. It says Blaine E. McKinley, hobo.
Oh, yeah. But you can't see all the letters. It doesn't really say hobo, it says Hoboken.
Oh, but it's still a hobo steamer from where I'm standing. Well, come on, Alexander.
Come on where?
Well, aren't you going to go on board it and see what it looks like?
Are you?
Sure, come on.
Wait a minute. Well, okay. I better come along and keep you from stepping on the ship's starter. If there is one, it's a cinch you'll step on it. And if there's a plug that keeps the ocean from coming in, you're just the girl who'll pull it out.
Alexander, wake up!
Huh? Hey, Cookie, where are we? Holy smoke, we're still on the boat. We're moving.
I knew we shouldn't have taken a little nap.
Then why did you think of the idea? Come on, let's get out on deck and see where we are. I don't see land anywhere.
Alexander, here comes somebody. He looks like the captain. Hello, Captain.
Hello, kids. Oh, stowaways.
Well, When can we get off this boat?
We don't stop anywhere until we get to Africa.
Africa.
That's what might happen to us if we went to the seashore. It's possible.
I wouldn't do any silly thing like that. Maybe you would, but I wouldn't.
Well, Alexander, where would you like to go for our vacation?
Well, I'd like to go to a dude ranch.
A dude ranch? Well, that sounds pretty good.
Sure. Riding horses and shooting and catching rustlers and stuff like that. That's for me.
Blondie, dear, I don't think you'd like it.
Oh, why not? Those beautiful western sunsets, the smell of sagebrush, and those purple hills.
Those buttermilk skies, and those bleached bones on the desert, and those lonesome cowboys.
Uh-huh. Why wouldn't I like it, Dagwood?
Well, I'll tell you. Something like this might happen. Now, look, we'd be having our vacation on a ranch, the barbecue ranch. It's evening. We've been out riding during the day, and I'm inside putting a little horse liniment on me where it'll do the most good. But you're outside watching the sunset when a cowboy who looks a lot like Gary Cooper walks up to you and he says...
Evening, Mrs. Bumstead.
Oh, good evening, Ted.
Mighty pretty sunset, ain't it?
Yes, it's mighty pretty.
Yep, sure is mighty. Seems a lot mighty prettier to me since, you've been here, Mrs. Bumstead.
Oh, Ted, you're just flattering me.
Well, I reckon I am, ma'am. I ain't much on words, but, you sure are the prettiest little filly I ever did see.
Oh, Tex, you're not calling me a horse, are you?
Mrs. Bumstead, you're even prettier than a horse. You know, I reckon I'm pretty crazy about you.
Oh, now, just a minute, Tex. I'm married.
I know. I'm feeling mighty low.
Well, I'm married to Mr. Bumstead.
Yeah. How'd you happen to pick that scrawny little thing?
Never mind, Tex. The point is, I am married to him.
Well, now, don't you worry about that, gal. I aims to settle that with Mr. Bumstead.
How?
I aims to go up to him, then I aims to aim at him. Pull the trigger, and boom, you're unmarried.
Oh, no, Tex, please.
I'm going to do it right now. When I come back, you're going to be that pretty widow Bumstead.
Well, what did you want, Tex, huh?
Mr. Bumstead, I ain't much good on words.
You ain't?
But I'm mighty strong on action. Mighty. And I aims to marry Mrs. Bumstead. I loves the gal. And we aims to get hitched up.
You do, huh? Well, by a strange coincidence, I'm already hitched up to Mrs. Bumstead. And I've got a hitching license to prove it. What are we going to do about that, huh?
Well, sir, I reckon we'll just have to get rid of you.
Well, I reckon we'll have to get... huh?
Now, here's a gun for you, Mr. Bumstead.
Oh, be careful. That thing might go off.
Now, look. When I count to 3, you better use that shooting on as fast as you can.
Now, wait a minute.
Because I'm going to be slinging lead at you.
Now, Tex, don't be hasty. Can't we take this to the Court of Human Relations or something, huh?
All right. 1.
Wait, this is murder.
It ain't murder out west. 2.
Hey, don't. Help.
3.
I've been stabbed.
Oh, you got me.
How are you, Dagwood?
I've got more holes in me than a pair of bachelor socks.
Oh, you poor darling.
What happened to Tex?
He just died in the bunkhouse. Your gun went off and shot him when you dropped it.
The doctor said I had a chance to live, Blondie.
Well, the other cowboys are going to lynch you if you do.
That's nice. Oh.
Does it hurt so much, Dagwood?
No, the kids just left their spurs in my bed. Blondie, dear.
Yes.
Take good care of Alexander and Cookie.
Yes, Dagwood, I will.
And I hope you'll always think kindly of me whenever you see his sandwich.
I will, dear. I will.
Goodbye, Blondie. Goodbye. Now, you wouldn't want anything like that to happen to me now, would you, Blondie?
Oh, but that was so silly, Dagwood.
The Dude Ranch is out.
Wait a minute. I know just the thing.
What?
We'll take the car and go every place. We'll go to the seashore.
That's for me.
We'll go hunting.
Hey, boy, that's for me.
And we'll stop at a Dude Ranch for a couple of days.
Yippee! Yeah, but
And
Blondie...
maybe at Crystal Lake, too.
Yeah, but...
We'll just go where we want to go and take our time.
Yeah, but
I bet we'll all have the best vacation the Bumsteads ever had.
Yeah, but...
Oh, and that reminds me.
But...
You can take along your outboard motor, too.
Don't go away, folks. The Bumsteads will be back in just a moment.
For the shining hair all men adore, discover the magic of Luster Cream Shampoo. Discover the remarkable way it makes hair gleam with natural highlights and shadows, sparkle with silken softness, delight with clean fragrance. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up luxurious lather like magic in hard or soft water and sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumit blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this revolutionary new cream that brings out the rich, natural beauty of your hair, leaves it obedient to brush and comb. Try that economical $1 jar of Luster Cream Shampoo, sold at all cosmetic counters, also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes, and learn what more and more women of all ages are learning every day. Way to new glamour with Luster Cream Shampoo, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
Dagwood, what in the world are all those things you're bringing into the living room?
Oh, Blondie, I've solved all our vacation problems. We can have all the advantages of all these different places right here in our own home. Stay right here.
Well, what's this?
Oh, that's a shaker full of dust. Instead of driving over country roads, I'll just take a little bit of all over, see? And here's a box full of assorted bugs and sand fleas, and this is a cage of hungry mosquitoes, and
what are you going to do about the sunburn?
I got a sun lamp right here, see? And here's some nice sharp pine needles to put in our bed. Be just like the mountains.
Well, what's this box of ants for?
That's the ants for my pants.
Remember, folks, every Sunday over these same CBS stations, a half hour of fun with all the Bumsteads. Brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness, and the great new 1947 Super Suds.
Super Suds, greatness suds, 1947 Suds.
Tell all your friends to tune in next Sunday at the same time for...
Remember, doctors prove the Palm Olive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days.
And this plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry skin, oily skin, rough skin, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. Start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Blondie, written by John L. Green, stars Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake with Hanley Stafford. This is Howard Petrie saying good night from Hollywood. Housewives, stocks of fats and oils stay dangerously low in the United States. Our domestic supplies of fats and oils are expected to be larger this year than last, but industry has been such a drain on fats and oils that your used kitchen fats have been the most important factor in the production of goods that need this raw material. Goods that you and you and you use and wear every day. So please continue to save and turn in every possible ounce of used kitchen fats. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. All great men, it seems, are born on special days. Abraham Lincoln, for example, was born on Lincoln's birthday. Coincidence, isn't it? In Springfield, where Jim Anderson was born, they do things in a slightly different manner. So Jim shares his birthday with George Washington. That was yesterday, and in the white frame house on Maple Street, they had quite a time. It went something like this.
Bud,
You want me, Mom?
are you almost finished down there?
Just about. I have to put up one more string of balloons.
Well, please hurry, dear. Your father will be home any minute.
Okay.
Did you get Mr. Gribble, Mother? Oh, dear, I knew there was something. He's the only one I couldn't reach. It's too bad because I know your father'd like him to be here.
I bet Daddy's going to be surprised.
Well, if he isn't, it won't be our fault. And if you say one word to him...
Oh, I won't, Betty. I didn't this morning, did I?
No, but you certainly came close a couple of times. And that dopey little smile you dug up. You look like the Mona Lisa, junior grade.
What's that?
Never mind.
Betty, you know, I'm not sure that we did the right thing at breakfast.
How's that, Mother?
Well, your father looked so hurt. The least we could have done was wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, no, Mommy.
Mother, you're going to spoil everything. Father even said birthdays weren't important when you got to be his age.
I know, dear, but...
And if he knows that we remembered his birthday, he might suspect something.
Everything's all finished, Mom.
Oh, that's fine, Bud. Oh, you've done a wonderful job, all of you.
And I haven't even said anything.
Now, don't forget, Bud, you've got to get Father out of the house at 7:45.
Yeah, I know. But holy cow, how am I going to do that?
Bud, you don't want him to see the people when they come in, do you? It's a surprise party.
But how am I going to get him out?
Jumping creepers, you only have to get him out for 15 minutes. What's so hard about that?
Well, if it's so easy, why don't you do it?
Daddy's home.
Oh, the sandwiches, Betty. Put them in the pantry.
Okay.
He isn't coming in here.
Well, that's peculiar. I'd better go in and see. Jim,
Yes?
we thought we heard you come in, dear. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Nothing important, anyway.
Jim, you sound so strange.
Hiya, Dad. What goes?
Hi, Daddy.
Hello. I'll be in the den when dinner's ready.
Now, just a minute, Jim Anderson. You're not going to walk away from us like that.
We didn't do anything.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Jim, if there's anything wrong, we have a right to know what it is.
You have a right to know what it is, do you? You haven't the faintest idea. All right, I'll tell you what it is. I don't ask for a great deal from this family. A minimum of respect and courtesy, that's all. But I certainly think that when a man's birthday comes around...
Oh, Jim.
Well, the least you can do is remember it.
Jim Anderson.
And stop looking at me as though I had 3 heads. All of you. It isn't the least bit funny.
Jim, darling, I was telling the children just before you got here that...
Mother! Something's burning in the kitchen.
Burning? Why, Betty, I turned off all... Oh. Well, I'd better go and see what it is.
Man works hard for his wife and family and tries to give them all the advantages he can manage. And what thanks does he get? They don't even remember his birthday.
Holy cow, Dad. You said birthdays didn't mean anything.
When did I say that?
When you forgot Mom's.
But I did not forget your mother's birthday. If you'll remember, I bought her the largest bottle of perfume in Springfield. Not that I expected you to buy anything for me, of course.
Of course.
I don't care anything about getting presents. I mean, even a small thing like a necktie or something.
Dad.
It isn't the gift, it's the thought behind it that counts.
Dad.
And it isn't as though it were a hard day to remember. I mean, like October 19th or August 64th or something like that.
Dad.
But Washington's birthday, the easiest day of the whole year. How could you possibly forget?
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'll get it, Father.
Never mind, I'll answer it myself. Man has a birthday once a year, nobody even remembers it. Fine thing. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Gribble. Yes, just fine, thank you. You what? What message? I didn't leave any message. To call me? Are you sure? Well, just a minute. I'll ask Margaret. Margaret,
Yes, dear.
did you call Mr. Gribble?
What was that, dear?
I said, did you call Mr. Gribble?
Mr. Gribble? Why should I call Mr. Gribble, dear?
Margaret, the man's on the phone. He got a message to call us. I didn't leave any message.
Well, Jim, what possible reason could I have for calling Mr. Gribble?
If that isn't just like a woman. All you had to say was no.
Yes, dear.
Hello, Mr. Gribble. Well, Margaret doesn't know anything about it. Well, they probably got the name wrong. You know how it is. Oh, by the way, New York sent me the revised figures on that compensation setup. All right, anytime you say. No, I'll be free all evening. 8 o'clock? Fine. See you later.
Jim, you're not going to meet Mr. Gribble tonight.
Why not?
Well, it's your birthday.
What's that got to do with it? My birthday certainly wasn't important a few minutes ago.
Jim, I don't know how the children are going to feel about this.
Father, we've just had the most wonderful idea.
Wait till you hear it, Dad.
We're going to have a wonderful time. All of us.
Now, just a minute. Your mother was about to tell me something.
I know. I mean, she was?
It's all right, Jim. I guess it wasn't important.
Well, you want to know. What is it, Betty?
Well, Father, even if we did forget your birthday, we're all very sorry.
Yes?
And we've decided to devote our entire evening to making you happy.
Fine. I won't even be here.
But you can't go out, Father. You'll spoil everything.
What do you mean?
Well, tell him, Bud.
What? Well, we had a lot of things figured out to do, Dad.
Like what?
Well, we thought that we'd play the radio.
He means games, Father. We'll all play games.
Like spin the bottle.
Oh, fine. I can't think of anything I'd enjoy more than a good, fast game of spin the bottle. Unfortunately, I have to work.
But you can't work, Father, not on your birthday.
I worked all day.
I know, but you can't work at night.
New law, huh?
The man on the radio said it was going to snow. Or rain. Or something.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
There seems to have developed a concerted and rather unusual desire for my company. How come?
Well, frankly, Jim.
Mother.
We hope that if we made your evening a pleasant one, you might forgive us for not remembering your birthday. We could even have a little celebration.
Just the 5 of us.
And we could make popcorn.
And get some ice cream.
It'd be just like a regular party, Daddy.
Well,
You'd make us all very happy, dear.
I don't get it. If my birthday means that much to you,
Oh, it does, Father.
It sure does.
why did you forget it in the first place?
We're stupid.
Well, all right. I'll call Gribble and tell him we'll make it tomorrow.
Gee, that's great, Dad.
Would you like me to call him for you, Father?
No, I'd better do it myself. He's certainly going to wonder if I got all my buttons. Make an appointment and then cancel it 5 minutes later.
I'm sure he'll understand, Jim.
I wish I could be that sure. Hello, Mr. Gribble. This is Jim Anderson. Well, about that appointment for tonight, you see, it's my birthday, and I guess it slipped my mind. Yes. Well, birthdays don't mean very much to me anymore, but, my family wants me to stay home with them. You know how it is. Yes. Suppose I call you in the morning, Mr. Gribble. Right. What? Oh, thank you very much. Good night. Well, I guess that takes care of that. Something wrong, Kathy?
No, I was just thinking.
About what?
George Washington.
Oh. Well, dinner about ready?
Oh, just about, dear.
I'd better go upstairs and wash. Fine family. 1 minute they don't even know it's your birthday, and the next they'll die if you leave them alone.
Wow, that was a close one.
Well, as long as he didn't leave, everything's going to be all right.
And I didn't even say anything.
I know, dear. You were a very good girl.
Say, Mom.
Yes, Bud.
There's only one thing I don't understand.
What's that, dear?
We got him to stay home. Now how am I going to get him out?
Well, Bud's got to figure that one out for himself. You know, we all do in lots of ways, as some of you may have found out just recently.
About coffee in particular. Have you been shopping around more for your coffee since the price went up? Trying this brand and that in the name of economy? If you have, I'll bet lots of you have discovered this fact. Maxwell House is true economy. A friend of my wife's did. She was telling us just the other night. You see, when prices went up, she started buying cheaper coffee. Might not taste as good, she figured, but it ought to be more economical. First thing she found, though, it took lots more to make the breakfast coffee strong enough. And even then, the flavor just wasn't there. So meal after meal, her family would leave their cups unfinished. She said, that settled it for me. Maxwell House is true economy. Sure it is. Because you get so many more truly good cups of coffee from every pound. Just see how much more your family enjoys that wonderful Maxwell House flavor. So good to the last drop, they drink every drop. Discover the extra freshness, the clear, rich taste that's vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. You'll say Maxwell House is true economy. So get your money's worth and more. Get Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
It's 7:45 in the White Frame House on Maple Street, and time for Jim's surprise birthday party. With great effort, the Andersons have managed to keep Father at home. Now, with the guests about to arrive, they can't get rid of him. Like this.
Dad,
Yes, Bud?
after you finish the paper, you wouldn't like to go down to the drugstore with me, would you?
Why do you have to go to the drugstore?
I don't.
I imagine you can explain that, but I'd just as soon you didn't.
Well, I just thought that. Would you like to take a walk?
No, thank you.
Go for a ride?
No, thank you.
You want to clean out the garage?
Bud, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Let's go sit upstairs in my room.
What for?
Well, it's comfortable.
I'm quite comfortable right where I am.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. And stop fidgeting.
Bud, could I speak to you for a minute, please?
Okay. Excuse me, will you, Dad?
Oh, sure. Whenever you're free, stop back and we'll figure out some more places I don't want to go.
For crying out loud, Betty, now what's the matter?
You're supposed to have him out of here. It's 7:45.
But he won't go.
He has to go. Everybody will be here any minute.
Well, what do you want me to do about it? I can't hit him over the head. It's his birthday.
Bud, what's going on out there?
Nothing, Dad. I'll be with you in a minute.
You better go back, Bud, and see if he can't think of something.
Where are you going?
Back into the kitchen. I've got to talk to Mom. This is getting desperate.
Has your father gone, dear?
No, he's sitting in there as big as life. A lot of help Bud turned out to be.
Well, Betty, we may as well face it. We're not going to get your father out of the house.
But we have to, Mother.
It'll spoil everything.
Maybe not. We can do it another way. I'll just put a note on the front porch asking everybody to come in the back way.
But Daddy'll hear him.
Oh, I don't think so.
He will, Mother. He's bound to hear them going down to the playroom.
Not if you're all singing.
Oh, that's an idea.
Why do we have to sing?
So Father won't hear anything. It's a wonderful idea, Mother.
Well, it's the best we can do.
Margaret!
Just a minute. Yes, Jim?
What are you doing in there?
We'll be finished in a few minutes, dear.
Well, hurry up, will you, before Bud shoves me out the front door.
All right, dear. Now, remember, girls, sing, and loud if you hear anything. Now, I'll go around to the front and leave the note.
All right, Mother. Come on, Kathy.
Gee whiz, why do we have to sing? I don't feel like singing.
Tell your father I'll join you in about 5 minutes.
Okay, Mother.
Betty, what are we gonna sing?
What difference does that make?
Well, how can I sing loud if I don't know what I'm singing?
Well, we'll sing the birthday song.
We can't. That's what they're gonna sing at the party.
How about For He's a Jolly Good Fellow?
Why?
Because it's loud.
I know louder ones.
That's loud enough. Hi, Father.
We're gonna sing.
Hi, where's your mother?
She said she'd be right in.
Well, I guess I'd better...
Betty, it isn't cold in here, is it?
A little. Why?
Oh, you can't feel cold. Dad says he wants to go down and look at the furnace.
The furnace? Oh, no, it's hot. It's very hot. Isn't it, Kathy?
What is?
The house. It's hotter than it's ever been.
It's roasting.
I don't think so.
Father, please don't worry about the furnace. It's your birthday, and we're going to have all kinds of fun.
Betty, you and Bud wouldn't have any bodies buried in the basement, would you?
Bodies? Well, why would we want to put bodies in the basement? We keep all our bodies in the attic, don't we, Bud?
Yeah, we sure do. Boy, that's a good one.
Kathy, have they been like this all day?
Who?
Betty and Bud.
Why?
I'm going inside to see your mother.
No, you can't.
Now, just a minute. I've had just about enough of this. What's going on around here?
Oh, why, nothing, Dad. We just want you to have a good time.
Well, if this is your idea of a good time... What was that?
What was what? I didn't hear anything. Did you, Kathy?
Oh, no!
I distinctly heard somebody at the back door.
Oh, that was Mother. She took the garbage out.
I took it out before.
Maybe she's bringing it back.
Bud, how would you like to go to bed? Right now.
Holy cow, Dad. All I said was...
Father, we're supposed to be having a party, so why don't we all sing? We haven't done anything like that all winter.
Well, we haven't at that, by golly. That's a good idea.
I said it before and nobody even listened.
We'll listen now, honey. Come on, Betty, you can play for us.
All right, Father. Would you please get me a cushion from the couch?
Gladly, Your Highness. Your slightest wish is my command.
What's going on?
Mother's bringing everybody in the back way.
Oh.
And we have to sing He's a Jolly Good Fellow, loud.
Shh. One cushion coming up. There you are, Betty.
Thank you, Father.
This might turn out to be quite a party after all. Now, what do we sing?
Well, Betty said that...
Kathy, be quiet.
It's your birthday, Dad. Why don't you pick it?
All right. How about,
For he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
What was that for?
That's for your birthday, Dad.
Oh, well, thank you.
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
Well, that's very nice. Thank you. Now, how about Down by the Old Mill Stream?
It's kind of corny, isn't it, Dad?
It isn't very loud either.
Now, just a minute, both of you. It isn't your birthday, it's Father's. And if he wants to sing Down by the Old Mill Stream, why, that's what we'll sing. Right, Father?
Right.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Well,
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
what happened to Down by the Old Mill Stream?
We'll have lots of time for that, Father. We were... For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
This is getting a little monotonous, isn't it?
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Well, now that we've done Down by the Old Mill Stream, how about,
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
Betty, I said stop it, all of you. Stop it!
Nobody can deny.
What's gotten into you? Don't you know how to sing anything else?
But it's your birthday, Father.
And that's so loud.
Well, aren't you having a fine time?
Margaret, what's the matter with these children? They're behaving like a bunch of lowercase lunatics.
Well, my, isn't it chilly in here?
Mother.
Oh, but it is, dear. I think your father ought to go down and take a look at the furnace.
You do?
I certainly do.
You mean we don't have to sing anymore?
Later, dear.
I don't know. If this isn't the goofiest family in the United States, it certainly comes close.
Yes, dear, but the furnace, remember?
It's awfully chilly, Father.
Oh, it is it? 5 minutes ago, you were roasting.
Well, I know, but now I'm cold.
We're freezing.
It won't take you a minute, Jim. Please take a look at it.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Don't be long, dear.
I won't. Silliest darn family I've ever seen in my life. Stay home, go out. Fix the furnace, don't fix the furnace. Can't make up their minds, if any. I told them it was cold 10 minutes ago. No, I have to do it their way. Everything has to be done the way they want it.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny. Happy birthday.
Well, for goodness sake.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
It's certainly been a mixed-up birthday for Father, but everything's straight now. You know, so often we seem to be in the midst of confusion, and then comes the light, which leads to this point.
Ladies, with coffee prices higher today, remember Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, Maxwell House is true economy. Of course, you can buy cheaper coffees in the store, but are they really economical? There's no economy in coffee when you have to use lots more to get it strong enough. And even then, you can't get the flavor you want. There's no economy in coffee so stingy with its flavor, your family leaves their cups unfinished. But Maxwell House now, Maxwell House is true economy. So many more cups of wonderfully good coffee in every pound. So extra rich and full of flavor. So good to the last drop, it leaves you wanting more. Yes, there's real reason why more people drink Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Maxwell House is true economy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Get your money's worth and more with coffee that's always good to the last drop.
It's quite late in the White Frame House on Maple Street. Long past bedtime, as a matter of fact. The Anderson kids are sound asleep. But in the master bedroom, Jim and Margaret are busy with a pair of widely divergent thoughts, like this.
Oh, dear.
What?
Oh, nothing, dear. I was just thinking of tomorrow. They made quite a mess, didn't they?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It was quite a party, wasn't it?
Yes, dear, it certainly was.
You know, in a way, I feel a little guilty. I mean, you and the kids had to work so hard.
Oh, we didn't mind, dear. I know the children had a wonderful time, surprising you so completely.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a complete surprise.
What was that, Mr. Washington?
Oh, well, I mean, after all, when they, Margaret,
Yes, dear.
have you ever seen anything more beautiful than those matched irons the kids gave me?
No, dear.
If I don't break 90 with those, I'll quit.
Yes, dear.
I'd have settled for a necktie, I really would. But those irons. Now, there's a birthday present I'll never forget.
I know, dear.
Must have cost the kids a fortune.
Well, not exactly, dear. They kept watching for a sale at Gorman's.
That was a good idea.
And then they charged them.
Oh. Good night, Margaret.
Good night, dear.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last, you know what.
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup.
Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last, you know what?
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman.
Say, Bill.
Yes, Bob?
You won't forget about Saturday, will you?
Oh, that's right. On Saturday, February 25th, Bob Young will be in Albany, New York, to attend a ceremony during which 2,000 young drivers and their parents are going to join the Robert Young Good Drivers Club and sign the man-to-man and dad-to-daughter agreements. Does that do it, Bob?
Yes, except that there's going to be a parade, and if they're looking for me, I'll be the one sitting between Governor Dewey and Mayor Corning. See you on Saturday, Albany.
That he will. And now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Next, Laura with the original cast on Screen Guild on NBC.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, coming to you from the Presidio in San Francisco, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The K-Sounds Go Rolling Along.
Never in all the 40 years or more that folks have been buying Jell-O has Jell-O tasted more delicious. And the reason? Jell-O's wonderful new locked-in flavor. By means of an exclusive Jell-O process, Jell-O's swell, tempting flavor is locked in to give you extra goodness, new delight, richer enjoyment. For Jell-O today is better than ever. Now that its tangy, tantalizing flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, Jell-O offers you new high in pleasure. More than ever, its intriguing goodness brings to mind the grand, refreshing flavor of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. More than ever, Jell-O gives you real dessert delight. And all because of this new Jell-O process that locks in the magic of Jell-O's glorious flavor. You can prove for yourself that this delicious Jell-O flavor actually is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. And then dissolve the Jell-O and notice how its marvelous captive goodness comes pouring out in a rich gush of fragrance and flavor. So ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O and discover for yourself how much better and richer Jell-O is now that its famous flavor is locked in.
The K-Sounds Go Rolling Along, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as we are broadcasting from the U.S. Army post at the Presidio in San Francisco, and this being the birthday of George Washington, it is only fitting that we bring you a man who fought heroically for that great general at Valley Forge, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was the most ridiculous introduction I ever heard. Imagine saying that I fought at Valley Forge. Why, it's absurd.
But, Jack, you told me to mention your war record.
I meant the World War. The Battle of Valley Forge took place over 160 years ago. My goodness, that would make me older than Fred Allen. Much.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Fred Allen is younger than you are, and you know it.
What did you say, big boy? What did you say?
I said Fred Allen is younger than you are.
That's a military secret, and I'm going to tell the colonel on you. You heard him, fellas. Allen younger than me. I'd like to have muscles as hard as his arteries. Anyway, Don, it's nice being up here in Frisco, as they don't say, isn't it, huh?
Ah, yes, Jack, it certainly is.
And by the way, Don, as long as I'm paying everybody's expenses on this trip, may I inquire where you're stopping?
Oh, the little woman and I have a lovely suite at the Fairmont Hotel.
A suite, eh? That's several rooms, isn't it?
Yes. You see, Jack, I'm a pretty big man, and when I take my belt off at night, I spread out.
I don't care if you overflow like a volcano, get into one room. You don't need a suite.
But, Jack, Peggy and I have a lot of friends here in town, and we wanted a place where we could serve tea in the afternoon.
Oh, tea, eh? Well, from now on, brother, your friends can lip their Liptons in the lobby. Get into one room. Huh? All I say is what's good enough for me is good enough for my cast.
Well, perhaps you're right. By the way, Jack, where are you stopping?
Who, me? Oh, Dennis and I have a beautiful room at Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court. Over in Alameda. It's a lovely place. It's run by a retired ferry boat captain.
Well!
In fact, that's what it is, an old ferry boat. We're living in what was formerly the poop deck. Of course, it's been redecorated, you know.
Well, that sounds quite novel. Have you a private bath?
What was that, Don?
I said, have you a private bath?
Well, there's a bolt on the door, if that's what you mean. You must come over sometime, Don. Huh?
Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court. Is that right on the ocean front?
No, it's not exactly on the ocean. It's very nice, though.
Well, can you see the ocean?
No, you can't actually see it, Don. But when the west wind is blowing over those mud flats, you just know it's there. And if the breeze is, well, if it isn't Miss Livingston, say hello to the soldiers, Mary.
Hiya, boys. Let's hear some noise.
You asked for it, and you got it. I can't understand it, Mary, but every time we entertain the soldiers, you get a much bigger reception than I do. Why is that?
I guess my legs are prettier than yours, huh, cutie?
Oh, I don't know about that, young lady. Now, I'll leave it to any...
Oh, roll down your pants. Who cares?
Well, you started it. By the way, Mary, as long as you're here, I want to settle something right now in front of Don Wilson and all the fellas here. Who is older, Fred Allen or me?
I don't see any insurance men chasing either one of you.
I can still get fire and theft, Smarty. And anyhow, just because I have a few gray hairs doesn't mean I'm an old dodo.
Doesn't mean you're cutting teeth either.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mary, because it so happens that I have a brand new tooth coming in. So there.
Where's it coming in from? Sears and Roebuck?
No, it's not coming in from Sears and Roebuck. They don't even handle them.
Oh, you checked on it, eh?
Now, let me tell you something else. The next one that mentions Fred Allen has to pay his own expenses in San Francisco. By the way, Mary, where are you stopping?
Oh, I have a lovely suite at the Sir Francis Drake.
Listen, Mary, you could very well have taken one room instead of two.
I've got 3.
Yikes! What do you need 3 rooms for?
Well, I've got a lot of friends in town, and I have to have a place where I can serve tea in the afternoon.
Tea. Everybody giving tea parties. Funny thing, I'm never invited.
But, Jack, how could we reach you?
Yeah, you haven't even got a telephone on that broken-down ferry boat.
You could wigwag, sister. You could wigwag.
You got the wig. How could we wag it?
I mean with flags. You may laugh at Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court, Mary, but it's lovely there, isn't it, Dennis? I said it's lovely there, isn't it, Dennis?
Do you mind if I take a bow first, Mr. Benny?
No, go right ahead. Yeah, it's lovely there. What? Oh, you mean the auto court? Yes. Yes, it is. What a kid.
Well, Dennis, this is your first trip to San Francisco, isn't it? I suppose you've been sightseeing and everything.
I'll say. I went to Seal Rocks in Chinatown and Twin Peaks in Chinatown and Flyshacker Zoo in Chinatown and...
What do you keep going back to Chinatown for?
I left my hat there someplace.
Oh, well, I hope you find it.
Me too. Am I sick of chop suey?
Dennis, you don't have to eat every time you go there.
What else did you do, Dennis?
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yes, last night I went over to Treasure Island to see the World's Fair.
The World's Fair?
Save your money, brother. It ain't much.
Dennis, there isn't any World's Fair. It's been closed for 2 years.
Gee, I could swear I saw a fan dancer.
A fan dancer. You know, kid, I'd give $1,000 for your imagination.
At your age, it's a bargain.
Oh, shush. Well, Dennis, now that you're here, I think the boys would like to have you do a song. What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a brand new number called Private Buckaroo.
Good. Let's have it, kid. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the officers and the men of the Presidio, I would like to present you with this regulation Army uniform.
Say, thanks. But it's awfully big for me. It's so large.
Well, we thought you might want a place where you could serve tea in the afternoon.
Get a load of his head, fellas. There's a GI haircut if I ever saw it. GI means government issue, folks. Sing, Dennis.
A lonesome cowboy in the West, he was known as Slim. Now in the Army, they've a new name for him. Private Buckaroo, way out on a range that he's a stranger to. Dreams he hears the cattle lowing, but it's just the bugle blowing. Blue Private Buckaroo. They're in company queue, away from corrals and all the pals he knew. Won't be having any hand in this year's roping, this year's branding. Blue Private Buckaroo. Each night beneath the evening star, he strums on his old guitar. Till it's get along, Buckaroo, you're in the Army. Private Buckaroo. That yippee-eye lad, he may sound sad and blue, but there's nothing he's afraid of. Got the stuff a cowboy's made of. True blue Private Buckaroo. So saddle up, lad, there's a roundup over there. Get your lariat ready. You've some two-legged doggies to snare. And we'll keep the campfires burning till the day that you're returning. True blue Private Buckaroo.
That was Private Buckaroo, sung for the first time on the air by Dennis Day. Swell, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Mr. Benny,
What is it, kid?
we sure had a lot of excitement at the Streets of Paris Cafe the other night, didn't we?
Yes, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Why did they throw you out? You didn't do anything.
Forget it, kid, forget it. And now, ladies and
Wait
gentlemen...
a minute. I want to know what happened at the streets of Paris the other night.
Oh, there was a little argument, that's all. Dennis and I were out for an evening of fun, so we walked into this cafe with a couple of cute girls.
Yeah, we followed them for miles.
We caught up with them at the bottom of the steps. Well, anyway, we all went inside, and Dennis asked for a glass of milk, and I ordered a lemon phosphate.
At the streets of Paris?
They sent out for it. Anyway, as we were sitting there with the girls, chatting and laughing, a couple of great big guys walked over to us, and one of them said, what are you two punks doing with our girls? So Dennis jumped up and said, you want to make something out of it?
Yeah.
You little rascal. And the next thing I knew, I was laying out on Mason Street. It could happen to anybody. Say, whatever became of you that night, Dennis?
Oh, the boys got a girl for me, and we all went out.
Oh, good. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Were you worried about me?
Were you worried about me? There's the only marcelled ham I ever saw. Well, Phil, here we are in San Francisco. The old town's as peppy as ever, isn't it?
Yes, sir, and I'm sure getting a kick out of broadcasting for the soldiers here at the Presidio.
That's Presidio. Presidio.
All right, how far did I miss it?
That's right. For you, that's a bullseye. By the way, Phil, I'm doing a little checking up around here. Where are you stopping in town?
Well, I got a suite over at the Palace Hotel.
You got a what?
Well, here we go again.
You can sing that, sister. Listen, Harris, what's the idea of getting a suite?
Well, I got a lot of friends in town, and I need a place where I can...
I know. A place where you can serve tea.
Tea? What's that?
Oh, pardon me, you wouldn't know. Tea, Phil, is a beverage that you can serve up in your room all afternoon, and no furniture will be broken. Catch on?
They took all the furniture out of my room, wise guy.
Oh, yeah, just a carpet and a bucket of ice. That's Harris, huh?
Hey, fellas, you want to hear something? This is the town where I started out 15 years ago on my musical career. In the old Rose Room at the St. Francis Hotel.
At the Rose Room, huh?
Yeah, and the only guy that's still with me is Frank Remley, my guitar player.
No kidding. How come Frankie's been with you so long?
Look, Jackson, if I had on you what he's got on me, I'd be the star of this show.
Oh, I always thought that guitar had a dictaphone in it. Well, let's have a band number, Phil, and show the boys here how you've improved in 15 years.
Okay, Jackson.
Wait a minute. Nobody's playing anything until I read my poem.
Mary, what is this? Every time we visit a camp, you have to write a poem.
That's right.
Well, you're not going to read one today. I forbid it.
Colonel Montague said I could.
Oh, he did, eh? Listen, Mary, who's running this post? Me or the... Uh-oh, what am I saying? Gosh.
Boy, are you going to peel potatoes?
Well, Mary, if the Colonel wants to hear your poem, I'm only too happy to oblige him. What's the title of it?
I like a soldier. Boy.
She means I like a soldier boy.
I know what I mean.
Okay, read your poem.
I love soldiers, they're so gay, and they're charming, I might say. So give me a soldier any day, or any night if he can get away.
Hey, not bad. Continue.
I went dancing at the Y, and I saw a handsome guy. I dropped my hanky trimmed with lace, He picked it up and wiped his face.
You mean he passed you by?
He passed me by without a glance. So I spoke to him and took a chance. Say, buddy, would you like to dance? I'd love to, miss, but I ripped my shirt.
But you ripped it.
Yes.
Mary, that doesn't rhyme.
It rhymed at rehearsal.
Oh, That's a very good poem, Mary. Now, Phil, let's have a...
Oh, wait a minute. Last verse, all out.
Good.
If you listeners all could see these young men in front of me, you'd buy some bonds and buy some more and win the war with a great big score. The end.
Well, Mary, that last verse really made sense, and I'm sure everybody will dig down and get those defense bonds. And incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that our program this evening is being short-waved by radio station KGEI to Alaska, Hawaii, Australia, New Zealand, to the United States Fleet in the Pacific, to the American Expeditionary Force in Java, to General MacArthur and his men, and I do mean men, in the Philippines, and also to the American volunteer flyers guarding the Burma Road. So go ahead with your number, Phil, and I don't have to tell you to play loud. You will anyway. How About You, played by Phil Harris and his Golden Gate Orchestra. Golden meaning golden notes pour forth from their instruments, and gate meaning they may soon get same. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, that's a fine thing to say after what we went through to get up here.
What do you mean?
Well, me and the boys work at the Biltmore Bowl in Los Angeles. We worked there last night until 2 a.m., and then tired and weary, we got on a bus and started out for San Francisco.
Uh-huh.
And 473 miles of tough driving across deserts and mountains. And then we went through rain and storm, little knowing what dangers lurked ahead of us.
Danger?
And when we arrived this morning hungry and thirsty and disheveled, our first thought was to rush over here and rehearse 3 hours for this broadcast.
Gee.
Can you imagine all that trouble just for one lousy number?
Yeah, don't seem right. Hungry, thirsty, and disheveled.
Well, that's loyalty for you.
Yeah, remind me, Phil, when we get back to Hollywood, I'll give the boys a bonus. They do look disheveled.
Those guys look disheveled every week.
Come to think of it, they're thirsty every week, too. Forget that bonus, Phil. And now, folks...
You mean to say you're really going to hand out a bonus?
Yes, I was going to hand out a bonus. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't give a dog us a bonus.
Mary, one more crackus like that, and a floor walker at the May Company will be your new straight man. I wish you'd go to Sausalito. All right, Don, I wish Mary would go to Sausalito.
Oh, Jack, this is the most ridiculous one yet.
Don, I wish Mary would go to Sausalito. It's a nice little town across the bay.
I know where it is, and I'm not going to do that silly commercial.
Don, I'm warning you, Sausalito.
Oh, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you... No, I won't do it.
Don Sausalito.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask him for a package of Jell-O? Jell-O is economical. In fact, your never saucer marvelous value for Sausalita sum of money.
There you are. Now get this clever switch, folks. Don, if Mary doesn't feel like going to Sausalito, she can go to Berkeley.
This I won't do.
Don, Mary can go to Berkeley.
You could go to...
Don! Berkeley. Now go ahead.
Oh, I'm hooked, I guess. Try Jell-O, folks. You will enjoy every one of those delicious flavors. Straw Berkeley, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime Berkeley.
Lime Berkeley, you ruined it. You ruined the cleverest commercial I ever wrote.
I can't understand it. I can't understand it.
You can't understand what?
All these men under arms, and you haven't been shot yet.
What are you talking about? It was a brilliant piece of writing, wasn't it, Phil?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jackson, I thought it was pretty corny.
Oh, you did, eh? What'd you think of it, Dennis?
Well, personally, I thought it was very.
Very what?
You'll slug me.
I will not. Hey, maybe you fellas didn't get the gag. Now, look. Sausalito is a pun for such a little. So naturally, when Don said that... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
Say, boss, I think you ought to check into a hotel tonight.
Why? What's the matter?
You know that old ferry boat we've been living on?
Yes?
Well, the tide came in and it went out.
What? Why, that's impossible. That boat was on dry land. It had roses growing around the door.
The barracudas nibbled on them now.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. I'll tell you what, Rochester. Bring my trunk and suitcases over here, and I'll go to a hotel tonight.
Uh-oh.
What are you oh-ohing about? Don't tell me you left my trunk and everything in the boat.
Don't tell me I didn't.
What do you mean?
Well, boss, at the time of the unexpected launching...
Yes?
Due to no women and children, I got off first.
Imagine leaving my trunk and all my stuff on the boat. I'll bet you even left my washing hanging up on the mast.
Yeah, you ought to see it, boss. The sun shining through your shorts is a vision of sheer beauty.
The heck with the beauty, I want my clothes. Now, let's see, there's no rowboat around there. I got it. Rochester, can you swim?
What's that, boss?
I said, can you swim?
No, sir.
You can, too.
Not with a trunk on my back. I can read your mind.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rochester, I'll be through here pretty soon. Then when we can rent a motorboat and go out and get it.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
After we get all straightened out, can I have the night off?
Why, where are you going?
Well, I got some friends in Oakland, and they invited me over for tea.
Tea?
Yeah, only we're going to break up the furniture.
I thought so. Well, all right, if we get through early enough. So long.
So long, boss.
Can you imagine anything like that?
What's the matter, Mr. Benny?
You know that ferry boat you and I were living on?
Yeah?
Well, your blue third suit will be passing the Bay Bridge any minute now. Play, Phil.
And now for a new Jell-O dessert that's really swell. Something different and something mighty delicious, too.
It's a tempting new treat called Cherry Cubes with pineapple, a brilliant combination of golden canned pineapple and rich crimson Jell-O cherry Jell-O. Here's a clever Jell-O receipt that is simply unrivaled for lovely shimmering color and delightful flavor. Yet it's one of the easiest desserts you ever made. All you have to do is dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation flavor in 1 pint of hot water and hot pineapple juice. Turn into a loaf pan and chill until firm. Then cut into cubes and pile in sherbet glasses along with 3 slices of canned pineapple diced. The result will be a grand treat, a dessert that the whole family will love. Golden nuggets of canned pineapple deliciously blended with tiny glistening cubes of bright red cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow and make up this gay, colorful treat. Just remember when you buy to be sure to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's locked-in flavor gives you extra richness.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Friends, every time you order Jell-O from your grocer, ask him for Jell-O puddings in all three flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding, gloriously creamy and full of rich, homemade flavor that makes every spoonful a mellow delight. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. Use Seal Coat Liquid Nail Protector. Seal Coat protects nails and aid to longer nails. Seal Coat protects polish from chips and mars. Seal Coat adds luster to polish, 25 cents. Seal Coat your nails today and every...
Famous quick relief for acid indigestion presents A Date with Judy. And the first of Judy's prominent guest stars, the distinguished motion picture actor, Mr. Joseph Cotton. And now to keep our date with Judy, that lovable teenage girl who is close to all our hearts. As we look in at the Foster house now, Judy, her kid brother Randolph, and her parents are in the living room.
What are you doing, Judy? Writing a very important letter, Mother. Judy, are you writing fan letters again? Really, Mother? When a man is not only the greatest dramatic movie actor in the whole world, practically, and also the handsomest, most romantic thing there is, well, at least a girl can do is give him a little encouragement.
Well, do you have to take on his entire encouragement single-handed?
Yeah, can't you let some other girl encourage him once in a while?
Really, I don't think you people understand this at all. I'm certainly not in a category with girls who write mere mushy fan letters.
Oh, no.
Well, of course not. This is purely on a basis of a discussion of mutual careers.
Of mutual careers? Oh, did he like you in your last picture?
Really? I see this matter can't be discussed with one family. One has to forge on alone, fighting for one's ambitions in spite of the scoffing of one's family.
Yeah, I suppose that's what one has to do. I mean, one really does.
Well, I finished.
I'll mail it for you, Judy.
Thank you, Randolph. And all I've got to say is someday when I'm a star in Hollywood, Tootsie Whiteman is going to be very, very sorry she used dirty politics to keep me from being vice president of my class. Well, you'll all excuse me. I shall go up to my room.
Well.
Is that feud between Judy and Tootsie Whiteman still going on?
Is it still going on? It's reached a new high. Will everybody excuse me while I make a phone call?
Of course. Well, it'll be much more soothing around here when Judy leaves Hollywood behind and goes on to greater ambitions, like being a school teacher or something.
Hello. Hello, Curly. This is Randolph.
Yeah, Randolph.
I've got another one.
You have?
Yeah, take care of it for me, will you?
Yeah, Randolph.
So long.
So long.
Just what was that conversation about?
Oh, it's a very clever and sinister plot.
Huh?
It's like this. Every time Judy writes a fan letter to Joseph Cotton...
Oh, so that's who Judy writes fan letters to.
Yeah. Well, it seems that Curly has a cousin who lives in Hollywood. And every time Judy writes a fan letter to Joseph Cotton, well, Curly's cousin who lives in Hollywood answers it.
Is that so?
Yeah. He makes out like he's Joseph Cotton. And Judy's falling for the gag hook, line, and sinker.
I don't know if I like that.
Why, Father, what other brother would give his sister a thrill like that? And all for free.
Oh, Randolph, it's here. It's here.
What's here?
His letter. I can't wait to read what he says. Oh, it's so wonderful. Oh, where's the phone?
In its usual place.
Just wait till Tootsie Whiteman hears this. She'll die. That's what she'll do. She'll just die.
Well, don't ask me to go over and pick up her body.
Hello? Hello, Tootsie. This is Judy. Yes, Judy. Well, Tootsie, I thought you'd be interested in the latest. Oh, did you get another letter? Listen to this. My dearest Miss Foster. Dearest, it says, Tootsie. Do you hear that?
Yes, I heard it.
My dearest Miss Foster. I think I should really be calling you Judy by now, because I feel that I know you so well. I have studied your lovely face again and again, and I thank you so much for sending me your photograph as I asked you to. It said lovely face. You hear that, Tootsie?
Yes, I heard it.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. I have decided that you are amazingly photogenic, and if you should ever come to Hollywood, please let me know so I can arrange a screen test for you. A screen test. You hear that, Tootsie?
Oh, I really wouldn't go to Hollywood if I were you.
I hear you get terribly tired of the climate there. It's just sunshine all the time. Oh, I wouldn't mind that. Yes, but what about Oogie Pringle? You and Oogie are such close friends.
Oh, Oogie's just an immature boy.
17 and a half?
Yes, but he's so adolescent.
Oogie, if you don't mind, I really have to hang up. My mother's waiting for me to go to town.
Oh, well, you don't want to hear the rest of the letter.
Oh, that's probably just a form letter he sends out to all his fans. I hear that's what they do, form letters. So long, Judy.
Go on.
Well, did she burn?
She's green with jealousy, saying it was just a form letter. Oh, I could feel whole waves of intense envy radiating over the telephone wires.
That's nice.
Oh, it's wonderful. Look at me, Randolph. You really think I'm photogenic?
Well...
Never mind, answer. The main thing is a gorgeous, dramatic, handsome, superb actor like Joseph Cotton thinks I'm good enough to be in pictures.
You think this room's all right, Joe?
Fine, Don. As a matter of fact, for town this size, it's darn good.
Yeah, for personal appearance tour in times like these, I must say we've had mighty little trouble. Well, I'm going to unpack.
Okay, I'm going to go downstairs and see if I can find a drugstore. I need a toothbrush. See you later.
Let's pause for a moment. Louise Erickson and Joseph Cotton will return in A Date with Judy right after these messages.
I want a box of mascara, some pancake makeup, and an eyelash curler, please. And if you don't mind, I'd like to look at... Oh, jeepers! Excuse me a minute, please. I beg your pardon.
I beg yours.
Excuse me for coming up and talking to you like this, but I just had to.
Oh, it's all right. I suppose if people ever stopped talking to me, I wouldn't like it a bit.
Oh. Did anybody ever tell you look like Joseph Cotton?
Why, yes. People tell me that all the time.
You're just the spitting image of him.
Is that good?
Oh, it's wonderful. I think he's marvelous, don't you?
Well, he has his faults. In that last picture of his, I didn't like it the way he looked in the mirror.
Oh, but that was marvelous. I thought he was terrific when he did that. I don't think you ought to run him down like that. He's really a marvelous actor, in spite of what you think of him.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get angry.
Well, it really hurts me to hear people going around knocking a simply marvelous star like Mr. Cotton.
Oh, far be it from me to knock him.
You're probably just a little jealous, actually, because he happens to be a famous movie star and you just look like him.
Well, that's possible.
He's really a wonderful person when you get to know him.
That's so. You know him?
Well, of course I do. Oh, not personally, of course, but he's been writing to me and, well, the depth and character of a man who's so famous and everything is simply, well, I think it's wonderful.
He's been writing to you.
Oh, yes. He asked me to come to Hollywood and take a screen test.
He has?
Of course. I guess he realizes from our letters that we could work together in cooperation and everything.
Oh, everything.
On account of a sort of mutual kinship of understanding we have.
Well, I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Well, goodbye. It was awfully nice talking to you.
Wait a minute.
But I have to go.
Hey, Curly.
Yeah, Randolph.
Did you see this in today's papers?
No.
Look at this. Picture and everything. Joseph Cotton to conscript blood donors. Joseph Cotton, well-known Hollywood leading man, came to town today under the auspices of the Blood Donor Service.
Yowie!
Double yowie.
Has Judy seen this yet?
Not that I know of.
Oh. Well, should we let her down easy or let nature take its thumb?
Gee, I don't know.
Well, it would be very interesting to see what happens.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, having such sort of a perpetual motion machine in action, it might be kind of intriguing to see where perpetual motion stops and the explosion of the atom begins. Randolph?
Here comes the atom now.
Was there any mail for me today, Randolph?
Judy, would you kind of like to look over the headlines in the morning paper or anything?
No, I think I'll
There's a very interesting picture on the front page.
There is? Well,
Jeepers! Is there anything wrong, Judy?
He's in town. Oh, but it was he. Oh, but why didn't he say so? Didn't he recognize me? After all, he has my picture. Oh, you've just been teasing me. Is he just leading me on and telling me to call up later? Or... Oh, golly, this is amazing. I gotta figure this out.
Did you make anything in first statements, Randolph?
No, can't say that I did.
Very puzzling.
Stimulating, though.
Yes, very. Decisive reaction of some sort there, wouldn't you say?
Yes, quite.
Doorbell.
I'll get it. Well, hello, Oogie.
Hello.
Want to see Judy?
No. Well, as a matter of fact, I'd like to see your parents.
Well, that's nice for a change.
Yeah. Usually you spend evening after evening trying not to see her parents.
Well, this time I want to see him all right.
Well, I think that could be arranged. Father's home for lunch, and you can find them both in the breakfast room. Good. I shall accompany you. Excuse me, Curly.
Okay.
Yes, sir. When a man faces a crisis, I think the most definite thing he can do is face it.
Oh, hello, Oogie.
Oh, hi, Oogie.
Hi. There's been something I've been wanting to say to you for a long time.
Oh, it sounds serious.
Well, I felt it my duty...
No, just a minute, Oogie. Judy is entirely too young to be...
Well, that's just it. She's so young. Mr. Foster, she's so young, and... Well, that's the reason I thought it was best I came to you.
You're darn right it's best you came to me. Just because you're going into the army in another 6 months, you don't need to think that you can talk my daughter into getting married right now.
Oh, I don't want to marry Judy, Mr. Foster.
Maybe in a couple of days. Huh?
I said I don't want to marry Judy.
Well, what are you getting us all excited for?
Well, I want to keep her from, well, maybe marrying some other man. Mr. Foster, I'm not here to tell on Judy or anything, but, well, when a man reaches a crisis...
A man has got to face it.
Mr. Foster, what would you say if I told you a famous picture star has been, well, wooing Judy through the mail?
Huh? Oh! Is that all?
Oh! You should see what he says to her. Mr. Foster, I have here a packet of letters tied in blue ribbon, all of which this fiend wrote to Judy.
Where did you get those, Oogie?
Well, Judy loaned them to Tootsie Whiteman to read, and Tootsie showed them to me. Not that I want to go around reading other people's mail or anything, but, well, when something like this happens, a man has got to face it.
Oh, come now, Oogie. Things aren't nearly as bad as you think.
Oh, they aren't. Well, Mr. Foster, this man is in town, and, well, it's pretty terrible, that's what it is.
Well, Judy hasn't run off with him yet.
Really, Mr. Foster, I've got to see action. And if you treat my remarks with, well, levity, that's all, well, I guess the thing I've got to do is just go to the source.
Joe, there's a boy outside wants to see him. Boy? Yeah, a kid about 17. He's been prattling something about some letters you wrote to a girl.
Some letters? You know, Don, this is the second time today I've been accused of writing letters to a girl. I wish I knew what this was all about.
You want to see him?
Yeah, send him in.
Okay. Right in here.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Oh.
Anything I can do for you?
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, yeah, you certainly can.
Well, just sit down. Now, let's hear all about it.
Well, it's like this. Mr. Cotton, I just think it's darn unfair to make a guy like me compete with a guy like you.
What was that?
I mean, what chance has a guy like me got competing with a famous screen star like you? I mean, it's unfair competition.
Well, I don't believe in unfair competition. I'm very much against it. Now, state your case.
Well, these letters you've been writing Judy. I don't think it's very sportsmanlike.
You have them here?
Yes. This packet.
Let me see them.
No, don't try to get them away from me. I'm keeping them. You don't need to think you're going to snatch the evidence so that when this thing gets to court...
The evidence? Well, I had no idea this innocent-looking packet of letters constituted evidence.
Well, they certainly do. And they remain in my possession.
I quite understand,
Mr. Pringle. Oogie Pringle.
I quite understand. I'll return them to you as soon as I look at them in a minute now. Don will be a witness here, won't you, Don?
That I will.
All right, now let's see. Dated Hollywood, December 27th. So far, so good. Now, my dearest Miss Foster.
You didn't need to have said dearest. You could have said just plain dear madam.
Yes? Yes, I could have. You'll mark that down as unfair. All right, let's proceed. I think I should really be calling you Judy by now because I feel I know you so well. Did I write that?
Yes, sir.
Corny, isn't it?
Oh, that's just the beginning. Now it really gets going.
I have studied your lovely face again and again, and I thank you so much for sending me your photograph as I asked you to. Ungrammatical, isn't it? No excuse for that.
And there's no excuse for asking her for a photograph either. My goodness, when you have all those beautiful girls to ask photographs from, like Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, and all I've got is Judy.
From all what I know about her, she sounds like plenty.
Well, look here. Boy, is she snazzy.
Let's proceed. Amazingly photogenic. And if you should ever come to Hollywood, please let me know so I can arrange a screen test for you.
You see, that's what's so unfair. You can lure with screen tests and everything, and, well, all I've got to offer is just girl vocalist of Oogie Pringle's high school hot licks.
That seems enough for her.
Well, not when you go around dangling screen tests at her.
I see what you mean. Well, Mr. Pringle, what would you like me to do about this?
Well, I'd like you to, spend your time luring Lana Turner or somebody.
That sounds like an interesting idea.
You see, Mr. Cotton, I know you're not really serious about Judy. To you, she's just a toy to be, toyed with for a moment and then cast aside.
Like an old shoe.
Yes. But on the other hand, I'm very serious about Judy. And someday when I'm through school and I'm earning my own living, in about 10 years, well, I'm going to marry Judy.
Well, in view of what you've just said, I feel rather ashamed of myself, Oogie.
You do?
Yes, I had no idea of anything like this, but now I do. I want to assure you that you can consider my courtship of Judy at an end.
Really, Mr. Cotton?
Yes. I give you my word, I'll never dangle a screen test in front of her as long as I live. Judy and I are, well, through, as you might say, in pictures, washed up, done, finished.
Oh, gee, Mr. Cotton, that's really very nice of you.
I can see you're the better man, Oogie, and I wish you luck.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Cotton. Yeah, I'm sort of ashamed of the way I barged in here, so sore and everything. Didn't know you were going to turn out to be a gentleman like this. Well, I want to tell you something, Mr. Cotton. It's been a pleasure to have a man like you for a rival. And I'd rather have you for a rival than anyone I know.
The nicest compliment anyone's ever paid me. Thank you, Oogie.
Thank you, Mr. Cotton. Well, so long.
So long.
And I just want you to know I heard you were here on account of the blood bank. And I just want you to know I'm going right down there and give quarts.
Now, that's what I call recruiting. Don, I don't like this. What do you mean? Those letters. I held one out on Oogie. I'm going to track this down and find out who wrote it. Don, I think somebody's conducting a racket someplace. You do? Certainly do. Somebody someplace is getting hold of fan letters and writing to those girls, promising them screen tests. I don't know what his racket is, but, brother, I'm going to find out.
Curly.
In here, Randolph.
Hey, Curly, flash. Latest developments on the strange case of Joseph Cotton. Over at my house.
I didn't hear what's been going on over at my house.
What?
Well, the last time they gave me a report via the telephone.
Yeah?
Well, gee, my sister Tootsie was listening.
She was?
Yeah, I didn't know it while I was talking, but, well, she's wise, Randolph.
You mean she knows Cotton didn't write those letters?
Yeah, and knowing my sister Tootsie like I do, the results are going to be mighty sad for your sister Judy.
Gee, what's she going to do, Curly?
She's going to sacrifice $5 of her own money to buy flowers and send them to Judy like they were from Joseph Cotton.
Wow.
Double wow.
Judy, come here.
Yes, Mother?
Judy, look at these flowers that just came.
Oh, aren't they gorgeous? Oh, they're the most exquisite things I ever saw. What are they for?
They're for you. I wonder who they're for.
Oh, here's a card to Miss Judy. Oh, Mother. They're from Joseph Cotton. From Joseph Cotton. Oh, Mother!
From Joseph...
What? And look what it says. Dear Judy, accept this little token of my affection and promise you'll have a date with me tonight after my lecture at the auditorium. I'll pick you up at your house at 9:30. Signed, Joseph Cotton.
Oh, I don't believe this.
This is absolutely the most thrilling thing that ever happened to me. Going out with a movie star who sends me flowers. Oh, Mother!
Now, wait just a minute, Judy, before you get so excited.
What do I wear?
Oh, but Judy...
Should I go look at my evening gown or should I call Tootsie Whiteman first?
Will you
Should I wear flowers in my hair?
Well, dear,
do you think I'll look sophisticated if I wear mascara?
Now, Judy... Oh, there's the doorbell.
I'll answer it. I'll be glad to, Mother. Oh, hello, Tootsie.
Hello, Judy. By a strange coincidence, I was just going past your house and I thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Oh, I'm so glad you did, Tootsie. Just look what I've got.
What?
Flowers. And you'll never guess who they're from.
Well, I can't imagine. Who are they from?
Joseph Cotton.
Well, fancy that. Hey, Curly.
Yeah, Randolph, what's the latest?
Well, Judy just took a milk bath.
Are you kidding?
Oh, it's the truth, and Tootsie's just sitting there building up the rat trap.
Randolph, I shudder for your sister, Judy.
Yeah, so do I. Well, there's only one thing to do. When a man faces a crisis, he goes right to the source.
Hey, Joe, there's a boy out here to see you.
A boy, same one?
No, different. A little one this time.
Well, it's some racket they've got me involved in. I'd like to get the bottom of this. Tell him to come in.
Come on in, son.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Cotton.
Yes, sir.
Hey, excuse me for butting in, but I felt I had to talk to you.
Oh,
Mr. Cotton, I wish to give you a full confession.
You wish to what?
There's something going on I feel you ought to know about.
I'll bet there is. Now, all right, tell me all about it.
Well, you see, it was this way. I have a friend named Kelly, and that's the whole thing, Mr. Cotton.
Well, what do you know? Good Lord, and I told that Hollywood detective agency to go to work.
We'll call him up again tomorrow and tell him to lay off.
You know, I feel sorry for Judy.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be quite a letdown tonight when you don't show up.
Look, why don't I show up?
Gosh, Mr. Cotton, do you really mean it?
Mr. Foster, chivalry is not yet dead, sir. Don, where's my hat?
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is going to make Oogie awfully mad.
Oh, we'll be able to take care of Oogie.
Yeah, if he doesn't take care of you first.
Jeepers. 9:33 and a half. Oh, Tootsie, I was never so excited in my life.
What would you do if he didn't show up, Judy?
Oh, he'll be here. He said he would.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh, I will. Tootsie, do you think when he gets here I should be kind of leaning languorously over the piano? Or do you think I ought to be draped rather languorously over a chair?
I wish I could drape you languorously over my knee.
He's nearly 4 minutes late already, isn't he, Judy, dear?
Oh, that's him. I mean, do I look all right, everybody?
You look wonderful, Judy.
Yes, you look almost too wonderful. Can I come with you to the door to greet Mr. Cotton?
All right, Tootsie, the special favor. Oh, I can hardly wait.
Good evening, Judy.
Oh, Mr. Cotton. Oh, brother. Oh, Mr. Cotton, I just never had such a wonderful evening in my whole life.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Judy. It was quite an experience for me, too.
Would you like to come in?
No, I'll say good night. We are on the porch.
Yes, it's much more romantic out here, isn't it?
Yes. And, speaking of romance, Judy, there's one more thing I wish you'd let me say.
Oh, Mr. Cotton, I'm terribly young, I guess, even though I'm much older than I look. But if you'd be willing to wait until I finish high school...
Oh, no. That's not exactly what I mean, Judy. The kind of romance I want to talk to you about is, the kind of romance that exists between you and a boy, rather a man of your own age.
You mean...
Yes, Anna. That's the best kind of romance there is in the world. Take it from me, I know. You don't need Hollywood. You've got everything right here in this beautiful town. You don't need make-believe either. You've got the real thing if you only knew it. And someone like... What was the name of that boy you were telling me about?
Oogie?
Yeah, that's the name. Oogie. You know, Judy, he sounds like such a fine boy. You think it over, will you?
I will, Mr. Cotton.
Oh, I'll say good night now. It was a real pleasure knowing you, Judy.
Oh, Mr. Cotton, it was beautiful knowing you.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Cotton.
Mr. Cotton, it's me, Oogie.
Oh, hello.
I waited in the bushes like you told me to, and I heard what you told Judy.
You did?
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Cotton.
Oh, thank you, Oogie.
Gee, it isn't every guy in the world who can have a famous movie star to do his wooing for him.
But Oogie, isn't every movie star who can have a man like you for a rival?
Randolph. Yeah, Curly?
I just want to tell you we got a wire from my cousin in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's in jail.
Night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums, T-U-M-S. Tums, famous quick relief for acid indigestion, presents A Date with Judy.
Hello. Hello, Judy. This is Harold. I just called to tell you that you were the prettiest girl at the party last night.
Why, Harold.
Yeah, and that white sweater you wore is the prettiest one I've ever seen.
Oh, Harold, aren't you sweet? I got it at the Emporium.
Judy, are you doing anything tonight?
Why, not a thing.
Oh, swell. As long as you're free, would you go down to the Emporium and get another sweater, only in pink?
Oh, Harold, how darling of you.
Be sure and get size 44. It's for my mother's birthday.
Well, that's Judy, folks. Judy Foster, the cutest date in town. Your date with her each Tuesday at this same time is arranged by the makers of Tums, famous quick relief for acid indigestion. Well, let's see. Tomorrow is Father Foster's birthday. And that's why we find Judy and her 12-year-old brother Randolph at a downtown department store shopping for a perfect gift.
Judy, you don't think Father would like a baseball bat, do you?
Certainly not. Let's stop fooling Randolph and get Father something he needs.
Well, here's a baseball glove. Don't you think Father would go for that?
Randolph, we only have $2, and we're going to use it to buy Father something he wants.
Well, do you think he'd like a canoe?
Father wouldn't know what to do with a canoe.
I don't know. He does all right with a paddle.
Well, let's get out of this sports department and try to remember Father is not a sport.
They got Chem chemistry sets for $2 in the toy department.
What do you want Father to do, blow himself up?
Hey, where are you going now?
Oh, there's just something over here I want to look at.
Judy, we haven't got much time.
Oh, Randolph, isn't this gorgeous?
I don't think Father would look well in a necklace.
Oh, Randolph, these earrings are divine.
You think Father really needs earrings?
No, but I wish he did.
Well, I'm sure he'd get a lot more wear out of this diamond tiara.
Look, my birthday isn't so far off, so if we bought Father a present for me, then he'd have it to give to me.
Well, in that case, let's get him a chemistry set, a baseball glove, a bicycle, and a Boy Scout knife. It'll relieve Father's birthday worries, as far as I'm concerned, for 5 years.
Oh, be quiet, Randolph. Come on, let's shop further.
Okie dokie. Hey, Judy, what are you going over to that counter for? Father doesn't wear black nightgowns.
Well, hello, children.
Hi, Mother.
Certainly took long enough on your shopping trip. Did you get your father a birthday present?
Yes, Mother, we did.
We almost got lost in the wilds of the lingerie department, but we managed to hack our way out.
Why, Randolph, how can you say that? We just took sort of a quick swing through that department.
What'd you get, Father? Something useful, I hope.
Oh, yes, Mother, something very useful.
What, Judy?
I don't think we ought to tell you, because we want it to be a surprise for Father.
Oh, I won't tell.
We got him a smoking jacket.
Oh, Randolph, what did you tell for? You know how friendly Mother is with Father.
A smoking jacket? But your father doesn't smoke.
When he has this jacket, he will.
You mean you got a smoking jacket for $2?
Oh, no, Mother. We couldn't get Father anything cheap. This was $18.
$18? Well, where did you get $18?
Oh, we charged it.
You charged it? You bought a present for your father, and you're making him pay for it?
Shouldn't we have done it? Father pays for everything else. He's always...
Oh, that's just it. He pays for everything all year round. For me, for you, and for Randolph. And on his birthday, he has to pay for his own birthday present. Well, I think it's a shame.
I guess we shouldn't have charged it.
Well, you certainly shouldn't have. Why, I was so proud of you having saved up $2 to spend on Father. And now, incidentally, what happened to the $2?
Oh, the $2. Well, Randolph bought himself a baseball glove for 79 cents.
Well, Judy bought herself a snood.
Well, it was just the color of my chartreuse dress. I might never have found as perfect a match again, Mother. I might have looked 1,000 years and not have found another like it. It was an absolute necessity, and it was only 85 cents.
Well, that still doesn't count up to $2.
Oh. Well, when we finished, we were so exhausted from shopping that we had to buy chocolate sundaes.
Another necessity, Mother.
Yes, I see. Well, Father is not going to pay for his own birthday present.
He isn't?
No, Judy, he isn't. I'm going to call up the department store and cancel that smoking jacket right now.
The baseball glove can't be canceled. We bought it outright.
Now, listen to me, children. Your father works hard, and then he has a birthday. And what do his children do? They buy themselves chartreuse snoods and baseball gloves.
Only one baseball glove, Mother.
Oh, poor Father. No one ever thinks of him. All he ever thinks of is us, but we just neglect him.
He is neglected, isn't he?
He certainly is, Judy.
Oh, Mother, I'm terribly sorry. I feel awful. Poor Father. We hardly pay any attention to him.
Well, I could take the baseball glove back.
I know what would be nicer than anything.
What?
If we spend the entire day with Father on his birthday.
Well,
oh, Mother,
Judy.
it's a perfectly lovely idea.
Judy,
Why, of course, that's what we'll do, Randolph. For at least one day in his life, poor Father will know he's loved and appreciated.
Sounds mighty ghoulish to me.
It's perfectly beautiful. Father will have one perfect day. We'll go down to his office and surprise him early in the morning and just make Father happy all day long.
In just a minute, we'll hear what happens to poor Father. In the meantime, are you one of those eat it and beat it persons?
You are? Then you've learned that fast eating and acid indigestion often go together. Now, why not learn how quickly Tums bring relief from upset acid stomach? Yes, Tums soothe acid indigestion in record time. Heartburn and that oppressive full feeling quickly vanish. Join the thousands of other Americans who, night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. Only 10 cents a roll, all drugstores. 3-roll package for $0.25. But be sure you get Tums for the tummy. There are many imitations of Tums, but no substitute for them. And now, back to A Date with Judy. Well, Judy and Randolph have decided to give Father a big break on his birthday. They're going to devote the whole day to him, doing nothing but just making him happy. And now we pick up the kids as they enter his office. Poor Father.
Happy birthday, Father.
Huh?
Happy birthday, Father.
Oh? Oh, thanks. Now, would you mind scramming, please?
Father, Randolph and I are going to devote the whole day to you. You'll have to leave the office right now and come with us.
I'm sure that would be very pleasant, dear, but I have an 11 o'clock appointment.
But, Father, all the arrangements are made. You simply got to
Look,
leave.
Judy, a man has come to town. A very important man from whom I expect to get a very big favor. See, I've been using a patent for years, and now he says he has a claim. If he slaps an injunction on me...
But, Father, we're going to spend the whole day making you happy.
I don't want to be happy. I just want my rights to this patent. This is the most important piece of business I ever had.
This man is going to be here at 11 o'clock.
Mr. Quigley, A.Q. Quigley. Stopping at the Carter Hotel just across the street, and he'll be here in a minute. So would you mind getting out of here and leaving me
I
to
don't
my...
know how you can think of business on your birthday.
Judy, when you get to my age, you'll think of business on your birthday. Now, look, you two, run along, will you? If you really want to help me out, beat it.
Oh, Father.
This is what's called a paternal brush-off. Goodbye, Father.
Oh, Randolph, what are we going to do? And after all the wonderful plans we've made.
Well, I guess Father's been neglected so long he likes it.
Randolph, we simply must rescue Father from himself. Come on.
Where are you going now?
To the Carter Hotel. We'll see Mr. Quigley and explain the whole situation. After all, it is Father's birthday, and we must do everything to make him happy.
Yeah, even if it kills him.
Very important, Mr. Quigley, very. The situation is that it's Father's birthday, and we planned this perfect day of happiness for him.
I see.
We know business is your primary interest and all that, but you wouldn't want to interfere with filial affection, would you?
Decidedly not. Personally, I know nothing of filial affection, but I decidedly wouldn't interfere with it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Quigley. I think you're wonderful.
Not at all. I'll call your father now and cancel our appointment.
You will? Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Quigley. You don't know what this day of happiness is going to mean to Father.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Quigley. Well, Mr. Quigley, I see, Mr. Quigley, but couldn't you... Well, when could you... I see, Mr. Quigley. Goodbye, Mr. Quigley. Oh, I'm sick. Come in.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Father.
Oh, you two again. What do you want now?
We thought we'd try once again to give you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday. This is the most horrible day of my life. Mr. Quigley just phoned me he isn't keeping his appointment, and he doesn't know when he'll give me another.
Is that so, Father?
Yes, that's so. It might be months or years before I have another chance like this, and by that time I'll be bankrupt.
Father, we planned a whole day of positive happiness for you. So all you have to do is come with us, and you will, won't you?
Look, Judy, Oh, well, why not? What have I got to lose? Lead on.
Oh, Father, I think that's just scrumptious. Now, remember, Father, this is absolutely your day. So we want you to do everything you most like to do. What would you like to do most?
Spend the day quietly under a nice shady tree. And so here we are at a nice, quiet amusement park.
Oh, but Father, this was all prearranged. After we're through here, we can do something you'd like to do. But you see, Father, this has been planned beforehand. I wonder where the gang is.
The gang?
Yes, Father.
Your gang?
Yes, Father. Oh, there they are in front of the funhouse. Come on.
Just what I love most, your gang. I don't get enough of it at home every night. I have to have it on my birthday, too.
I see everybody else, but I don't see Mr. Quigley.
Quigley? What's Quigley got to do with it?
Oh, we invited him to come along.
You what?
Why, yes, Father. We thought it would be nice if you had a pal about your own age.
A pal? That tight-faced, conservative old...
You'll scare the tar out of him.
We just did it for you to make you happy.
Happy? I was never lower in my whole life. I can't believe it. You asked Quigley to come to this den of horrors?
Oh, Father, he'll enjoy it as much as you will.
That's what I'm afraid of. A.Q. Quigley, good Lord, a staid, blue-nosed old bachelor. Your crowd will kill him.
Oh, is he a bachelor?
Yes, he is. Oh, Judy, why do you do things like this to me?
Oh, well, if he's a bachelor, I'll have to fix him up with a girl.
Huh?
I wonder if Mitzi's his type.
Fix Quigley up with a... Oh, no. No, not that.
Well, you want him to have fun, don't you? Oh, hi, gang. Hi, everybody.
Happy birthday for your father, Judy.
Thank you, Mitzi. Excuse me a minute. Come here, Jojo.
What do you want, Judy?
Well, something's happened that calls for a tremendous sacrifice on your part. Would you mind giving up Mitzi?
Giving up Mitzi?
Uh-huh. Only temporarily. My father's pal is meeting us here as a bachelor, and, since it's Father's birthday, well, you wouldn't want my father's pal not to have a date today, would you?
Well, no, but...
Well, I thought Mitzi would be a good type for Mr. Quigley, would you mind terribly if you went staying?
Well, gee, I don't know. Maybe Mitzi isn't willing to sacrifice me.
Mitzi, come on over here a second.
Yeah, Judy?
Mitzi, Jojo's willing to release you for the day because I have another date for you.
You have?
Mm-hmm. He's an older man.
An older man? Oh, how marvelous. I adore men in their 20s.
Well, he's not exactly in his 20s.
Oh, well, suppose he's 19. Even that's okay.
Well, he's not exactly 19 either.
Oh, gosh, that's getting right back to Jojo.
Oh, he's older than Jojo, and he's very rich. A millionaire.
Oh, boy.
Maybe even a multimillionaire. And I give you my word of honor, he's an older man. Much older.
It's a deal, Judy.
Swell.
Hey, Judy, come on out of your huddle. Mr. Quigley's here.
Oh, Mr. Quigley, let me explain. This is all
it's all fixed, Father. I mean about Mr. Quigley's date.
Oh, Judy, for the love of heaven.
How are you, Miss Foster?
I'm fine. Oh, Mr. Quigley, here's your date. Mr. Quigley, Miss Mitzi Hoffman.
How do you do?
Is this Mr. Quigley?
Why, yes, Mitzi.
I think I'll go back to Jojo.
Mr. Quigley, really, I didn't know this was going to happen.
I like older men, Judy, but, gee, not that old.
Oh, how can you say that? How old are you, Mr. Quigley?
Why, I'm 45.
You see? That's not so old. He's got most of his hair. Turn around, Mr. Quigley.
Judy!
See, in the back it's pretty well covered.
Yeah? That's what I'd call a fringe.
Don't be silly, Mitzi. Why, I bet if Mr. Quigley had on a toupee, he'd be almost stunning.
Can I get you something, A.Q.? I'm dreadfully sorry.
No, nothing at all.
Can I get you something, Father? You look like you need it.
No, Randolph, they wouldn't sell it to you.
Well, okay, Judy, okay, I'll do it for you. I'll be his girlfriend. But just for today, on account it's your father's birthday.
Don't do me any favors.
Oh, gee, thank you, Mitzi.
Come on, Quigley Wiggly. Now, let's see, what would you rather do first? Go into the fun house or into the tunnel of love?
Oh, this is horrible.
Come on, everybody, let's go to the fun house.
Wait a minute, gang. Let him have it.
Nice and round now, all together.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
A.Q., let me explain. This is all a mistake.
Oh, Father, I'm so glad you're enjoying your birthday so much.
I'm enjoying a merry chase, that's what. Oh! Every time I open my mouth to talk to Quigley, a rolling barrel upsets him. Or he shoots down a slide. Oh.
But it's fun, isn't it, Father?
Yes, Judy, it's fun. The kind they have in insane asylums.
Oh, Father, watch out. Isn't that a trap door in front of you?
Trapdoors? Nothing of the kind. I know a trapdoor when I see one.
On again.
Judy, what is this hole in the wall called?
Father, how unromantic of you. This is the tunnel of love.
I can hardly see. I wonder where Quigley and that magpie are. I don't know how quickly he's going to hold up under this. Normally, he looks like he was ready to cave in. If he's 45, I'm 16.
Father, he and Mitzi are sitting in the seat in front of us.
In the seat? Quigley, is that you?
Yes, it is I.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, well, I was just thinking how nice it is, you being near me, where I can get a chance to talk to you. Explain this mess.
Can I tell you something, Mr. Quigley?
You may tell me something, Miss Mitzi.
Well, usually when we get into the tunnel of love, we pitch woo.
Pitch woo?
Yeah, you know, hold hands. In your day, Mr. Quigley, it was probably called bundling.
That was a little before my day.
You see, Mitzi, he's not so old.
Miss Mitzi, shall I be required to pitch woo?
Well, of course, that's entirely up to you, Mr. Quigley, but you just do what you like.
Father and I won't watch if you don't want us to, will we, Father?
No, not if they don't want us to.
Oh, it's so wonderful to celebrate your birthday with you, Father. I never knew how much fun it was to just give of yourself for somebody else's happiness. I love it. Just giving and giving.
If you really want to give, for the love of heaven, give me a chance to talk to Quigley alone. Mitzi, would you mind changing seats with me? I want to discuss a new type of canning process with Mr. Quigley.
Change seats? Why, that'd be terrible.
It would?
Why, of course. For gosh sakes, what would everybody think if they saw us coming out of the tunnel of love, me sitting with Judy, and Mr. Foster holding hands with Mr. Quigley?
We'll return to Judy in just a moment. In the meantime, I have an important announcement from Tums. Friends, you don't have to put up with upset stomach caused by acid indigestion anymore. Sure, certain foods, especially if you eat too much, may upset you. But Tums, spelled T-U-M-S, is the answer to that. At the first heartburn warning of acid indigestion, slip 1 or 2 Tums on your tongue, same as you would candy mints, and forget the whole thing. Your stomach and your world are both sweet again. Best of all, you can trust Tums never to over-alkalize your stomach, because Tums are different. Tums contain no soda or other water-soluble alkalis. Therefore, Tums never lets you in for an acid rebound. So be wise. Night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. 10 cents a roll, 3-roll package for $0.25. Tums for the tummy. T-U-M-S. And now, back to A Date with Judy. Well, Judy's gang is celebrating Father's birthday. They have Father and an important business associate, Mr. Quigley, out at the amusement park. And are those gentlemen getting the works? Listen.
Judy, what are we going to do now?
Eat our picnic lunch, of course, Father, and then we're going swimming. Oh, isn't it lovely? And to think it's all for your birthday, Father.
All I can say is I wish I was never born.
Now, Father, you know you're having a wonderful time, so laugh.
Now? When I'll have all the rest of my life to laugh? In a maniacal sort of way in a padded cell?
Hey, come and look at Mr. Quigley.
What's wrong with Mr. Quigley?
Well, nothing's wrong with him. He fell off the pier into the water.
Oh, good heavens.
He's all right now. They pulled him out. Of course, he's kind of puffing like an old dinosaur, but
For 20 years I've been trying to build up a good, respectable business, and in one fell swoop, I'm ruined.
Oh, don't worry, Father. If necessary, I can become a professional baseball player and support the family. I got a glove now.
When we get home tonight, you better plan on wearing it someplace else besides your hand.
Here we are, everybody. Help yourself to lunch from the back.
Oh, Mr. Quigley. Say, Mr. Quigley, are you all right?
Mr. Foster, please don't disturb us. We're having lunchy-wunchy. Aren't we, Quiggly Wiggly?
You're quite so. You're quite so.
Yeah, but after Mr. Quigley's fall from the pier...
Perfectly all right. He's a little wet, but after he eats his lunch, he's going to get in a bathing suit anyway, so what's the difference?
He might catch cold.
Oh, that's silly. Come on now, Quiggly Wiggly, open your mouth. That's it. Now I'll just poke in a spoon of ice cream. There we are. How about a pickle?
Oh, for the love of heaven.
I'm all right, Foster, but I mean to say a pickle.
Please, Mr. Foster, Quig is my date. Now open wide.
Okay, everybody, get into your suits. We're going swimming.
Swimming? Right after lunch? Are you crazy, Judy?
Oh, Father, we're right here on the lake. We might as well use it. Here's a suit for you, Father. Go in the bathhouse and put it on.
I refuse to go swimming.
But, Father, you can't refuse. Not after all the trouble Jojo went to get a suit for you. He had to borrow one from his little brother.
From his little brother?
Mm-hmm. It might be tight on account of Jojo's little brother only being 10 years old, but he's big for his age.
Oh.
Come on, Father. Nearly everyone's ready to go in. There goes Mr. Quigley.
Mr. Quigley? Well, he's got his clothes on.
Well, he isn't going to bother changing. He's all wet anyhow.
I'll never get that patent. I might as well close up my factory and go to the poorhouse right now.
Last one in's a stinker.
Oh,
Yes, sir. Father's having a perfect day.
Oh, do I have a stomachache.
Come on, Father. We're going to the dance pavilion.
Dance? But you mean to dance?
Oh, you won't have to jitterbug. I'll dance with you any way you want to.
I don't want to do it anyway. I just want to stay here and hold my poor, unhappy stomach.
Oh, everybody's dancing. Just do it the way you used to in the gay 90s, Father.
You might even try trotting out a minuet.
They call that music? Mr. Quigley, AQ.
Are you referring to me, Foster?
Oh, look, AQ, when they're not looking, we can sneak out the side door.
Hey, come on, Quiggly Wiggly, let's dance.
I should try to oblige you, Miss Mitzi.
Can you jitterbug?
Jitterbug? Oh, now, Missy, please don't do that to him.
Mr. Foster, I took him on for today, and I'm going to do my duty. I'm going to see that he has a good time. Come on, Quig. Hey, that's it, Quig. That's good.
Am I manipulating properly, Miss Mitzi?
Not bad, Quig. Only don't pump my arm, just jerk it.
Oh, like this?
Hey, now you're getting in the groove. Come on. A worm, a squirm, a rocky tuck.
Oh, here, Melvin, put this hot water bottle on your tummy.
Oh.
Would you like the ice bag on your head?
Everything hurts.
Oh.
My legs from walking around. My head spinning in a million different directions. I've never had such an awful day in my life.
We were only trying to celebrate your birthday.
Yeah, you celebrated it all right. Another hour of that and it would have been my last birthday ever.
Oh, Melvin.
Now listen to me, all of you. This is my last wish. My birthday is hereafter struck out of the calendar completely.
Oh, Father.
Quigley will fight me tooth and nail on that patent after this.
But, Father, all we did was for you.
Oh, don't think I don't appreciate it. You devoted a whole day to me, giving up your time, not doing the things you usually do, spending all that money. Incidentally, who footed the bill?
Mr. Quigley.
What?
He insisted.
Oh, if I ever get up from this deathbed, I'll... Oh, my stomach. Oh, poor Quigley. Who's taking care of him? Who's putting hot water bottles on his stomach? No.
That wasn't your stomach, Father. That was the telephone.
I'll get it. Don't mind, I'll answer. Hello? Oh, yes. Melvin, it's Mr. Quigley.
Quigley? What am I going to say to the man? Here, Judy, you hold this ice bag.
Yes.
Randolph, you hold this hot water bottle. Hello.
Hello there, Foster.
Oh, Mr. Quigley, I want to explain about today. I feel just the way you do about it.
Well, I didn't know you had it in you.
Huh?
I thought it was wonderful, too. Just wonderful.
You, huh?
It was a fine day. Thanks very much. Now, Foster, about that patent.
Yeah?
You can have it.
I can what?
It's yours. Well, see you in the morning.
Yeah.
You don't sound so good. You can't take it, can you?
No, I...
Well, try to get back in shape. I feel great. Goodbye.
Well, I never.
What happened, Melvin?
He gave me the patent.
What?
He enjoyed the day. He actually enjoyed the day.
Well, here's your hot water bottle, Father.
I don't need it. All of a sudden, I feel great. I wonder who that can be.
I'll get it. Hello? Just a minute. It's Mr. Quigley again.
I knew it couldn't be true. I knew it. Give me back my hot water bottle.
I wonder what he wants now.
Let me have that phone.
But he doesn't want to talk to you. He wants to talk to Judy.
To Judy?
I'll take it. Hello, Quiggly Wiggly.
Hello, Miss Foster. I just called back to ask you a favor.
Yes, Mr. Quigley?
Could you give me Mitzi Telly's phone number?
Father, he wants Mitzi's telephone number.
What?
He must be crazy about her.
Tell him I said he might as well buy himself a toupee while he's at it.
Mr. Quigley, Father says to tell you that
Judy!
We'll return to Judy in just a moment. But first, we all know that eating before going to bed is fun. But even a little bite before retiring can take a big bite out of your night's sleep. For remember, The better the food or drink, the more you may need Tums. One of the most common causes of sleepless nights is an upset acid stomach. There's no sense in lying awake counting sheep when 1 or 2 Tums dissolved in your tongue might relieve the whole trouble and help you to sleep in peace. It's simply wonderful the way Tums bring fast relief from acid indigestion. So keep a roll of Tums tucked under your pillow. Do what thousands do. Night and day, at home or away, always keep Tums handy. 10 cents a roll, all drugstores. 3-roll package for $0.25. Tums for the tummy. T-U-M-S. And now, back to the Fosters.
Oh, gee, I hope that's a date.
There ought to be a way you could tell it's a date by the way the phone rings.
I hope it's somebody new. Somebody I could get a violent fever for.
You know, I could make a fortune with an invention like that.
Hello?
Hello, Judy.
Oh, hello, Jojo.
Listen, Judy, I'm pretty upset.
Why, Jojo?
Well, I didn't mind lending Mitzi to Mr. Quigley for one afternoon, but that's as far as I want to go.
Why? What's wrong?
There I was, trying to be a good guy, doing you a favor, and now what happens?
All right, what happened?
Now I can't get a date with Mitzi at all.
You can't?
No, she doesn't want to date anybody but older men.
Oh, gee, that's a shame, Jojo.
I'll say it's a shame, and it's all your fault. When I loaned Mitzi to Mr. Quigley, I lost her forever.
Oh, how gruesome.
Older men all the time. Why, do you know? Last night she went out with a guy 21 years old.
She did? Gee, what does she want to do that for?
Don't ask me. She doesn't like anybody anymore unless he's got one foot in the grave.
It's awfully morbid, isn't it?
Awful. Judy, how do you feel about younger men?
I feel fine about him. Why?
Gee, I wish I could get Mitzi to feel that way.
You do?
Yeah. Judy, I know just the way to do it.
How?
You have a little brother named Randolph, don't you?
Uh-huh.
I was wondering if I loaned Mitzi to Randolph for a couple of hours, do you think she'd get interested in younger men again?
A Date with Judy is written by Aline Leslie and stars Louise Erickson and Dix Davis. Original music was composed and played by Charles Cornell. The program was produced and directed by Helen Mack. This is Doug Gourley inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday at this same time to keep your date with Judy. And remember, night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. T-U-M-S.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mother, is Maxwell House the best coffee in the whole world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. This is the time of year, I think, when most people become restless. The weather's bad, summer vacations are a long way off. It's one of those times when you wish you could just get away from it all for a while. Spend a weekend in the country and relax. Well, before you get any such ideas, let's stop off in Springfield at the White Frame House on Maple Street and see how the Andersons were affected one fine Friday by a notion just like that. Like this.
Mother, if you'd only speak to Father about it.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Gee whiz.
All right, Kathy, stop playing with your cereal and drink your milk.
Well, it isn't as though we wanted something stupendous. Creeper's Janie Liggett's father takes them all the time.
I know, dear, but the Liggetts have more money than we do.
Joe Phillips' father isn't any richer than we are, and they've been away twice.
Everybody can have fun but us. All we ever do is stay home and drink milk.
Well, of course, there's another way of doing it. If it's so terribly important, why don't you ask your father?
You mean me?
I mean all of you. All he can do is say no.
Mother's absolutely right. As soon as Father comes down, we'll have Bud ask him.
Oh, good.
Why do I have to ask him? It was your idea.
That's right. Leave all the dirty work to me. You always do anyway.
Now, Betty, if Bud doesn't want to do it...
He never wants to do anything.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
I do more around here than you and Kathy put together.
Oh, you do not.
I do, too.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, darling.
Father.
Who carries the garbage out? I do. Who takes care of the ashes? I do.
Good morning, Bud.
I work harder than any kid in this neighborhood, and you know it.
Bud.
When there's grass, I have to cut it. Leaves, I have to rake 'em. Sidewalks, I have to sweep 'em.
Bud.
Every time it snows, who gets handed a shovel? Me. Every time someone has to go to the store, who gets called? Me.
Bud.
Anytime there's a... Any time that there's a...
Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Good morning.
Good morning, Dad.
That's better. Now, as soon as your mother hands me my coffee...
There you are, dear.
Thank you. You may tell me the reason for that impassioned recitation of sterling, if highly questionable, accomplishment.
Huh?
What's the beef, Bud?
Well, Betty said that I ought to ask you, and I just said I wouldn't.
In a few million well-chosen words.
Well, gosh, why should I? It was her idea in the first place.
What was?
What we were talking about.
What were you talking about?
Betty's idea.
Let's start all over again from the beginning. Good morning, Bud.
Good morning.
Beautiful day, isn't it?
Jim, dear.
Just a moment, Margaret. I'm trying to sneak up on this thing.
What thing, dear?
Margaret, please, one at a time. All right, Bud. Betty had an idea, and you don't see why you should, because when it snows, you have to run errands with a shovel. Then what?
Is that what I said?
I'll get your cereal, dear.
Thank you.
Father?
Yes, Betty?
Father, we were thinking... Well, that is, we all thought... Well, what I mean is, it'd be just as good for you.
It would?
Oh, of course. And you'd probably have a much better time than anybody.
Where?
What?
Where would I have this wonderful time?
Where we were talking about.
I see. Good morning, Bud.
Good morning, Dad.
Beautiful day, isn't it?
Jim?
Margaret, if you'll just have a little patience, please. I got a lot closer that time.
Well, gee whiz, if somebody doesn't ask him, I'll be late for school.
Would it ease the situation if I said no without anybody asking me?
Holy
cow. Well, I was just trying to help.
Oh, here you are, dear. Nice hot cereal.
Smells wonderful. Cream and sugar, Bud, please.
Okay, Dad.
Thank you.
Father.
Daddy.
Dad.
Yes?
We were just wondering...
Do you suppose it'd be all right
Just this one.
if we all went away...
To the mountains?
for the weekend?
Is that the question?
Yes.
No. Tastes good, too.
Gee whiz.
You see, kids, it wasn't hard at all, was it? All you have to do is speak right up.
But you said no.
That's right.
Holy cow. Joe Phillips didn't even want to go to the mountains, and his father took him.
Good.
The Liggets go practically every weekend, and they have a wonderful time.
Fine.
Everybody goes except us. And we don't ever get to go anyplace.
You know, it's a funny thing. We've got a comfortable home, warm, clean, practically bulging with modern conveniences, but is anybody satisfied? No. You'd rather spend the weekend shivering in some flea trap in the woods.
But, Father, it's fun.
Sure. Why this sudden passion for the mountains? What's the matter with Springfield?
Oh, gosh, we want to get out in the snow.
What do you think that is in the backyard? Confetti?
We mean lots of snow, Father.
Millions of bushels of snow.
Okay, I'll talk to Ed Davis and see if we can borrow some of theirs.
Father, I've got a brand new ski suit, and I've never even worn it.
And what good are my skates?
And what good is a sled without hills? And they don't have any big hills in Springfield. They keep all the hills in the mountains.
Look, kids, you don't think I like to say no, do you? It's just that, well, we can't afford it.
It doesn't cost very much, Father. Really, it doesn't.
Betty knows a place near Crestline where you can rent a cabin for practically nothing.
And it doesn't even have water in it. So look at the money we'd save on soap.
Margaret, will you explain to them?
It's right on the edge of a lake, Father.
And you can even rent an ice boat.
And the hills are 800 miles long.
Why is it that I always have to be the villain? Everybody seems to think I stay awake nights trying to figure out ways to make my family miserable.
Oh, you know we don't, Jim. It's just that this would be so much fun for the children.
But it wouldn't, Margaret. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I know those little cabins you can get for practically nothing. They're one-room shanties with no improvements except built-in pneumonia.
But Joe Phillips told me
Joe Phillips was sick for a week after their last trip, wasn't he?
Well, sure.
And his father was flat on his back for 2 weeks.
I know, Dad, but...
Nothing happened to Mrs. Phillips.
How can you tell? Helen Phillips could have a galloping case of sleeping sickness, and nobody'd ever know the difference.
Jim, please.
Well, I'm just trying to explain.
Janie Liggett's family goes to a place.
Betty,
Yes, Father?
we are not the Liggetts.
I know, Father.
Nobody can afford to do what the Liggetts do.
But Father...
And that includes the Liggetts.
Father, if you'll only let me tell you.
Tell me what?
We don't mind roughing it for a few days, do we?
Heck no.
Gosh, it'd be worth getting pneumonia.
Kathy.
Well, wouldn't it?
It may be that I have very old-fashioned ideas, but I believe that a father has certain obligations to his family, and keeping them alive happens to be one. Now, let's not talk about it anymore.
I'll be 50 years old before I get a chance to use my sled.
Well, fine, you can take your grandchildren for a ride.
Daddy, you're silly.
I am, huh?
Sure. They'll have their own sleds.
Margaret! Margaret!
Why, Jim, what are you doing home this early? It isn't even 4 o'clock.
Margaret, wait till you hear what happened. Where are the kids?
Well,
Upstairs, Father.
Well, come on down. We're going to the mountains.
For what?
Most amazing thing you ever heard.
But, Jim, I thought you said that
Wouldn't happen once in a million years.
But, Jim, I thought...
What's all this
All right, let's calm down. Everybody take it easy.
Father, what happened?
Well, Mr. Gribble came into my office this afternoon, and we were discussing families and children, and first thing you know, I told him how I was letting mine down.
Oh, Jim, dear, you aren't really.
Well, I'm not now. Mr. Gribble says we can use his hunting lodge.
A hunting lodge?
Holy cow.
Wait till I tell Janie Liggett.
Well, Jim, I thought you didn't want to go to the mountains.
Margaret, I didn't want to go to one of those shacks the kids were talking about, but Gribble's hunting lodge, well, that's a different story. You can just imagine what kind of a place he has.
Oh, Father, you're wonderful. You're just the most wonderful father anybody ever had.
And how?
Well, don't just stand there. Go on upstairs and pack.
Pack.
Jim, you don't mean now.
Of course I mean now. If we want to get there before dark, we've got to leave 10 minutes ago. Takes over 2 hours to get there.
But I can't go now, Father. I have a date tonight and tomorrow night.
So have I.
Well, if this isn't... You said you wanted to go to the mountains, didn't you?
Sure, but we didn't mean today. Holy cow.
Jim, we can't possibly go on such short notice. Well, our clothes aren't ready, and we have to buy food.
Gribble said the place was loaded with food. And what kind of clothes do you need? Shove a couple of sweaters in a suitcase and you're all set.
What'll I tell Billy Smith and Dick Andrews?
What'll I tell Joe Phillips?
I don't care what you tell them. I told Mr. Gribble we'd be happy to use his hunting lodge, and we're going to use it.
I don't want to go to the mountains.
I thought you wanted to use your sled.
Oh, that's right.
Father, you don't even like the mountains.
I love the mountains.
You said it wasn't any fun.
I'm starting to have fun right now, see?
But you said we'd all get pneumonia.
I don't care if we all get double pneumonia. You said you wanted to go to the mountains, and you're going to the mountains if I have to drag you.
Well, let's start packing. After all.
I know. Father knows best.
Well, like it or not, the family's going to take that trip to the mountains. We'll see how they fare in just a moment. But right now, ladies, with all coffee prices high these days, it really pays to remember Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, and here's how one lady found that out. When coffee prices went up, she started shopping around, thinking she could find a cheaper coffee that would do. But when she brought one home, her husband turned thumbs down. Too weak, he said. So she put a lot more in the pot. But still her husband wouldn't drink it up. It may be strong now, he told her, but the flavor's all wrong. This coffee just doesn't have what it takes. And meal after meal, leftover coffee went to waste. Then she realized Maxwell House is true economy. Sure it is. Because you get so many more truly good cups of coffee from every pound. Discover the wonderful difference that vacuum packing means. The extra freshness and clear, rich taste. See how much more your husband and you enjoy that wonderful flavor. So good to the last drop, you drink every drop. You'll say Maxwell House is true economy. So get your money's worth and more. Remember, in your cup, on your table, Maxwell House is true economy. Always good to the last drop. Well, a few peaceful hours have gone by, and on the edge of a quiet mountain road, white with new fallen snow, we find the Andersons. The air is crisp and clear, and because of the altitude, just a trifle thin. Maybe that's why poor Jim is puffing just a little. Or perhaps there's another reason, like this.
Okay, Bud. When I give you the word, give it the gas.
Okay, Dad.
Are you ready?
You bet.
Well, let's go. Okay, Bud, that's enough.
You say something, Dad?
I said that's enough. Turn it off.
Okay.
No good country roads. Always getting stuck.
Didn't work, huh, Dad?
No, it didn't work. Now we're good and stuck.
Well, Father, I told you we were going off the road.
You told me. Everybody's always telling me. Look at the tree. Look at the sky. Look, look, look. How do you expect me to see anything?
But
we aren't off the road. We're still on the road. We're halfway through the road.
Dear, maybe we ought to go back home.
Margaret, how are we going to go anywhere? We're stuck.
Well, I mean, after we get out.
Well, let's worry about it when we get out. If we get out.
I'm hungry.
Now, let's not start that again, Kathy.
But I am.
Jim, I told you we should have brought some food.
Well, how did I know we were going to get stuck? We should have been there an hour ago. Bud.
You want me, Dad?
No, I just want to hear your name. It's such a beautiful name, so warm and friendly.
Holy cow, now what did I do?
Nothing. Come on out here and help me push.
Okay. The chains won't take, huh, Dad?
I don't know what it is. It doesn't seem to be the snow so much. I think we got into some kind of a hole. Doggone thing looks like the Grand Canyon. Betty,
Yes, Father?
slide over in back of the wheel.
Daddy!
Just a minute, Kathy. Put it in low. When I give you the signal, let the clutch out fast. Do you understand?
I suppose so.
Well, there's nothing so complicated about it.
Daddy!
What is it, Kathy?
Somebody's coming.
Well, good for us. Maybe now we'll get out of here. Hello there.
Hey?
I said hello. We're stuck in the snow.
Having a little trouble?
Yes, we're stuck in the snow.
No, huh? Sure looks like you're having trouble.
We are. We're stuck.
Hey?
I said we're stuck. Can you pull us out with your tractor?
Actors, huh? Don't see many of them up here in the wintertime.
I didn't say we were actors. We want you to pull us out of the snow.
Putting on a show, huh?
No.
Good for you.
Will you please turn that thing off?
Eh?
I said turn the motor off. Turn it off.
Wait till I turn this darn thing off. Can't hear you.
What was you saying, young feller?
I said we're stuck in the snow.
Well, you don't have to shout. I ain't deep.
I'm sorry. We'd appreciate it very much if you'd pull us out.
Ooh, stuck in the snow, huh?
Yes, we certainly are.
Well, won't be much of a job. Where are you putting on the show?
I told you before, we're not actors.
No?
No.
Well, then what are you doing putting on a show?
We're not putting on a show. I never even mentioned a show. I said we were stuck in the snow.
Oh, snow. I thought you said show.
No.
Oh. Well, don't make much difference. Never go anyway. Here, grab onto this tow rope.
All right.
Want me to hook it up, Dad?
Yeah, go ahead, Bud.
I'll wrap it around the bumper a couple of times.
Better hook it onto the frame, Bud.
Okay.
I sure could have sworn you said you was actors.
No, we're just up here for the weekend. A friend of ours is letting us use his hunting lodge. Maybe you know him, J.P. Gribble?
Gribble? No, can't say as I do. What's he look like?
Well, he's rather large, has a very deep voice, about 50 years old, very dignified.
Hey, you mean the feller that comes up from Springfield, Fatso.
Yes, he lives in Springfield.
Well, you ain't going to get to Fatso's place this way.
I'm not?
No, sir. You're heading down to the lake.
Oh.
Guess you took the wrong turn back at the corners.
I see. Is it very far from here?
No. Won't take you more than 20 or 30 minutes. I'll show you a special shortcut. Save you 3 or 4 miles anyway. How you doing, son?
I think I've just about got it.
Okay. Climb out from under there.
Hurry up, Bud. You've been very kind, and I want you to know we appreciate it.
Oh, shucks. It ain't hardly nothing. What are people for if not to help one another? If you can't be neighborly, I always say you might just as well go someplace and lay down. And that's all I'm doing is being neighborly.
Well, it isn't everybody who would go to all this trouble for complete strangers.
It's all set.
Okay, son. Well, I'll have you yanked out of there in no time now.
Thank you. You'll never know how grateful we are.
Oh, that's okay. Would you like to give me the money now?
What?
Well, it ain't that I don't trust you, but these here tractors don't go very fast. A couple of fellers got away slick as a whistle.
Oh. Weren't very neighborly, huh?
Not so as you could notice it. Well, hand up the $15 and we'll get going.
$15?
High, ain't it?
Why, it's outrageous.
Yeah, I know. But don't forget, I got a split with the fella what dug the hole.
Why are we stopping, Jim?
Oh, it's no sense going any further. I can't even see the road.
Boy, it's sure snowing.
I'm hungry. Father, I told you we were on the wrong road.
We are not on the wrong road. He said turn left after the small bridge and then right at the fork.
But he said 2 miles, and you went almost 5.
Well, I have a very silly habit. When I make a turn, I like it to be on a road. Or would you rather go floating around in somebody's cornfield?
Oh, Jim, please don't get upset.
I'm not getting upset, but we're not lost.
Well, where are we?
How do I know? Stop asking silly questions.
Dad.
What?
Do you see something out there?
Where?
Over there, in back of those trees.
Father, it's a house.
I don't see any... Oh, that's no house. It looks more like a cattle shelter.
Well, it's better than being cooped up in the car. My legs are paralyzed. I'm hungry.
Jim, we've got to do something. We can't sit here all night.
Maybe someone lives here, Dad. They might know where Mr. Gribble's place is.
All right, let's go ask him.
Boy, that wind's cold.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go.
Jim?
Wait a minute, Bud. Margaret, there's no need for you to come along.
Well, if you don't mind, dear, we'd rather.
Margaret, I'm perfectly capable of asking... Oh, you mean they might have some food?
I'm hungry.
Right now, if I had to choose between a mink coat and a cup of coffee, I'd be reaching for the cream and sugar.
Well, come on, Kathy. I'll carry you.
Oh, thank you, Daddy.
Let's go, Bud.
When I think of where I could be right now.
Betty,
sitting in a nice warm movie, eating nice hot popcorn.
Betty, this whole thing was your idea.
My idea.
And if I hear so much as one word of complaint out of you, so help me, I'll paddle you bow-legged.
Father.
That's telling her, Daddy.
That goes for you, too.
Gee whiz.
I wanted to stay home where it's warm and comfortable, but no, we've got to be like the Liggetts and the Phillips. We've got to go to the mountains for the weekend. Look at this place. It's the worst-looking dump I've ever seen.
The door's locked.
Well, don't you think you ought to knock first?
There's nobody inside, Dad. I looked through the window.
Oh, dear, now what are we going to do?
Bud, you've got heavy shoes on. See if you can kick the lock off the door.
Oh, Jim, do you think...
It's all right, Margaret. Go ahead, Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Don't kick it too hard. You might shove the whole building over.
Gosh, that was easy.
Well, don't feel too excited about it, Samson. A large termite could have done the same thing. Well, let's go on in.
Ooh, I'm scared.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of, Kathy. Go on in.
Oh, Jim, isn't this place awful?
Well, this is what they wanted. A weekend in the mountains.
Aren't there any lights?
No. And the bath is probably the first door on the left and 300 yards straight ahead.
Dad, here's a candle.
Well, light it.
Okay.
What's the matter?
Oh, Mommy, Daddy, I'm scared. There's a bear.
Where?
Up in the wall.
Oh, for heaven's
Kathy.
Well, there is. And they chopped his head off.
It's just a trophy, Kathy, probably shot by whoever owns this horrible joint. See, there's a plaque under it.
Oh, I don't like it.
Let me have the candle, Bud.
Here you are, Dad.
Now, look, Kathy, there's nothing to it, see? It says, Black Bear, 840 pounds. Oh, no.
Jim, what is it?
December 1st, 1938, J.P. Gribble.
So that's Mr. Gribble's hunting lodge. Looks like the family's got to make the best of a very poor bargain. And that brings up a mighty important point.
Ladies, when you buy coffee, remember Maxwell House is true economy. Sure, Maxwell House is true economy. Of course, you can find cheaper coffees if the price tag is all you consider. But just consider this. Is there any economy when you have to use lots more coffee to make it strong enough, yet even then you can't get the flavor you want? Is there any economy when the flavor is so lacking your family leaves coffee unfinished in the cup? Figure it out. You'll say Maxwell House is true economy. So many more cups of wonderfully good coffee in every pound. So rich and extra flavorful. So good to the last drop. You always want more. Yes, there's good reason why more people drink Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Maxwell House is true economy. So tomorrow, get your money's worth and more. Get Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
The horrible night is over at last. Now it's Saturday morning. The storm has passed, the sun is shining, and the entire world seems brighter and far more cheerful. To most people, that is.
Good morning.
Good morning, dear. Did you sleep well?
Like a top. And I'm still spinning. Oh, my back. I'll never get it straightened out. Where are the kids?
They're outside in the snow. Oh, they're having a wonderful time. See, you can see them through the window.
I can see them through the wall. Margaret, have you ever seen any place worse than this in your life?
No, dear, I haven't.
Hunting Lodge. Just wait till I see that guy Gribble.
Oh, he meant well, dear.
You should have heard the build-up he gave it, too. Secluded, restful, the most beautiful view in the country.
Well, there is a nice view, Jim.
Sure, especially through the roof. Look at it.
Well, you'll feel better after a nice hot breakfast.
Oh, you found the food, huh?
Uh-huh, a whole closet full.
Good. I haven't eaten since noon yesterday.
Well, what would you like? Some nice hot beans?
Margaret, don't be ridiculous. I'll have 8 dozen eggs and about 40 sausages.
No sausages, dear. How about some nice hot beans?
Oh, thank you. I'll just have eggs.
No eggs, dear. How about some nice hot beans?
Margaret, I don't like beans. Why can't I... Margaret,
Yes, dear.
you mean...
Yes, dear. A whole big closet full of beans.
If you like good things the easy way,
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble,
No grounds, no pot.
and it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Vargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Next, Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor in Double Indemnity on NBC.
Don't touch that dial. Listen to... The subject of money is a delicate one with everybody. Mr. Dithers doesn't like it when Dagwood Bumstead asks him for a raise. Mr. Dithers' answer is usually...
No. Positively no. N-O-E.
And Dagwood says to Blondie...
Oh, gee, Blondie, Mr. Dithers is... Oh, he sure is heartless.
Oh, that's too bad, dear.
Yeah, only a skunk would act like that.
But this morning at the Bumstead home, when Alexander comes in and asks for a raise, Dagwood says...
No. Positively no. K-N-O-W.
Gee, Pop, you sure are heartless.
Why, Dagwood, only a S-K-you-know-what would act like that.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Alexander, why don't you try earning some extra money yourself?
Huh?
Well, instead of asking for money, why don't you earn some?
It's easier to ask for.
Yeah. No, Alexander, you'll have to find some other way of getting that extra money. Why don't you think of a good money-making idea, huh?
But every time I get an idea, you and Mom always interfere.
Well, son, we won't interfere this time.
No.
Now, you'll have a chance to develop your own initiative, and we'll do our very best to help you.
Yeah, no matter how much we regret it later.
Oh, Dag.
Okay, folks, here's the idea how I'm going to make some money. I just went over and borrowed Dick Cram's little printing press.
Oh, holy smoke, Blondie. He's going to print counterfeit money now.
Oh, Dagwood, that's absolutely ridiculous. I hope.
Yeah.
I'm going to print a little newspaper.
Why, Alexander, that's wonderful.
But I need some money to back the paper.
Oh, how much do you need?
About $10. It'll be very educational, Mom.
That's too educational. How about $3?
It's a deal.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Give him the money, Dagwood.
Who, me?
Well, yes, darling. You're the head of the house now.
I am? Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I guess. Here, Alexander.
Gee, thanks, Pop. And since you're giving me the money, I'm going to make you the publisher.
Swell. But what for?
In case someone sues me for libel.
It's all ready for you, Alexander. Well, how was school this morning?
Okay, except that you and Pop made a few mistakes on my English homework.
Oh, dear. Well, maybe you'd better start doing it yourself,
Oh, no. I just wish you'd be more careful. I'm awful busy right now getting our newspaper ready to go to press.
What are you calling your paper?
I decided to call it the Tattletale.
The Tattletale? Well, that sounds like it's going to have a lot of scandal in it.
It's going to be loaded with it.
Oh. Well, it sounds very interesting, Alexander. I guess all your little friends will be dying to see the first edition.
Yeah, they'll want to see what we've written about their parents.
Yes, I'm sure they'll want to see what their parents...
Oh, sure. All the scandal is going to be about the grown-ups.
Oh, dear goodness.
Say, Mom.
Yes, Alexander.
Can kids my age be thrown into jail?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Well, on one of the issues of the Tattletale, we're going to demand that the people kick Mayor Snipe out of office.
Uh-oh. Come on, Dagwood, finish your coffee.
Yeah.
It's almost time to leave for the office.
Okay, Blondie. Where's Alexander this morning?
Oh, Alexander printed 50 copies of the Tattletale last night, and he and Cookie went out early this morning to sell it.
Hey, I didn't know anything about it. A fine way to treat the publisher.
Well, I don't know very much about it either, honey, but he's having a wonderful time, and it's bound to develop his initiative and teach him something about earning a living.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't try to help him. Just let him do the whole thing himself.
That's right, dear.
Yeah.
That's right. Absolutely. The authorities say it's much better training that way. Psychology, you know.
No, I don't know. But anyway, I hope they make a few pennies profit.
Here they are now. Hello, children. Did you sell your little newspapers?
I'll say we did. Every copy.
Oh, boy.
We clean up $2.50. So this is earning a living. I even sold a copy to Mr. Dithers.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he tried to shortchange me.
Yeah, that was Mr. Dithers, all right.
Alexander, you'll have to put something in your paper sometime about Mr. Dithers.
We've got something in it about him this time. And wait till he reads it. Wow!
Yeah, hey, that doesn't sound so good. What did you say about him? Let's see a copy, huh?
There aren't any more, Daddy.
What?
It said, quote, "Where was what contractor whose initials are JCD last Thursday night, and how much did he lose? Answer tomorrow." End quote.
Dagwood?
Huh?
I thought you and Mr. Dithers went over to Sheridan City on business last Thursday night.
Oh, my. I'd better be getting to the office,
Were
Blondie.
you playing poker?
Yeah, oh, look at the time. I better be getting to the office, dear. Well, goodbye, Blondie.
Dagwood?
Goodbye, Daisy.
So they went to a poker game. Alexander, your mother is going to be a regular subscriber to the Tattletale.
Bobsag, come into my office. Mr. Dithers, or is someone blowing a foghorn?
I called you, bubblehead. Have you seen this newspaper the kids are putting out?
No, I haven't seen it.
Cookie sold me a copy this morning. I'm just looking at it now.
Well, J.C., put it away and let's get down to business.
Oh, yes, sir.
Bumstead!
To whom do you think you're talking?
To whom? To you, that's whom.
Well, just relax a minute. Sit down and rest your brain. This looks like a great little sheet. Even if it is printed on Blondie's notepaper.
Yeah. It's the only newspaper in the country that smells of gardenia, too.
Now listen to this, under local items.
Yeah.
The Hendersons are going to have a baby next week. It will probably be a boy or a girl. They are going to name it after a wealthy uncle, no matter which it is. They want him to leave all his money to the baby. Well, it's an honest little scandal sheet.
Yeah. Sounds like you're overdoing it a little bit, though, don't you think?
Now, here's some more. Be sure to get the next edition of the Tattletale. Sensational stuff about Mayor Snipe. Oh, I'll bet Snipe is trembling in his shoes.
Yeah, I bet he is, too.
Now, listen to this.
Right.
It says, last week, Dagwood Bumstead took a bath.
That's an outrage.
Oh, so you didn't take a bath?
No, I didn't. Yes, I did.
Now, you could fool me.
Yeah, well, you wait till I see Alexander.
Now, he knew which way the wind was blowing.
Yeah.
Now, let's see what the next one is.
Yeah.
Where was what contractor whose initials are JCD? Hey, what is this?
Hey, that sounds pretty good. Go ahead.
Last Thursday night.
Yeah.
And how much did he lose? Answer tomorrow. Good grief. And what's this? Published by Dagwood Bumstead.
That's me. Now, look. Now, wait a minute. I can explain everything.
Bumstead, I'm going to bebop your treetop.
Yeah, now, wait.
I'm going to put my thumb on your Adam's apple and squeeze the cider out of it.
Oh, no.
Like this.
Look out. Mr. Dillard, cut it out. Help!
Oh, Dagwood, what are you doing under that sofa?
Yeah, well, I'm hiding from Mr. Dithers. Am I sticking out anywhere?
Huh? No. But there's a lump in the sofa. Let's see.
Oh, that's no lump. That's my head.
Oh, that sounds like Mr. Dithers, all right.
Oh, my. Well, it's okay now. He can't find me here.
All right. Why, hello, Mr. Dithers.
Hello, Blondie. Please tell that rat the cat's come for him.
Rat? Anybody I know?
Where's Dagwood?
Oh, isn't he at the office?
No. Well, I'll wait for him to show up here. Oh, mind if I sit over here on the sofa?
Oh, no. Go right ahead, but sit down gently.
I will.
Oh, my.
Oh, this is a wonderful sofa, Blondie. So nice and bouncy. Look at this.
Oh, dear. Oh, help.
Sounds sort of hollow-like.
I surrender.
Okay, come out from under there, Bumstead.
Yeah. Oh, my poor sofa.
Yeah, cry a little bit for my head, too, while you're there, Blondie. Yeah, I've never felt so flat.
Now, Bumstead, are you going to make that little fiend of yours stop printing that paper?
No, Mr. Dithers. I don't believe I can't.
Mr. Dithers, we promised Alexander we wouldn't interfere.
Step aside, Blondie. You're about to become a widow.
Yeah.
Come on, Bumstead.
Oh, look who's coming up the front walk.
Oh, it's Mrs. Dithers.
Your wife.
You mean my warden? She must have read that item about the poker game. Quick, where can I hide?
Oh, right under the sofa.
Oh, yeah. Stall her off, Blondie.
Yeah, I'll get it, Blondie.
All right, Dagwood. But don't expect me to cover up for Mr. Dithers, because Cora's my closest friend.
Yeah, well, don't expect me to cover up for Mr. Dithers either. He's my closest enemy. Oh, hello, Mrs. Dithers.
Hello, Dagwood.
Won't you come in and sit down for a while?
Hello, Blondie.
Oh, hello, Cora, darling.
Blondie, have you seen that red-faced old turkey of mine?
You mean, Mr. Dithers?
Yes. I found out where he was last Thursday. And when I catch him, I'm going to pull out his tail feathers and give him the axe.
Good for you, Mrs. Dithers. Oh, won't you sit down here on the sofa? Go ahead, just plop right down. Go ahead.
All right, I will.
Oh, my. Listen to the air swoosh out of those cushions.
Hey, Daisy. Come here, Daisy. Come on, here, Daisy.
Oh, hello, Daisy. Good dog.
What in the world is wrong with Daisy?
I don't know, Cora. Maybe there's a rat under the sofa.
Yeah, there is, Blondie. Go get him, Daisy. And if you see him, I know you'll lick him. Go away. No, cut it out. Quit licking my face. Hey, stop being so mushy.
Julius Caesar Dithers.
Hello, Cora. Surprise. I was looking for a streetcar token that rolled on.
Let me help you out from under there.
No, Cora. Not by my ear.
Come on, you poker player. You and I are going to have a little chat at home. Goodbye, Blondie.
Goodbye, Cora. Goodbye, Mr. Dithers.
Goodbye. I'm Bumstead. I want to talk to whoever's responsible for that little scandal sheet as soon as school lets out. It's going to be stopped or your job's going to be stopped. I have spoken.
Alexander, here's Mr. Dithers.
Oh, hello, Mr. Dithers. And how are you? I believe you know my sister, Cookie.
Oh, how do you do? I'm very glad. Hey, you cut that out. Now listen, bumlets. I'm here to tell you that your first edition of the Tattletale will also be your last.
Gee, I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Dithers.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Dithers.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Dithers.
Listen! I'll sue this paper for libel.
But, Mr. Dithers, libel's when you say something about a person that isn't true.
Yeah, Mr. Dithers. And you did go to a poker game, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Then it isn't libel.
Boy, it's a good thing Alexander doesn't know about you and that cute secretary.
Alexander, I don't think you ought to print all of those bits of scandal. No one's really interested in them.
We sold out the whole edition, and the next edition is going to be bigger and better. We're going to expose Mayor Snipe and the police department and...
Hey, no, not that, Alexander. You'll cave in our whole city government.
I'll be glad to take an ad.
Well, keep your name out.
Cancel the ad.
Okay. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I'm running something special about you.
Oh, Alexander, more about Mr. Dithers?
Yeah, Mom. I'm going to tell her he was 2 weeks ago last Monday.
Oh, no. No, not that.
Well, I've got a lot of work to do now. If you have any other complaints, just write me a letter. Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Alexander, don't do anything rash, will you? Please, Alexander? Huh?
Well, I guess that's that. The Tattletale editor is a pretty tough character. Mr. Dithers, where were you 2 weeks ago Monday?
That's the awful thing. I can't remember. But it must be embarrassing.
Well, by tomorrow you'll know.
Yeah, but so will the rest of the town, including my wife.
Oh, boy, some breakfast, huh, Blondie? Mm-hmm. I'll get the door, dear.
All right, darling, but wipe the egg off your face first.
Yeah.
Are you Dagwood Bumstead?
Yes, I'm Dagwood Bumstead.
Well, I'm the third item from the top in your gossip column, and I don't like it, face.
Oh, Dagwood.
Blondie, we've got to do something about that paper before I run out of teeth. This is the first morning Mr. Dithers has been so late to the office. I wonder if anything... Huh? Oh, here he is.
Oh, hello, Bumstead. Well, I managed to buy up 40 copies of the Tattletale this morning.
Yeah.
That'll squelch the story about me.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you must have got up kind of early. When I left this morning, Alexander was going into the third home edition.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and he was thinking about running off a 4-star sport final, too.
Oh, that rips it.
Yeah?
He can print them faster than I can buy them.
Mr. Dithers, what does it say about you?
I haven't looked yet. I was too busy buying papers.
Yeah.
Your little daughter tried to raise the price to $0.10 a copy for me.
Oh, and no kidding?
Yeah, she got it, too. Well, let's see what it says.
Hey, what does it say about Mayor Snipe? Look.
Uh-oh. It says that Tattletale has evidence that Mayor Snipe has been going to all the football games in a city-owned car. Taxpayers revolt.
Whoa, that means trouble.
And listen to this.
What?
The police missed a burglar the other day because they went ahead and finished their pinochle game. We demand an investigation.
Oh, my.
Look at the way they spell pinochle.
Oh, yeah. Look. How do you spell pinochle? Hey, here's something about you right here, Mr. Dithers.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
Where was J.C. Dithers, the contractor, 2 weeks ago last Monday? See answer on page 4.
Uh-oh.
Hey, that must have been the time I had trouble with that lady policeman.
Here's the answer. Here it is, right here. He was having dinner with Mrs. Dithers and Mr. and Mrs. Bumstead.
That's right, I was.
Yeah, and you thought that...
Never mind what I thought. I've been swindled.
Oh, dear, either the phone's been ringing or there's been someone pounding at the door all morning long. Well, that's enough of that.
Mrs. Bumstead, I demand to see you.
Now, just a minute. You can't all come in here. You can come on in there, Snipe.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Blondie, can I come in too?
No, you can't come in. Oh, it's you, Dagwood. Of course you can come in. Come on, dear. Now then, Mayor Snipe.
Mrs. Bumstead, never in all my years of public service, years in which I worked unfailingly and untiringly to make our fair city a model of good government. Never, I say, have I been exposed to such a low, mean, dastardly attack. Where is the editor of this little newspaper?
Upstairs under the... He's hiding.
I'd like to give him a good hiding myself.
You would, huh? Well, you'd have to do it over the bodies of 2 dead Bumsteads.
I'd like to do it that way, too. Did you see this? The Tattletale has evidence that Mayor Snipe has been going to all the football games in a city-owned car. Taxpayers revolt. How dare they publish a thing like that? How dare they?
Well, probably because he saw you in that car at the games the same as everybody else has.
Yeah, I saw you at the Sandusky game in that car, and I'm in the favor of revolting.
You are revolting.
Yeah, well, maybe Alexander ought to print the inside story about how you judged that bathing beauty contest.
Yes. Well, I'll say no more about this childish prank. But when you talk to the editor, ask him to lay off me, will you, please?
Goodbye, Mayor Snipe.
Yeah, goodbye, Snipey.
And you might tell those other people out there who want to see the editor that they'd better mend their ways and go on home.
I'll do my best. Fellow citizens, it's about...
Oh, Dagwood. I think we've suffered enough.
Yeah, you do, huh?
I do.
Yeah, well, it's up to the editor to do his own suffering from now on. Here goes. Alexander!
I'm later on upstairs.
Oh.
I was listening. Well, Alexander, we're very proud of you.
Yeah.
And we think the Tattletale is a cute little paper, and you've done very well with it. Only now you've got to take some of its responsibility.
Yeah, and maybe you ought to write about kids your own age, and I'll buy you a pair of boxing gloves.
You see, Alexander, we don't want to ask you to stop putting out the paper. But you'll have to do that or go out and talk to those people on the front porch. There's the chief of police, one member of the Board of Education, the truant officer. Uh-oh. And several other people.
Mom, I've decided to give up the newspaper. I didn't realize that an editor lived such a dog's life.
Yeah, it's a little tough to take, huh?
And it might give me hardening of the arteries and make me nervous and strung high.
Well, Alexander, your newspaper was a big success while it lasted. But come on, tell your mommy, what are you going to do now?
Well, I've been thinking it over. I think I'll take my chemistry set down to the basement and start working on something quiet and restful, like inventing fireworks.
Oh, dear. Here we go again.
The Blondie Show was previously released over NBC, the national broadcasting company for listeners in the United States, and has been rebroadcast for our servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's guests Sally Eilers and Alan Hale, Warner Brothers star of Adventures of Mark Twain, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What's all the excitement?
Oh, Abbott, the big circus just came to town, and I've been out watching the parade. What a parade! First came the elephants, after them come the clowns, and after the clowns came the beautiful Lady Godiva on a big white horse.
What? Wait a minute, Al. What came after Lady Godiva?
Me and every sailor in California.
Costello, aren't you a little old to be following parades?
Oh, not me, Abbott. I'm crazy about circus parades. I love those big elephants. Quote, some people like to be firemen and squirt water through their nose, but I like to be an elephant and squirt water through my nose. Unquote.
All right, never mind. Look, never mind the circus.
Boy, did that lay.
All right, never mind the circus. Look, never mind the circus. We have other things to do.
Oh, yes. Yes, but I can't forget about the circus, Abbott. I come from a family of circus people. My Uncle Rollo was the world's greatest tightrope walker.
Yes?
Until he broke his neck.
Well, how did he break his neck?
One night he was tight and the rope wasn't. Zip! Neck. Crack.
Oh, I see.
I had another uncle. He was 6 feet tall. He used to stick his head in the lion's mouth.
What's his name?
Now we call him Shorty.
No. All right, Costello, I've heard enough. Let's change the subject.
Oh, Abbott, you're talking about the happiest days of my life. What fun I used to have in a sideshow. I always used to tickle the tattooed lady with a feather.
You tickled the tattooed lady? What for?
To see moving pictures.
The moving pictures.
But she finally had to leave the circus, Abbott.
You mean the tattooed lady quit?
No, she had her face lifted and it threw all the pictures out of focus.
Costello, now don't try to kid me. I don't believe you were ever near a circus.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's a picture of me taken with a Ubangi girl.
Let me see it. Wait a minute. I see the Ubangi girl, but I don't see you.
I'm sitting in the shade of her lower lip.
No. Look, Costello, just what did you do at the circus?
I used to train the wild zebras.
You trained wild zebras?
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't make me laugh. You don't even know what a zebra is.
Oh, don't. A zebra is a black horse with Venetian blinds.
Well, hello, fellows.
Oh, it's Ken Niles.
What's cooking, boys?
Nothing's cooking, Niles. You brought that aroma in with you.
No. I'll cut that out. Say, Ken, Costello was just telling me that there's a circus in town.
Did you see the parade?
Indeed I did, Bud. I know all about that circus. In fact, my lovely wife helped bring the circus to Hollywood.
What did she do, pull one of the wagons?
Now, look here, Costello. You can't compare my wife to a horse.
You're right. Her ears are too long.
Costello, will you be quiet? What did you mean, Ken, about your wife bringing the circus to town?
Well, Bud, my wife is co-chairman of the big Hollywood Benefit Carnival and Circus.
Mm-hmm.
She's been up every night preparing for this big carnival. That's why she has those little crow's feet under her eyes.
Little crow's feet? Brother, those crows must have been wearing baseball shoes.
Oh, I heard that remark, you overgrown hippopotamus.
I said it for you to hear, yes.
Take it easy, Costello.
What are you wearing?
Now, never mind.
There's an army man outside who wants to talk to you.
An army man? What does he want?
He wants you to replace a tank for active duty.
Now, do you see what you started, Costello? Always fighting. Nobody will like you.
Oh, I don't worry about that, Abbott. I'm the kind of guy that grows on people.
The only trouble is, Costello, a little too much of you grew on you.
Oh, you sure stole him that time.
Yeah, you killed you, don't you?
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. To me, you're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and Kenneth, my love, you're the only man in the world.
You're the only woman in the world.
Oh, and you're the only man in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just been listening to Adam and Eve.
Oh, stop it, please, Costello. Mrs. Niles, Ken was just telling us that you're co-chairman of the Hollywood Benefit Carnival.
That's right, Mr. Abbott. And I'm asking all the movie stars to donate their services.
Well, I don't know exactly what I can do, Mrs. Niles, but Costello here was just telling me that he used to be with a circus.
Costello with a circus. What cage was he in?
What cage was I in? I was in there with the little... I wasn't in any cage, kid. I used to manage somebody. I used to manage the great Minestrone. He was the greatest high diver in the world. I didn't know I had to continue. He used to dive 500 feet from the top of the tent into a pail of water.
Dive 500 feet into a pail of water? Nobody can do that.
He did it once.
Never mind what he did. Look, Costello, never mind what he did. What can you do in this circus? For example, are you an equestrian?
I'm an American.
No, Costello. Now, how would you like to ride bareback?
What, in front of all those people?
Listen, you dummy. Do you know anything about trick riding?
Oh, you mean, am I an equestrian?
Well,
that's different, Abbott. I'm the best trick rider you ever saw.
You are?
One time in a circus, I rode 2 horses standing up. 1 foot on one horse and the other foot on the other horse.
And what happened?
Suddenly, an elephant came between us. One horse went one way, the other horse went the other way.
I'll bet that was a laugh.
Laugh? I thought I'd split.
Shut up!
Straddling the equator off the west coast of South America are the Galapagos Islands, guarding the Pacific approaches to the Panama Canal. To Americans stationed in the Galapagos Islands, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. And the Camel cigarettes that reach the Pacific Islands, as well as the Camels that reach you, are fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camels now. More people want the fresh cigarette, the cigarette with more flavor. So remember, if your store is sold out today, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Freddie Rich and the orchestra answer many requests for Speak Low.
way for the big benefit circus show. Get your tickets right over.
Miss McCainless, she shakes, she quivers, moves every muscle for 10 cents.
And right over here we have Jojo, the dog-faced boy. Hey, you, fat man. Step over and see Jojo, the dog-faced boy, for a quarter.
Hey, I wouldn't pay a quarter to see a dog-faced boy.
Say, ain't you Lou Costello?
Oh, yeah.
You can go in for nothing.
What?
Courtesy to all freaks. Never mind him. Come on, Costello. We're expected at the manager's office. Mrs. Niles told her we'd be here. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Pardon me, miss. We'd like to, Say, Costello, look who it is. Sally Eilers.
Gee, hello, Sally. My name's Lou Costello.
Oh, don't bother about that. Can happen to anybody. You fellas are just in time. The show's about to go on, and our lion tamer quit.
Costello, do you know anything about lions?
Do I know anything about lions? Of course I know a lot of things about lions. One time I went lion hunting in Africa with my brother, and I brought back a stuffed lion.
What was the lion stuffed with?
My brother. And another thing, kid, you ain't getting me in a cage with no lion.
Oh, but you don't have to be afraid of this lion. He was raised on milk.
So was I, but I eat meat now. When I can get it.
Oh, but this lion hasn't any teeth.
I know, but he could gum me to pieces.
But, Costello, this circus is for charity. You mean you won't go into that lion cage?
No. Why should I risk youth, security, and beauty?
Well, perhaps lion taming is too dangerous. However, you can help at one of the concessions. Come over here with me. Now walk this way.
I can't walk that way.
Why not?
You're wearing high heels.
All right. Shut up, will you, please? We'll find out what's going on around here. Now, what do you want us to do over here, Sally?
Well, Bud, you and I will stand out at the counter and sell these baseballs. And, Costello, you stick your head through that hole in the canvas.
And what am I going to see through that hole?
Well, you might see some big stars.
You mean like Ginger Rogers and Lana Turner?
Oh, no. More like Jupiter and Mars.
What studio do they work for? I know that Hedy Lamar's, but that Jupiter guy, I don't know.
I know, but don't be stupid. Go ahead now. Come on, be a nice little boy. Stick your head through that canvas. That, boy. That's fine. All right, folks, step right up. 3 balls for a dime. Hit the little boy on the head.
All right, folks,
3
step
balls
right
for
up.
a dime. Step right up.
Hit the little boy on the head.
That's the spirit.
Step right up.
Step right
Wait
up.
a minute. Hit what boy on what head? And with what ball?
We're talking about you, Costello.
Yes, the people throw these baseballs at your head. If they hit you, they get a box of candy.
And I get a box of aspirins.
No.
That first word was funny, wasn't it?
Listen, you know what you do, Lou? When you see the ball coming, you duck.
Yeah, but suppose I forget to duck.
Oh, we've taken care of that. We furnish you with a safety cap. If the ball hits you, it bounces off the cap.
Yes, ma'am. But did you ever take into consideration what makes the little ball bounce off the little cap? My head! I quit! Quit!
No.
Quit!
Don't be silly. Lou, you can't get hurt.
Oh, no? What happened to the guy who had this job before I took it?
Oh, here he comes now. Step aside and let the stretcher by.
Stretcher? Stretcher? Hey, Abbott, I'm going to ask this guy on a stretcher a question. Hey, buddy, did those baseballs hurt you? How does your little head feel?
Oh, my little head feels fine.
Oh, good.
In fact, I feel absolutely normal.
Oh, that's so nice.
I'm so glad you came to see me, Miss Lamar.
Miss Lamar? That's all I want to know, brother. Let me out of here!
No, don't be such a coward, Costello. Put your head back in that hole. And I'll throw a few practice balls. Get ready now. Now, here comes the first one. Costello, get up. Get up off your knees and stop playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth. Miss Eilers, would you mind stepping back, please? You are standing on the tooth that I use for my essence.
This is for charity. Now, go ahead, Bud. Throw another ball. It'll attract the crowd.
Now, what's the matter?
Why aren't the sirens blowing?
Why should the sirens blow?
There's a blackout!
Oh, Costello, did he really hit you?
Did he hit me? With this lump on my head, a haircut will cost me double. I ain't taking this job, Sally. Get another boy.
Well, that's a fine thing. It's a fine thing coming from you, Costello. This is a benefit and for charity. And they need a hard-headed man like you And you want to crawl out from under. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Guess I'm an ingrate.
I'll say you are. You could make hundreds of people happy. Think of the fun they could have throwing baseballs at your head. But no. You're selfish. You want to quit and spoil their pleasure.
I'm sorry. I'm a regular killjoy.
Yes, you are a killjoy. Think of the mothers and fathers who bring their little kiddies, little teeny-weeny kiddies down here to laugh at you getting hit on the head. But do you care about the kiddies? Do you care about the little teeny-weeny kiddies? No, not you.
I'm always thinking of myself.
Yeah, I'll say you are.
Oh, I'm a bad boy! Hey, Abbott, please don't tell my scoutmaster on me.
Well, I should.
Oh, please don't. If you do, he won't take me to see the La Brea Tar Pits.
Oh, Sally! Sally! Oh, it's Mrs. Niles.
Oh, Sally, my dear, I just came from the main tent. The wrestling match is about to start, and something terrible's happened.
What's the matter? Did you forget to put out the tights? You forget your tights or something?
What kind of typing is this?
Oh, nothing of the sort. We arranged for a professional wrestler to take all comers, and he's broken his arm. We must get a substitute immediately. Someone with stamina, strength, and courage.
And that man is Lou Costello.
Oh. Yes, that man is... Cut it out, Abbott. I ain't going to wrestle. My brother was a wrestler, and he got a terrible cauliflower ear.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of people have cauliflower ears.
Yeah, but his is cream.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Look, Lou, they'll announce you wrestle anybody. Then I'll jump into the ring first, and we'll pretend to wrestle. That's all there is to it.
I got a better idea, Abbott. Why can't I wrestle Sally Eilers?
Oh, but Lou, that's silly. Boys don't wrestle with girls.
Oh, she's so young.
Get out of here!
And now here's Connie Haynes to sing a brand new song. For the first time on the air, listen to Saltwater Cowboy.
Who is that great, big, wonderful man? Wearing that fine coat of tan. He's a saltwater cowboy with the whole world for his range. Just a saltwater cowboy, and the herd he rides is strange. He's a rounding up his country foes, wherever they may be. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine. Get along, little nippy, I can hear my singing pal. I'm taking you to pasture in a barbed wire corral. He's the salt of the earth, boy, and he's long and lank and lean. He's the saltwater cowboy, United States Marine. Get along, Sukiyaki, sang the man from the Golden West. I'm gonna brand your carcass with a star-striped U.S. Oh, you don't have to worry, he will keep your pastures green. He's a saltwater cowboy, a United States Marine.
As the fellow said after he bet on Bing Crosby's horses, they're going to run all night. All day, too, and with flat feet. Yes, that's plenty flat, all right. And it can be worse in your cigarette. If wartime flatness is spoiling your smoking, get Camel. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. You see, Camel cigarettes are matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos, blended to give them more flavor. And more flavor helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Give Camel cigarettes the T-zone test. Your taste will prove to you that Camels do have more flavor. And your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
All right, Costello. The tent is filling up. Are you all dressed for the wrestling match with me?
Yes, I'm all ready, Abbott. How about look in these wrestling trunks?
Wait a minute. What kind of trunks are those? What's that writing across the seat?
Oh, that lights up, Abbott.
And what does it say?
Come to Joe's for dinner. What a spread.
All right. All right, let's get out there. The crowd's waiting.
Hey, look, Abbott, remember one thing. When they call for volunteers to wrestle me, be sure you're the first one to get in the ring. There's some pretty tough guys out there. I don't want to wrestle any one of them swing shift workers.
Why not?
Because when they swing, I might not shift.
You wait here in the locker room, Costello. I'll see if they're ready.
Oh, Bud Abbott, I've got some wonderful news for you. We've got a great opponent for Costello to wrestle. I want you to meet Alan Hale.
Well, hello, Bud. Where's that little meatball partner of yours? I want to bounce him around a little.
Wait a minute, Alan. Costello expects to wrestle me.
Oh, no. He's my pigeon. I'm collecting waste fat.
Gee, Alan, I don't think Costello's in good shape.
Oh, don't worry. I'll straighten him out. I think I'll go in and take a look at the body. But don't let on that I'm wrestling him. I want it to come as a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Lou, a friend of yours wants to say hello to you. Alan Hale.
Oh, hello, Alan, old boy. Did you come over here to watch me wrestle?
Watch you? Why, Costello, I want you to feel that I'll be in there with you every minute. And tell me, Costello, have you ever had any wrestling experience?
Oh, sure. One time I wrestled a champion of an African tribe.
You bangied?
Yeah, and he bangied me right back. He uppercutted me.
Boys, now we can't stay in the locker room. The crowd's waiting.
Okay, Sally. And don't worry, Abbott. I won't hurt you one bit.
That's right, Abbott. He won't lay a hand on you.
I don't know what I'm laughing at. But after all, he is our guest star.
Well, let's go, Costello. Into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main match of the evening. In this corner, at 205 pounds, Lou Canvasback Costello. And in the other corner, the challenger at 493 pounds.
493 pounds? Hey, Abbott. Ha, they're trying to make you look good, Abbott.
The Warner Brothers star of The Adventures of Mark Twain, Mr. Alan Hale.
Alan Hale? Alan Hale? Abbott, when did you change your name? When did you start working for Warner Brothers instead of Universal? When are you making the pictures of The Adventures of Mark Twain? What's the matter? Ain't we together? Why, they're framing me. Hale, I'm supposed to wrestle you. Abbott, or somebody?
No matter who you're supposed to wrestle, Abbott's no match for you. He's certainly no match for you. Come on now, Costello. I'm going to slam you on that canvas, step on your gizzard, and hit you on the head so hard you'll be wearing your socks for a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And furthermore, I think you can do it.
Come, boys. Let's get on with this wrestling match. I'm the referee. And as the referee, there's one thing I insist on, a clean fight. I want a clean fight. And I want a clean fight.
Then why don't you two guys fight? I get kind of dirty.
Quiet, Costello. Pay attention to the referee.
Yeah, there's another thing. As the referee, I am not interested in either one of you. I am playing no favorites. No favorites. You understand that, Costello?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that, Mr. Hale? Yeah, Charlie, and tell your sister I'll be over at 9 o'clock.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Hale goes out with the referee's sister. I'm getting out of here.
Get back there, Costello. Now, remember, at the bell, shake hands.
I don't have to shake hands. Mine are shaking already.
Be a sport, Costello. Stick out your hand.
Okay. My hand. Alan, my hand. Well, I can always use it for a fly swatter.
All right, boys, at the bell, start to wrestle. Remember, one fall takes all.
Costello, get in there and put up a great fight.
Stop the match! Stop the match!
We haven't started yet.
I know, but I'm winded.
Let's go, Costello. I'll mop up the floor with you.
Oh, yeah? Let me tell you something, Hale. You show me a tough guy and I'll show you a coward.
Well, I'm a tough guy.
Well, I'm a coward.
Get ready now, Costello. Here's a toe hold.
Here's a leg hold.
Here's a headlock.
Here's a hammerlock.
Here's your arm.
Thanks.
Come on, Costello. You're putting up a terrific fight.
Oh, my nose, my nose. Hale, you flattened my nose. How will I smell?
Shall I tell him?
Keep going, Costello. Keep going. Get in there.
Hey, Abbott, I think I've got him worried. He's afraid.
Well, what do you mean he's afraid?
He's afraid he's going to kill me.
Get set, Costello. I'm going to give you a body slam.
Wait a minute. Hey, hey. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Costello, please, stay down there. Don't keep jumping up.
Who's jumping up? I'm bouncing. Hey, Abbott, throw in the towel. Throw in the towel right now.
Why now?
I don't think I'll be around this way again.
Don't worry, Costello. And now I got a little something that'll settle this whole match. See if you like this airplane spin.
You ain't got no pilot's license, Hale. Let me go.
Here you go. Way, way up in the air.
Wait a second. Put me down, Hale. Put me down.
It's round and round and round you go.
And where I come out, and nobody knows.
Costello! 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 Get up. The crowd's waiting for you to get back into the ring. Get out from under those seats.
Abbott, I'm not going into that ring.
You're not. You're talking like a coward. Where's your backbone?
Yeah, Costello. Where's your backbone?
I don't know where it is, and I'm not going back in there till I find it.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Colonel William Leverett of Lakesland, South Carolina, who has been awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for extraordinary heroism. Leading a flight of only 7 American fighters over the Aegean Sea, he sighted 30 German planes about to bomb an Allied convoy. He attacked immediately, and knowing that his ammunition was limited, waited until he was dangerously close to each German plane before firing. Colonel Leverett personally destroyed 7 enemy planes and damaged 2 others, while the other 6 pilots destroyed 10 more without a single loss. In honor of you and your men, Colonel William Leverett, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a short wave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And now, here's Abbott with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, you certainly made a fool of yourself tonight. Now, I want you to be very careful next week with Linda Darnell.
Why, Abbott?
Well, you know, Linda used to be in the circus business and the mind-reading act in vaudeville. She can read your mind.
She can't read my mind, brother. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, hello, Linda. Abbott, it's Linda Darnell.
No.
Hello, Linda. What do you know? Oh.
Well, Costello, did Linda read your mind?
She must have. It's the first time I ever got slapped over the phone.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with Freddie Rich and his orchestra and our special guest, Miss Linda Darnell. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Here's one reason why. Prince Albert's no-bite treated to keep your pipe from biting your tongue. Yes, sir, because Prince Albert's no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. PA's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. The big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert holds around 50 rich-tasting, swell-smoking pipefuls. And believe me, each one is mighty convincing proof that PA stands for Pipe Appeal. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the national joy smoke.
This is the National Broadcast.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your new neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. In every family, there are special days. Days which, though simple, will live forever in our memories. There's the day Junior had his first haircut. The day Dad backed into the garage door. Or the day Mother didn't back into the garage door. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, it's dinner time. And one of those days is in the making. It will be known, as long as an Anderson remains, as the day Father received the Christmas bills. Like this.
It's outrageous, that's what it is. The most outrageous thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Pass the potatoes to your father, Betty.
Yes, Mother. Potatoes, Father.
Thank you. It's gotten so that Christmas isn't a period of joy and celebration. It's a plot to collect all the money overlooked by the government. I've never seen such an assortment of bills.
Kathy, won't you please eat your dinner?
But I have to watch Daddy.
I'm sure he'd much rather you ate your dinner.
But I want to see the steam come out of his ears.
The what?
Well, Bud said when you saw all those bills...
Holy cow, Kathy. I didn't mean it really would. I was just, you know... Sure was cold out today, wasn't it?
Well, for certain people, it's going to get warmer. Much warmer. Have the bread, please.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Say, Dad.
Look at this. $17.70 for mucklucks. Now, what the devil are mucklucks?
They're knitted slippers, dear.
For $17.70?
That's for 6 pair, Jim. I sent them to my sister Kathleen and her family.
Oh, fine. And what did she send us? 5 napkin rings painted by hand in the kindergarten of a school for backward children.
Jim, that's not the proper attitude to take.
Oh, it isn't it? You don't see that brother-in-law of yours shelling out any $17.70 for mucklucks, do you? I tell you, Margaret, we've got to realize that we aren't the Morgans or the Rockefellers. We're just plain, simple people, and we've got to act that way.
Yes, dear.
Say, Dad.
When I was a boy, thrift was an important part of the daily life. The family worked together to see how little it could spend, not how much. They tried to help put something away for a rainy day. Not us. This family lives in a continual cloudburst.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
As long as we're talking about money, I need $5.
Bud.
Oh, that's fine. That's just great. I give out with a long lecture on thrift and economy, and all it does is remind my son that he needs $5. Now, why do you need $5?
To be a bird watcher.
A what?
A bird watcher. You watch birds.
I wouldn't care if you watched elephants. Why does it have to cost $5?
Well, you have to buy a manual. It tells you how to watch. And you get a button. And they have meetings every Tuesday and Thursday night.
No.
But, Dad, watching birds makes you alert.
No?
It gives you a better understanding of your feathered friends.
No.
And it's educational.
No.
Oh, gosh. You certainly want me to be educated, don't you?
Yes?
Then I can go?
No.
Oh.
Would you care for some more coffee, dear?
I certainly would. Thank you.
I'll bet Evelyn Finney's a bird watcher.
You keep out of this, Kathy.
Bud's got a girl.
I have not. You just wait, Kathy. That's all. Just wait.
Bud's got a girl.
Dad.
All right, Kathy. Stop that and drink your milk.
But I did. It's all gone.
Well, get some more milk and drink it.
Gee whiz.
Then behave yourself. Now, where was I?
The part about putting something away for a rainy day.
Thank you. Rainy day. Oh, look, I don't want you to think I'm being stingy or that I don't want you to enjoy a healthy, normal life, but what's that?
What's what, dear?
On the buffet, is that another album of records?
Oh, you ought to hear them, Father. They're simply dreamy.
You see, that's what I mean. A new album, and we've got so many records now we can join the Disc Jockeys Union.
Do disc jockeys have a union, Daddy?
How do I know?
Well, you just said
I said if they had a union, we could join it.
Why?
Because we have so many records.
Are you going to be a disc jockey, Daddy?
No, I'm not going to be a disc jockey.
Why not?
Because I'm an insurance jockey. Oh, Kathy, drink your milk.
I did. Twice.
Well, eat your cake.
I don't have any cake.
What have you got?
Jell-O.
Well, eat it and be quiet.
Gee whiz. Father, there's no need to get excited about the record.
Now, don't tell me what to get excited about and what not to get excited about. You have no right to waste money on more records.
But, Father...
$5 for bird watchers and $5 for records.
They cost $7.50.
$7.50? Betty Anderson, you mean those records cost $7.50?
Yes, Father,
Oh,
but...
that's fine. Just fine. We've got records you haven't touched in 5 years, but they're no good. You've got to buy new ones for $7.50.
But, Father...
When I was a boy, I couldn't buy a new record till the old one wore out.
But, Father...
I played Dardanella so long the fuzz on the turntable came through.
But, Father...
And stop but-fathering me. You have no right to waste $7.50 on records.
But, Father, I didn't. I borrowed them from Janie Liggett.
I don't care where you got them. You have no right to... Oh. Well, where was I?
A rainy day, dear.
Page 2.
All right, laugh. Go ahead. The whole thing is a big joke. It's very funny. But I'm telling you right now, we're spending too much money. And we're going to cut down.
Oh, Jim, I don't think we're extravagant, any of us.
Okay, you're not extravagant. You just spend too much money.
But we don't waste anything, dear. And we don't spend money unnecessarily.
Oh, we don't we? I suppose $5 to watch birds isn't unnecessary. If Bud has to watch birds, he can sit on the front porch and watch them for 10 years. It won't cost him a dime.
Holy cow.
This family has to learn to conserve. We've got to make things do. Now, here, look at this. Another pair of shoes for Kathy. That's the third pair in 6 months.
But, Daddy, I'm growing.
Well, do you have to grow so fast?
Father!
Oh, it's all right, dear. Your father's only joking.
Sure, I'm only joking, Kathy. But there's one thing I'm not joking about. This family has to stop spending so much money. And we've got to stop running around. We're going to stay home and enjoy the simple things of life. We've got magazines to read, books to read. I spent $190 for the encyclopedia, and nobody's ever gotten past Marib to Mushy.
Jim, there's one thing you don't seem to understand.
Just a moment, dear. Bud, the phone.
It's Kathy's turn.
It is not. But I'll answer it anyway. See if I care.
What is it you were saying, Margaret?
Well, I was saying that there's one thing you don't seem to understand, that no one has even mentioned going out tonight. Everyone was quite satisfied and quite happy, and this entire discussion seems to be absolutely pointless.
Is that so? If I didn't put my foot down every once in a while, this whole family would go to pot. Nobody would ever stay home.
Daddy, it's for you.
Thank you, Kathy.
It's Mr. Smith, Daddy.
Thank you, dear. Hello, Heck. No, we were just finishing our dinner. The drugstore? Well, I hadn't thought about going down there, but... Pick up cards for what? You mean the game is tonight? Oh. Well, Look, Heck, maybe you'd better not figure on me for tonight. Well, frankly, I forgot all about it, and I got myself into a situation here. Yes, I know, Heck, but couldn't you get George Phillips? Out of town, huh? Just a minute, Heck. Kathy, there's somebody at the door.
Okay.
Sorry, Heck. Well, look, there must be somebody else you can get for the game. There isn't, huh? Well, I'll do whatever I can, Heck, but it's going to be tough. Okay. But if I'm not there by 8, well, you'd better call me. Okay, Heck, I'll see you. Ye gods, the things I get myself into.
Is there anything wrong, dear?
No, nothing wrong. Let's see, what were we talking about?
Nobody goes out tonight.
Well, of course, I don't mean that we have to live like hermits.
Of course not, dear.
There are circumstances when it will be necessary and proper for us to spend an evening away from home. A special picture that we won't want to miss, or a meeting, or something.
You're so right, dear, but after that long lecture you just finished, naturally you don't mean tonight. Do you, dear?
Oh, no, naturally not tonight. We'll all spend a quiet evening at home. Tonight.
Daddy.
Yes, Kathy?
Daddy, may I please have $1.25?
You certainly may not.
But, Daddy...
You see, Margaret, that's just what I meant about discipline. This entire discussion about thrift and economy was absolutely wasted. Everything I said went in one ear and out the other. I spent 15 minutes explaining that we had to take it easy, that we had to cut down on our spending, and what happens? As soon as I stop to take a deep breath, Bud needs $5 to watch birds, and Kathy needs $1.25. Now, why on earth do you suddenly need $1.25?
To pay the paper boy.
Oh.
You know, for all his talking, Father wouldn't think of doing without that paper. It's one of those things that means so much to every day that comes along. And something else we count on, you and I, day in and day out, is coffee. I mean really good coffee, like our Maxwell House. Coffee you sit down to and enjoy, cup after cup. That good to the last drop flavor. You won't find it in any other coffee. No coffee but Maxwell House. And as you'd expect, there's a very real reason why. It's a recipe, the only recipe there is for that good to the last drop flavor. It's mighty important, that recipe of ours, because the flavor of the coffee you enjoy depends on the blend, the kind of coffee's in it, and how they're put together. Now, coffee grows in many different varieties, and you can blend them in all sorts of ways. But there's only one way, one recipe for our famous Maxwell House flavor. And when all's said and done, it's this recipe of ours that makes the difference. The big difference between just another coffee and the wonderfully good flavor of America's favorite brand. It's a difference you'll taste for yourself the very first time you pour a cup of our Maxwell House coffee. And I hope you will, tomorrow. Hope you'll start enjoying the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
In the white frame house on Maple Street, an hour has passed, and a long, long hour it's been. For Jim Anderson, the minutes have dragged by in endless procession. His active mind is buzzing with a weird assortment of masculine schemes, every one of them taken from the file headed How to Get Out of the House. A dozen fantastic plans have already been tried, and none of them has worked. But you've got to give Jim credit. The kid's still in there pitching like this.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
Do you have the correct time?
Oh, I think so. It's 5 minutes of 8.
Uh-huh. Just what I thought. This doggone watch is on the blink again. Just won't keep time.
Well, what time do you have, dear?
7 of.
Well, Jim, that's a difference of only 2 minutes.
Only 2 minutes? Margaret, do you realize the things that have happened in 2 minutes? Wars have been won and lost. The entire course of civilization has been changed. I better have it fixed.
All right, dear.
As a matter of fact, as long as I'm not doing anything right now, I might as well run down to the jeweler's. And it might take some time. You know how fussy jewelers can be about a watch. So maybe you'd better not wait up for me.
Jim,
Yes, dear?
Christmas is over. The jewelers all close at 5:30.
They do. You mean all of them?
Yes, dear.
Oh.
You ought to see the watch Joe Phillips got for Christmas, Dad. Boy, is that a watch. Shatterproof, shockproof, waterproof, heatproof, and it's guaranteed to last him a lifetime. But it won't.
Why not?
He lost it.
But instead of making bad jokes, why don't you go upstairs and do your homework?
That wasn't a joke, Dad.
You can say that again.
You mean the whole thing?
Bud. Go upstairs and do your homework.
Okay. You wouldn't want to help me, would you?
That's right.
Yeah, I sort of figured you wouldn't. Well, I'll see you later.
Margaret, I think I'll go out for a little walk.
Why, Jim, it's snowing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a little snow. Does a man good to get out in the snow once in a while. The air crisp and clear, the ground all white and peaceful.
Jim Anderson, you're not going to tramp around in the snow at your age. I have enough to do without taking care of a sick husband. And stop pacing up and down the room like a caged lion.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'll play checkers with you if you like.
Thank you. But I'd rather see you doing your homework.
Oh, I don't have any homework. I finished it this afternoon.
Well, go sew something. Or read a book. And don't tell me you read a book.
I'll spot you 2 kings.
I don't need to be spotted 2 kings, and I don't want to play checkers. Margaret,
Yes, dear.
do you need anything at the drugstore?
No, dear, not a thing.
We're kind of low on toothpaste this morning.
I got some this afternoon.
Oh, you did. Soap holding up all right?
Just fine.
Uh-huh. Say, I think I'll run out and get something to smoke. Yes, sir, that's just what I'll do.
Jim,
Yes, Margaret?
I bought you a carton of cigarettes this afternoon, and there's a whole humidor full of pipe tobacco.
You know, it's a funny thing, but I just feel like smoking a cigar.
Jim, I didn't know you smoked cigars.
Well, of course. After all, there's nothing like a good cigar. You know what Rudyard Kipling said? A woman is only a woman, but a good cigar is a smoke. Yeah, I'll get it.
Jim, be careful.
Who the dickens moved the lamp over to this side?
Oh, Jim, how could you?
Well, how do you expect me to keep track of where the lamps are if you keep moving them around all the time? Anyway, well, I'm sorry, Margaret. I was just...
The phone's ringing.
Betty, be a good girl and clean up this mess, will you?
All right, Father.
And don't worry about the lamp, Margaret. We'll get it fixed or something.
A good lamp. Just look at it.
Sticks lamps right in your way when you're in a hurry. Naturally, they get knocked down. Hello? Hello, Heck. What do you mean, am I still here? Of course not. I left for your house 20 minutes ago. Heck, I'm doing everything I can. I can't do it, Heck. I can't just walk out. Because I can't, that's why. I am trying. Well, stop worrying about it. I'll figure something out. Okay. Yeah, call me later. So long.
Who is that, dear?
It was Hector, honey. He just wanted to talk to me.
About what, dear? Is anything wrong?
Oh, no. He wanted me to come over there. He probably wants to talk to me about something.
Like what, dear?
Well, it's probably very complicated. You'd be surprised.
I'll bet I would.
Yeah. Are you through with the newspaper, dear?
I think so.
Well, I guess I'll sit down and read the paper.
That's a very good idea.
Daddy,
We're in the den, Kathy.
Daddy, I just thought of something wonderful to save money. How much does water cost?
Not very much, dear. Why?
Well, it costs something to get it hot, doesn't it? So I thought if I only took one bath a week.
Are you supposed to be taking a bath now?
Uh-huh.
Well, take it.
But you said we had to save money, and I thought if I only took...
Kathy, go upstairs and take your bath.
Gee whiz.
You heard your father, Kathy. Now go ahead.
First they want to save money, then they don't want to save money. Why don't they make up their minds?
Say, did you see this in the paper? They're having a big meeting in the school auditorium.
Tomorrow night.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. It's tomorrow.
Jim.
Father, I put all the broken pieces on the service porch, but I don't think they can fix the lamp. It's a mess.
Thank you, Betty.
You're welcome.
Were you going to say something, dear?
Oh, no, it's all right.
Mother.
Yes, Betty.
Have you seen the records I borrowed from Janie?
Well, no, dear, I haven't. Where did you leave them?
Well, I put them over there on Father's chair. Father, you're sitting on them.
I am? Oh, I thought it felt kind of funny.
Oh, Father, how could you? $7.50 worth of South Pacific, and look at it.
Well, they're only cracked a little, Betty. Well, look at this one. Only the front part of it's broken off. You can still play the whole chorus, and that's all anybody listens to anyway.
She'll never talk to me again, and I don't blame her.
Oh, Betty, will you please stop that moaning and groaning? I'll buy Janie another album. And stop looking at me as though I went around beating little children.
Yes, Father.
Man tries to spend a quiet evening at home, and what happens? Lamps fall down, people stuff records under his cushion. I'll get it.
Jim, please be careful.
Margaret, I don't make a practice of knocking lamps down. Anybody listening to you would think I broke a lamp every day.
Yes, dear, but be careful just the same.
Never liked the darn lamp anyway. Silliest looking lamp I ever saw in my life. Hello? Yes, I'm still here. Look, Heck, I told you in the very beginning I didn't think I could make it. Well, I did try. I tried everything but chloroform. It won't do any good to call me back later. Why don't you just forget the whole thing?
Jim?
Just a minute, Heck. What is it, Margaret?
Is that Hector again?
Yes, dear, it's Hector.
Well, Jim, if it's really that urgent, why don't you run over there?
You wouldn't mind?
No, but if they can't get anyone else, why don't you have them come over here for the game?
The game. Over here?
Well, there's no reason why they can't play poker here.
There isn't?
Of course not.
Oh. Well, say, Heck, how about playing over here? It would, huh? Well, fine. Oh, of course not. Margaret won't mind at all. Okay, see you in a little while. Goodbye. Margaret.
Yes, Jim?
Well, you see, I'd forgotten all about this date I had with the boys, and, well, I told them to get somebody else.
Just a moment, dear. Bud!
You want me, Mom?
Yes, dear. I want you to go to the delicatessen.
Okay, I'll be down in a minute.
Why does he have to go to the delicatessen?
Well, you'll be busy getting the card things ready, dear, and there isn't a thing in the house. We'll have to serve something.
Well, it doesn't have to be anything elaborate.
Oh, no, but we'll need a few slices of ham and some liverwurst and bologna and cheese, a few loaves of bread, potato chips, pickles.
Why do we need pickles? There's no sense in running hog wild just because a couple of men are coming over to play poker. I told you at dinner, Margaret, we've got to cut down on our expenses.
All right, dear, no pickles. After all, Father knows best.
Well, Well, pickles or no pickles, I'm inclined to think it's Mother knows best when it comes to shopping for the family groceries. Take coffee, for instance. Mother knows that when she buys coffee, there's just one thing that means real value. It's the flavor you get for your money that really counts. And these days, she understands it's more important than ever to get the most flavor for every penny you spend. And that's just what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. You get a full measure of that wonderful Maxwell House flavor. Good to the last drop flavor no other coffee gives you. And that's why more people buy our Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee. So when you put out good money for coffee, be sure you get the most in value, in flavor and freshness. You always will when you open up a pound of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The lights are out in the white frame house on Maple Street. The children are asleep, the guests are gone. The last chip has been put away, and the poker game is a thing of the past.
Jim.
Oh, you're still awake, dear?
Yes, I've just been lying here thinking. How did the game go?
Fine, just fine. I guess I showed that Hector Smith how poker should be played. Bluffed him right out of two of the biggest pots you ever saw.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
You know, I've been wondering about this sudden wave of economy. There isn't anything wrong, is there?
Oh, no. Well, it was those darn Christmas bills. They really got me down.
Tonight didn't help much, did it? I mean, we'll have to buy a new lamp and records for Janie.
Well, it won't amount to much.
No, I suppose not. Including the food and drinks, I figure that the quiet evening at home came to just $32.50.
$36.50.
No, dear. $32.50. I can get a new lamp for... Oh. You mean you...
I certainly did.
$4?
And 22 cents. Good night, Mark.
Good night, dear.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last you know what.
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee, all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House, instantly.
Good to the very last you know what.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Here are three top stars on Screen Guild Theater, next on NBC.
Pepsodent invites you to have a date with Judy. poor Judy Foster, a typical American girl in a typical American family. Well, let's see. It's a quiet evening in the Foster house. Mother is sewing, father is reading, Randolph is tying Boy Scout knots, and Judy is glumping because she doesn't have a date. Mother looks up.
Melvin,
Yes, dear.
I had a letter from Grandma today. You did, Mother? What'd you say? She's worried about Aunt Lily.
Why is she worried about Aunt Lily?
Well, because
Don't tell me. Let me guess. Because Aunt Lily isn't married.
Well, yes.
Well, that's nothing new. Grandma's been worrying about that for the last 10 years.
I was just thinking, maybe we ought to have Lily here for a visit. A sweet girl like Lily.
Girl? Mother, she's 34 years old.
Well, really, Judy, that isn't the last stage of senility, you know.
They're girls to Mother till rigor mortis sets in.
I'm going to write Aunt Lily to come, and we'll see if we can't find somebody for her.
Maybe Judy could get her a date. Me? I'm having enough trouble getting dates for myself. I haven't had a date for 3 nights. Well, what are you complaining about? Aunt Lily hasn't had a date for 3 years.
That isn't so. I'm sure lots of young men have been extremely fond of Aunt Lily.
In 34 years, they've had lots of time to. The problem is, how can we dig her up a man? Digging him up might be a good idea. Gee, come to think of it, I know somebody old enough for Aunt Lily. Oh, who? Mr. Manchester. He's a librarian at the library. I bet he's 35 if he's a day. And he's a day, all right.
Why, that's a simply wonderful idea. But I wonder how we should go about asking him.
Well, I could kind of take a book out of the library and just sling the invitation to him.
We could invite him to dinner the very first night Aunt Lily's here.
Oh, sure. We wouldn't want to waste any time. After 34 leisurely years, we got to step on it.
That's only the beginning of your date with Judy, chaperoned by Pepsodent. How would you like to find out if your present toothpaste is really doing what you think it is? Maybe it's letting you down. Now, here's the way to find out. Run the tip of your tongue over your teeth. Can you feel a filmy coating? That's what makes teeth dingy, and it's a sign that you'd better switch to Pepsodent toothpaste tonight. Pepsodent with Irium is the new high-speed toothpaste with the fresh taste and the super cleansing ingredients. It removes that dingy coating from teeth, makes them so brilliantly clean they feel shiny smooth and they look sparkling bright. So hunt up a collapsible metal tube from any product and take it to your drug counter tonight to exchange for a new tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And now, back to A Date with Judy.
Melvin, my goodness.
Hello, Lily. Well, it's certainly good to see you.
Do I get a kiss from my favorite brother-in-law?
You sure do, Lily.
You got it. He'd be perfect.
Well, I'm starved. When's that guy going to get here?
Guy? Dora, have you invited someone else to dinner? Well, yes, in a way. Man?
Well, yes, in a way.
Oh, Dora, really, you didn't have... Now, Lily, this is just sort of an accident. As a matter of fact, we'd invited this gentleman to dinner long before we knew you were coming.
Oh, yes, eons before. I'll go. Now, I wonder who that could be.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Manchester.
Very kind of you to stop at the library this afternoon. Invite me to dinner.
This afternoon? Oh, that's perfectly all right, Mr. Manchester. Come in. I'd like you to meet my, a friend of mine, Lily Rogan.
How do you do?
How do you do? And you know the rest of the family.
Oh, my, what a formal introduction. Suppose I do it all over. Lily, this is Donald. Donald, this is Lily.
How do you do?
How do you do? Do people ever call you Don?
Oh, yes, indeed. At college, Ohio Wesley in 1924, they called me Don. Or Manchi.
Isn't that cute? Manchi. Isn't that cute, Lily?
Yes, indeed.
Well, now that that's over, when are we going to have dinner?
My Aunt Lily cooked every inch of it, from soup to nuts.
I, Randolph, I did not. Lily is so modest.
Well, how's business, Mr. Manchester? Business? Yeah. Oh, very good. We collected 32 cents in fines today. Oh, really?
Mr. Manchester is the new librarian, Lily. Lily is very interested in books, Mr. Manchester.
Oh?
She'd make a wonderful wife for somebody who was interested in literary things.
Judy!
My, that was a fine dinner, Mrs. Foster.
Thank you. Melvin, aren't you planning to go to your lodge meeting tonight?
Why, no. My lodge meets on Thursdays.
Oh. Well, the Exalted High Counselor called and said it was moved up to tonight. Early tonight.
Are you going out tonight, Mother, as if I didn't know?
Well, yes, I am. My Red Cross class meets tonight.
I thought that met on Fridays.
Well, during emergencies, they call special sessions.
Yes. Well, my goodness, I must say this isn't very sociable of us to run off like this, but it will give you two a chance to get acquainted.
Oh, really, Dora? You don't have to do that.
Judy and Randolph are going out in the kitchen and wash the dishes. Aren't you, dears?
Well, I guess we are. I guess.
And then they go right to bed, so you won't have to worry about them disturbing you. Well, come on, Melvin.
Thank you very much for the dinner, Mrs. Foster.
Oh, that's all right. Good night.
Good night. Well, Dora, what are we going to do tonight?
What do you think we're going to do? You're going to take me to a movie.
Are they still in the living room? Stay back here in the hall, Judy. I'll take a quick peek. Are they? Yeah. He's on one end of the Davenport and she's on the other. Let me look. Gosh, she isn't turning on the heat, is she?
Personally, Mr. Manchester, I prefer Dickens' later works. Great Expectations always seem to me a little, immature.
Jeepers, I'd never handle him that way.
My favorite work of Dickens is Nicholas Nickleby. Although I have found great charm in Pickwick Papers.
Me, I find no charm in this conversation.
Have you read much of Pope and Dryden?
Yes, I have.
Poor Aunt Lily. She doesn't know beans about men. She's a rank amateur. Well, I wouldn't call either of them great lovers.
Don't you love the lilt of Pope's rhyme couplet?
Yes, I do.
Isn't that awful? Hey, he's getting up. Maybe we'll see some action now.
Oh, my. 9:45. It's getting late.
Getting late? It was charming meeting you, Mr. Manchester. I hope I'll see you soon.
I hope so, too.
This is the critical moment. If he asks her for a date now, she's in. Otherwise, she's cooked.
Good night, Ben.
Good night.
She's cooked.
What are you doing a week from tomorrow night, Miss Rogan?
Wednesday? Well, nothing.
He came through. But a week from tomorrow night. Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call it a whirlwind courtship.
I wonder if I might come to call.
Call? He's one of those parlor plotters.
Oh, I'd be very happy to see you.
Well, good night then, Miss Rogan.
Good night, Mr. Manchester.
Well, he's gone. Yikes, at a one-a-week rate, it'll take her till Christmas. You know, Randolph, I think I'll have to give her some advice about men. You mean you're going to part with some of your vast store of knowledge on the subject? If it helps her yoke a bloke, I'd be glad to. Well, you've sure done enough research on the subject. Aunt Lily, I hate to say this, but frankly, your technique is a little oogie. There speaks the voice of experience. Aunt Lily, tell me frankly, do you have a yen for Mr. Yanchester?
A yen? Oh, why, Judy, I hardly know the man.
What's that got to do with it? I asked you if you had a yen for him.
Well, I think he's very intelligent.
In Aunt Lily's language, that's a yen. Look, Aunt Lily, one of the first principles of getting a guy gaga about you is to be glamorous in his eyes. Now, for instance, take Edgar.
Who's Edgar?
This guy I go with. He's gaga about me. Calls me up night and day. Now, the first thing I did when I wanted to make him wacky... And he was that way to begin with, believe me.
Randolph, please.
How can I give Aunt Lily any advice? Well, the first thing I did was find out what moving picture star was his ideal. But I simply made myself look like that star, and there I was.
Do you always do that?
Well, sure. This week she's Dorothy Lamour for Edgar, and a couple of weeks ago she was Lana Turner for Gerald.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Her Lana Turner's okay, but her Dorothy Lamour is very nerve-wracking.
It is not, Randolph.
Aunt Lily, I'll guarantee this will work.
Do you think so, Judy?
I'm positive.
Well, I'm not so sure, but, well, give me the works.
Now, Andre, I want you to make Aunt Lily positively umphy.
I will make her so umphy it will hurt.
Good. You can start with a mud pack, and then an ice pack, and after the glacial a facial, and then an eyebrow pluck and an eyelash curl. This is not glue, Aunt Lily. It's perfectly terrific lipstick, isn't it, Andre?
Glamour number 5, no less.
Positively kiss-proof and everything.
Now, pucker up your lips, Aunt Lily.
And Andre, when you finish the manicure, give her a pedicure.
A passion red nail polish on her feet, too?
Of course.
Oh, the passion red nail polish. He is so passionate.
Gee, Missy, what did Judy want us to come over here for? Well, she said that something startling was going to emerge from the beauty shop. She wanted both of us to pass on it. Well, here it comes. Hello, Missy. Hi, Randolph.
Hello, Randolph.
Aunt Lily. Aunt Lily, this is Mitzi. I asked her to drop by to, well, sort of give you the once-over.
Oh, really, Judy? Do you have to call in perfect strangers?
Oh, Mitzi isn't a perfect stranger. She's my best girlfriend. Besides, she's practically an authority on glamour, aren't you, Mitzi? Well, practically. Doesn't Aunt Lily look perfectly yummy? She sure does. Me, I haven't been able to take my eyes off Aunt Lily since she came out of the beauty parlor. And I see a couple of pedestrians with the same idea.
Oh, I don't know whether they're staring at me or glaring at me. Let's go.
Just wait till you get home and Mother sees you. She'll be insane about you. And as for Father, they'll have to put him in an institution. Yeah, Lily, don't you feel just like a movie star?
Well, I certainly don't feel like myself.
I think you will wow any man you meet. If you just remember to turn on the heat.
Turn on the heat?
That's what I've been trying to tell her, Mitzi. She needs just give with the stuff, Aunt Lily. You know, quick on the trigger.
Give with the stuff?
It's really very easy. For instance, what repartee would you hand out if a man said to you, "Come on, Mouse, let's growl"?
Oh, no man I know would ever say, "Come on, Mouse, let's growl."
You'd better listen to Mitzi, Aunt Lily. Her advice has been very successful with me. All I'm trying to do is make a cuddle cat out of you.
Well, I'm not so sure I want to be a cuddle cat.
Why, you do too, Aunt Lily. Go ahead, Mitzi. All right. Now, what do you come back with when somebody says to you, "What's cooking, good looking?"
I don't know.
You come back with, "Soup, Droop."
I do.
Well, blow me down. Look who that is over there across the street. Why, it's Mr. Manchester.
Oh, my.
Why, Aunt Lily, under that glam roll of number 5, you're blushing. He's coming over to talk to us. Now, remember, Aunt Lily, sparkle. Be enthusiastic. Act hip.
Do I look all right?
You look like a house afire.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You want to make a positive impression on this guy, Miss Rogan?
Oh, yes, I do.
Then hand out the goo. Do like Mitzi says. Talk about his necktie and his shoulders and his chest extension.
Well, I'll try. Oh, here he comes.
Oh, Miss Rogan.
Oh, dear.
Miss Rogan.
Good luck, Aunt Lily.
Good afternoon, Miss Rogan. And hello, children.
Hello. Hi, Nancy.
What, Miss Rogan?
What's cooking? Good looking.
Beg pardon?
That's a very beautiful necktie you have on. And so are your shoulders.
What was that, Miss Rogan?
And you've got a very snazzy chest extension.
Why, Miss Rogan?
When are you coming over to dinner again, Mr. Manchester?
Why, I don't know.
You know what we're having for dinner tonight?
Well, no,
We're having soup, Drew.
Oh, my goodness.
You're doing fine, Miss Rogan.
Would you like to come to dinner tonight, Mr. Manchester?
Well, I hardly think I can make it.
Come over and growl, Mouse.
Well, some other time, perhaps.
Oh, but But Mr. Manchester...
Well, the fact is, I have a library committee meeting tonight, and I must attend. I'm dreadfully sorry.
I'll see you next Wednesday, then.
Well, I'm not absolutely sure that I can make it. That is, I'll have to let you know. Well, I'm very glad I saw you. I'm sorry I have to dash.
Goodbye, Mr. Manchester.
Goodbye. I really have to dash.
Well, that certainly was a dashing conversation.
I can't understand it. You were just wonderful, Aunt Lily.
Yes. You certainly sparkled and everything.
Yes, I sparkled all right. Sparkled him right out of my life.
Well, he certainly did have a funny reaction.
Oh, well, Aunt Lily, don't bother about him. If he had funny reactions like that, I just wouldn't waste any time on him.
I certainly wouldn't. He acted like an ick.
He did not. He's a sweet, sensible man, and I like him very much.
Jeepers, I never thought love would enter into this.
Well, Judy and Randolph seem to be doing it the hard way. We'll see what happens on your date with Judy in just a moment. You know, there's a hard way and an easy way to do everything. The hard way to learn if your teeth are dingy, if your smile is unattractive, is to watch the reaction of your friends. If they seem to avoid you, that may be a clue. The easy way to learn about your smile takes 2 seconds and spares you lots of embarrassment. Now, here's all you do. Run the tip of your tongue over your teeth. Feel that filmy coating? That dingy film collects stains on your teeth, spoils the effect of your smile, and there's no reason in the world why you should put up with it. For Pepsodent toothpaste removes that filmy coating you can feel with your tongue. Pepsodent with Irium is a clean-tasting toothpaste with super cleansing ingredients. It foams through your mouth in millions of refreshing bubbles that loosen and flush away the dingy film from your teeth. When you brush your teeth with Pepsodent, they're so clean they pass the tongue test. They feel clean, and they look so sparkling and shiny, everybody likes to see you smile. Tomorrow may be your big day, so go to your drug counter tonight and say, Pepsodent toothpaste, please. And remember to take an empty tube, any size, from any product, to exchange for your new tube of Pepsodent. Well, let's see what's happening now on Your Date with Judy.
I feel terrible. Aunt Lily's been practically in tears ever since we got home. She's practically ruining her makeup.
Well, to me, she looks better with it ruined.
You know, Randolph, I think she goes for Mr. Manchester.
Well, she'll never marry him if we keep helping her.
Do you know what I'm going to do, Randolph?
I hate to think.
I'm going to offer her Edgar.
Edgar? What's she going to do with him?
Well, haven't you ever heard of the Eternal Triangle? When Mr. Manchester hears Aunt Lily's going out with Edgar, well, you know what we'll have?
What?
Jealousy. I'm calling Edgar right now.
Hello?
Oh, is that you, Edgar?
Yeah, what do you want, Judy?
How would you like to have a date?
Huh?
Isn't this a slight reversal of form?
Oh, sure, Judy, anytime you say.
How about tonight?
Wow, when do I pick you up?
Oh, the date's not with me. It's with a new girl who just came to town.
A terribly new girl, just 34 years old.
Be quiet, Randolph. Is it a date, Edgar?
Hey, what are you trying to pass off on me? Some witch?
Why, Edgar, what a way to talk. This girl's just about the cutest number you ever felt.
All right, what's the matter with her?
Nothing. She's very young and very attractive.
And hasn't had a date for 6 years.
Randolph. Edgar, will you do this for me?
Well, all right. I'll do it if you'll promise to go with me to the summer prom.
It's a date. Now come right over and pick up Aunt Lily.
Aunt Lily? Okay, Judy. I'll be right over.
He's going to do it.
Aunt Lily! Aunt Lily!
Yes, Judy. Aunt Lily, I've got your date with a new man. I don't want a date with a new man. Why, Aunt Lily, don't be silly. You didn't want a date with Mr. Manchester, and just look how he turned out.
Yeah, just look.
Now, Aunt Lily, it's absolutely imperative you impress Edgar, because then you'll get dates with other boys. And the first thing you know, it'll get back to Mr. Manchester. You're chasing around with everybody. Will that be good? He'll be eaten up. Now, look, Aunt Lily, we've got to rebuild your personality entire. Again? Oh, no. We're going to rehearse. Randolph, you're Edgar.
I'm who?
You pretend you're dating Aunt Lily.
Well, okay. I'm in the Edgar mood. And here I come, ready or not.
Judy, somehow my heart isn't in this. Remember, it's all for Mr. Manchester.
Well, Randolph?
Why, my dear Miss Rogan, it's a pleasure to see you again. May I kiss your hand? Randolph, you know Edgar doesn't talk like that. You don't have to be so Shakespearean.
Oh, excuse me. The Manchester influence. Okay, I'll start over. Hi, Goon, let's spoon.
That's too abrupt, Randolph. It's too abrupt. Don't you understand? Try it again. Oh, dear, that must be it. We haven't had time to rehearse. Oh, it really doesn't make much difference, Judy. Hello, Edgar. Hiya, Judy. Edgar, I want you to meet your date, Aunt Lily. Aunt Lily, this is Edgar. Edgar, this is Miss Rogan. How do you do?
How do you do? It is a pleasure to meet you.
Gee, he's positively Shakespearean.
Edgar, Groupers, what are you doing over at my house so early in the morning?
I couldn't sleep, so I just thought I'd come over.
Did you have a nice time with Aunt Lily last night?
Judy, I gotta talk to you.
Well, of course, go ahead.
Judy, I'm bats about her.
Who?
Lily.
Aunt Lily?
Don't keep calling her Aunt Lily. She's hardly any older than you are.
Why, Edgar Wilson, she's twice my age. And yours, too.
That's just it. She's so mature.
Edgar Wilson. Have you got a crush on Aunt Lily?
Don't call it a crush. That sounds so, childish. And Lily's so spiritual and womanly and everything. Judy, I'm going to ask you something.
What?
Do you think I have a right to ask Lily to wait for me?
Wait for you?
Well, yeah, just until I finish high school.
Edgar, you're out of your mind.
No, I'm not. A lot of men have married older women. Why, when I'm 60, she'll only be 77. And gee whiz, when you're 70.
Oh, Bud, I never thought this would happen.
Judy, would you mind just awfully if I took Lily to the summer prom instead of you?
Oh, character.
May I see Lily, please?
She's still sleeping. Do you want me to wake her?
Oh, no. I wouldn't disturb her sylvan dreams for anything. I'll come back later. Bye, Judy. Oh, Lily Bell, oh, Lily Bell.
This is Green. Randolph, come here. I need you.
What's the matter now, Miss Fairfax?
The triangle just backfired. Edgar is gaga about Aunt Lily.
Now I have seen everything.
And me. I'm just positively gaga about Edgar. Oh, Randolph, I'm desperate. Aunt Lily's in grave danger.
Of what? Being robbed by the cradle?
Something for our own blood relation, Aunt.
Sweet and selfish little Judy. Of course you aren't worried about holding Edgar or anything.
Randolph, don't quibble. What will we do?
Well, let me put my brain to it. I'll think of something. Now, don't be so desperate, Judy. You'll get your man back.
Hey, if Edgar had married Aunt Lily, he'd be my uncle.
Well, like I've been telling you, Mr. Manchester.
Hush, no loud talking in the library, Randolph.
Well, what I've been trying to tell you is that my Aunt Lily's been running around with another man.
She has?
Yeah, he's practically on the verge of almost proposing to her.
Hush. He is?
Yeah, it's one of those whirlwind courtships. He's got her practically swept off her feet.
Hush. Oh, that's terrible.
He likes her because she's so simple and intellectual and everything. You know that day we saw you in the street. She was just made up that way because she was going to a masquerade.
Hush. A masquerade? I never thought of that.
Yeah, she was going as Judy. Everybody had to go with something funny. You heard her practicing talking like Judy.
Yes, I did. A masquerade. Oh, that's wonderful news.
Of course. Now, if you move fast, you may still be in time to stop the elopement. There may be a ladder outside of a window this very moment.
Randolph, I'm going to move faster than I've ever moved in all my life.
Mr. Manchester, hush.
Manchester. Where is she?
Where's who?
Lily, of course.
Well, I guess she's upstairs in her room.
Oh, quick, before she escapes.
Mr. Manchester, are you going upstairs?
We've got to stop that elopement.
Oh, yes, of course. Elopement?
There may be a stepladder outside her window this very moment.
Well, if there is, this is the first I've heard of it.
Lily! Lily! Where are you, Lily?
Who's doing all that yelling?
Mother, what's happening around here? I don't know. Mr. Manchester just ran upstairs like a crazy man.
I wonder what made him do that.
Gee, I hope he doesn't see Aunt Lily. She isn't a bit half or glamorous today. She's just herself again.
Oh, that same old personality she used to have.
I found her. I've got her.
Oh, hey, look at him. He's holding Aunt Lily downstairs like a king. Put me down, Donald. Put me down.
He likes it.
I want to say something, Lily. I want to say it right here in front of everybody. Don't do it, Lily.
Do what?
I can't imagine.
Lily, call off that elopement.
Why, Lily, what's been going on in this house? Oh, I wouldn't know.
I'll make you a devoted husband even though my courtship hasn't been whirlwind.
Sounds mighty whirlwind to me.
Blows me completely over.
Donald, are you proposing?
Well, I guess I am.
Take him up on it quick, Aunt Lily. All right. I accept you, Donald.
See, they're engaged.
Just as soon as I get my breath, I'll congratulate you.
Lily, I think I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, not here, Donald.
Oh, go ahead, Aunt Lily. It's fun.
Children, I just got another letter from Grandma.
What'd she say?
Well, let me see. She says, I'm very happy to hear about Lily's engagement, and, oh, good heavens.
What's the matter, Mother?
She's sending Aunt Gertrude and Cousin Georgiana to visit us. She wants us to get them married, too.
You have just heard A Date with Judy, the story of an American family. Let's join the Foster family again for a moment.
Gee, Mother, I had a good week.
You did, dear?
Yes, I had 5 dates. One with Ogin, and one with Hank, and one with Skunky.
Answer the door, Randolph.
Yes, Mother.
Within 20 minutes after the receipt of this order for deportation, you, together with the members of all your family, should be ready for departure and wait in the street outside your house. To may take with you one set of clothing, one woolen blanket per person, food for several days, birth certificate, not more than $20.
Fantastic. No, not at all. Hundreds of thousands of Dutch, Belgians, Poles, French have heard that order read. It is being read this very minute in some black corner of Europe. People are victims. Always the quiet, innocent people like you. Old and young, women with babies in their arms. And it can happen here.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it can happen here, unless we stamp it out over there. And that means guns and tanks and planes. Not only more than the enemy has. Not air supremacy, but air and ground mastery. That takes money. Every day, every hour. More planes must be built, more guns made, more tanks manufactured.
That's right, Dora. Buying a few bonds isn't enough. We must buy bonds regularly so we can make the engines of war without stopping. Every quarter we invest in war bonds sends 12 bullets ripping into Axis tank columns. Every dollar we invest turns our war wheels faster, grinds our enemies smaller. That's why our government urges us to put at least 10% of our earnings into war bonds. That's why millions of Americans have already joined the 10% club by buying war bonds regularly every payday. The best way to safeguard our future is to destroy completely everything the Axis stands for, with bullets, with planes, with tanks. And it'll take money. 10% of it every payday to do the job.
My dad's a member of the 10% club, aren't you, Dad?
That's right, Randolph. Because we know that every day, every dime counts in lives and blood. We hope you'll buy your quarter of war bonds tomorrow.
A Date with Judy came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with One on the House.
The biggest dessert news in years. That's what folks everywhere are calling Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Never has Jell-O tasted so rich and delicious. Today, it's even better than ever, and all because of a wonderful new process that locks in all of Jell-O's grand flavor, keeps it from fading, keeps it at full strength till the moment you use it. Today, Jell-O's vivid original goodness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, where time can't touch it. It's protected against fading or changing in any way, and it comes out of the package just as rich and full-flavored as it went in. Prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But when you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive goodness, and out it pours for your pleasure. So order Jell-O tomorrow. Look for the big red letters on the box, and be sure to get Jell-O. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay.